7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, my friend. I am Charlie Simons, your host here on Do Not Talk. Talk about two things you're never supposed to talk about: politics and religion. One decides what life is going to be like here on Earth, the other one decides what life is going to be like after we leave it. There was a recent telethon, 12-hour telethon. My friend Scotty Sachs orchestrated this, put it together, and it was for freedom to choose. The legal action that's being taken against those who put the smackdown on us during the whole COVID shutdown, there's legal action being brought against them now. There's no better way to make sure that they never do that again. And it's such an awesome effort. So my friend Scotty said they need some money. This attorneys don't pay for themselves. We need to do a fundraiser, a telethon. Charlie, will you be a guest speaker? Will you co-host with me for this? Absolutely. There was such a lineup of great people, and then me, including Scott McKay, the Patriot Street Fighter. The list of great people, patriots, those who are on the front lines, and experts in what happened during the whole COVID shutdown and what's going on now and how we can absolutely do everything we can now to make sure that never happens again. I loved it. I just felt so honored to even be asked to be a part of it. So I recorded it for you. I think you're about to see some great information, learn some new things, and definitely be inspired to take action to make sure again that this does not happen to us. Here it is now, the Freedom to Choose Telethon.
A lot of good people in this organization, isn't there, Scott?
Yeah, very impressive. I'm always kind of enamored by these people that pop up and surface that had taken this thing on head on, especially the weight of a communist country like California using their public service machine to put pressure on these people and force them to take a kill shot, and having the ones that stand up and just say, not only am I not going to do it, I'm going to rally other people to not do it too. Go F yourself. It's amazing, because that's what inspires me in this country, that there are the countrymen like Charlie Simmons here that'll stand up and say, TFB, you're not going to violate my rights, and I'm not going to back down. I mean, that's what the only way we save this country is when people like that. It doesn't need, millions of people. It needs 3% roughly. They just say, no, absolutely not. No. And that can lead to charge against this tyrannical culture that we've allowed in this country.
Was it 2%? 2% fought the Civil War, I think. That was about it. Hey,
Yeah,
you guys know each other already?
Yeah.
Heck yeah, Scott McKay is one of my favorite people on the planet. I was so excited when I logged in, and there he was. Hello, buddy.
It's one of my Tomahawk warriors, Charlie Simmons.
That's right. That's right.
And Charlie, the one thing that always stuck out about Scott McKay, if you do an event with Scott, all the other speakers will stick around, shake a few hands, talk to a few people. The guys will go to the good-looking girls and, give them a little hug and talk a little bit and schmooze. And then most of them just go off on, time to eat, time to go socialize amongst each other.
Right.
This guy sticks around. I watched him stick around for 2.5 hours and shake every hand that was in line, hug everybody, look them in the eye, talk to them. Everybody walked away thinking they just spent 20 minutes with Scott McKay, and they probably only spent 2 to 3 minutes with him. But that's how he makes you feel. The only other guy, Scott, I never told you this, the only other guy that ever had that ability, you're going to be shocked who it was. I was with him at several events. He could go through a room of 200, 300 people, talk to you for 30 seconds, and you thought you spent 30 minutes with him. Bill Cosby, a master at work in a room. Scott McKay stands in front of his bus. Hey, I see you're on your bus now. I recognize that thing. That's not Scott's house. That's his. That's his.
I don't know if I'd compare the Patriot Street Fighter to Bill Cosby, though, because he may have been an expert working away, but he
Well,
was
yeah,
an
we
expert
we
in
understand. I think Cosby might have been a bit framed. I think he probably did some wrongdoing, but he, like Prince and like Michael Jackson and like Anthony Bourdain, were speaking out. So you got to now look at what's his name, the long-haired guy. He's got a really popular podcast. The actor
Russell Brand.
Russell Brand. Look what they're doing to Russell Brand now, framing his butt. Yeah, he admits to having lots of parties and lots of girls, and maybe in a drunken, drugged out state, did some things, but this is how they roll. But
They have done some things.
may have done some things, but Cosby can go
Maybe
through a room.
things happen. They happen.
Yeah, chit happens. But Scott,
well, we all know. We're all very familiar with the media and how they manipulate and regulate and destroy, and they'll tear you up, and then they'll have to tear you, or they'll build you up, and then love to tear you back down again. But if you're on the right, forget it. You're done. They're going to do everything they can to discredit you and to make you what's the word I'm looking for? Ineffective.
Yeah.
Ineffective. That's their goal, and that's the enemy's goal against God's people. Make you ineffective to where you're just going to sit back and go, okay, well, I tried that. It didn't work. I'll just be over here. But I know all three of us on here right now, we're not those guys.
I just want to make the point, and then we'll move on. Scott is the only speaker at an event, Patriot events. Now, I've seen speakers, big names, stick around for an hour, maybe an hour. Scott, I saw him one night in Houston, Texas. They lined up. Scott announced on the stage, I'm going to be in front of my bus. You want to come say hello? So it's like 300 people, and he doesn't just talk to them for 5 seconds. Next. He looks them in the eye. I had two women I know come up to me and go, wow, I feel like I know him now. Like I just had a conversation with him. I'm like thinking to myself, no, you didn't. You were there for 35 seconds with the guy. Maybe a minute, but he makes everyone feel important. That was, by the way, Mary Kay's secret to success. She said the one thing that made her successful is no matter who she met, when she met him, or where she met him, she'd make him feel important. And Scott, I give you a lot of kudos because you do that. When you meet people, you look them in the eye. You often give them a hug, unless they're need a bath. I've seen you kind of back off from a guy that was drinking and he was a bit scruffy. He wanted to give you a big hug. You're like, I don't think so. But no, in all seriousness, Scott, I give you a lot of kudos. Scott, you want to parting words for our audience on this day where we're trying to raise a lot of money for Freedom to Choose to stay in the court system?
Yeah, those of you who do watch, and this is another thing that that often goes unsaid, these unsung heroes out there are the people that are watching podcasts like today, and they're spreading the information. And honestly, I said this before, we had a responsibility here early on, those of us who saw what was happening to this country and the world, and we decided we were going to put up a fight. But we didn't win that fight. We made no dent in the world of this fight without all the people that were walking away from TV, mainstream media, any of the pastimes in life that they built to occupy our minds and our souls. People walked away from that, and they of course started tuning into shows like this, and then they started to share the shows, put them out there, talk to other people about these things. So quite honestly, I just want to say to the audience, don't ever underestimate your value in this war, because if it wasn't for all of you who not only saw this, but you started to push information out, talk to people, you were in this battle too. We the people are the magic formula. And I consider the audience that true we the people army who did what they did. So hats off. And Charlie, proud of the work you've done and you continue to do. You're one of my comrades, and I appreciate you. Scotty Sachs, I can only repeat what everybody else says. You're awesome.
Thank you, buddy. So are you.
Right.
So is Charlie. So is everyone coming on today. I'll say it again. My dad told me hang out with people that are smarter than you, that are better looking than you, and can teach your ass something. And that's what I do every day.
Well,
Hang out
you're
with guys
doing
like
well
you.
up to this point, then you brought me into the mix. But Freedom Patriot Street Fighter, let's talk real soon. I'd love to get you on my show again too. Thank you, buddy. It's great to see you.
You bet. You bet. Much love to both of you guys.
Thank you, Scotty. Thanks for your time, buddy. We appreciate you a lot. God bless.
God bless. Much love.
Charlie
Amen.
Simons. I want you to start by telling everybody what this tyrannical cabal, in this case, the media cabal. We know that the media carries the water for our politicians and the globalist bankers and Hollywood and the multinational corporations that are in bed with them, the education system that's in bed with them. The media is the mouthpiece of the deep state cabal. And you, like me, spent years right in the thick of it. You were on booming radio station. It used to, still does, cost a ton of money to advertise on KGO in San Francisco because there's a lot of people listening. It's a big stick, reaches, it's 50,000 watts. I think probably their week-long cume is over 1 million still, if I'm not mistaken. But you got booted from your job at KGO. Tell the audience why. It's a mind blower.
Yeah, that's right. It definitely is. Well, the KGO KSFO thing ended when Disney was buying ABC, and ABC is who I worked for. It was a great company at the time, Capital Cities. Loved it and had a great career and worked with wonderful professionals. And I wasn't leaving. I was going to retire there. I just loved it so much. I thought I'd really hit the jackpot. And then Disney comes along and buys ABC and fires everybody on all their secondary AMs, their hot talk format, they were calling it. Before that, though, I was the morning guy of Sterling and Steel, Tom Sterling, on Hot 97.7, which was just a huge flamethrower of a radio station in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I got saved. I found the Lord, and that was on a Friday. And then that Monday morning, I went on the air talking about it. I'm a Christian now. I got saved. I gave my life to Christ Jesus, which in San Francisco is a word that sends people screaming and running and looking for their safe room, just saying that name. And here I am, the #1 most listened to morning show in the Bay Area of Northern California. They freaked. Freaked. Way overreacted. If it would have been any other religion, I probably would have been praised, but because it was Christianity, and I said Christ Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and then people started calling the radio station some other Christians who were listening to the show, which I'm surprised because we were not a clean morning show. They're going, "Oh, we've been praying for you." What? And I'm putting them on the air. So that really freaked them out in management. And so that was it. At 10 o'clock, I was off the air. At 10:01, I was in the general manager's office, veins popping out of his forehead, spit flying out of his mouth. What the was that? Who the do you think you are? What the did you just do? And I said, I'm a Christian now. I'm like, oh, happy about it. Of course, as well I should be. And they lost it. And they said, you've broken your contract. You're not giving us the kind of morning show that we hired you to do. So you're gone. And just like that, I had a 6-figure income gig taken away from me because I gave my life to Christ Jesus. And trust me, it couldn't have been better to turn out that way because I had to be humbled. I was so arrogant. And I had to be humbled. And now I live my life for the Lord. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Amen and amen. And anyway, Charlie, that's my story.
Accordingly, because you live your life by the Lord, I've watched you do things that most people wouldn't do. Travel across the country with Take Our Border Back, cover the events, get involved. That's how we met. We were on a Take Our Border Back event. I forgot which one in San Diego, I think, is where we first met.
It was. We were right on the border, man. I'm not thinking of the name of the town, but
San Ysidro. San
That's
Ysidro
it.
is the name of the
San
city. Yeah.
Ysidro.
So it's a, it's hard to find guys like you that are old school broadcasters. There's very few podcasters today in the Truth or Minute movement that are old school broadcasters, except the big names, Hannity, Levin, Charlie Kirk. Their radio shows turn into podcasts. Some of them do podcasts, but you are a broadcaster turned podcaster. And when we met, we started talking about broadcasting and the business, the, inside baseball things about broadcasting. And
Yeah.
we both know who runs the show today. And I know I told you, and I want to share this with audience because there's some new people that have never heard me say this. Peter Jennings told me in 1989 at an ABC TV event, the number one rated newscaster of all time. He had more ratings than any newscaster, dinner hour, 6 o'clock news, network news. Peter Jennings had, I think at one time, 12 or 13 million homes watching. That everything we see and hear on TV and radio is a construct and a narrative. He told me over drinks. He was drinking. I was not. I was able to reel him in, talking about my grandfather. Didn't like him because he seemed to be very sympathetic with the Palestinian and the Arabs, and my grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. He had nothing against the Palestinian people, but wondered why Peter Jennings was so pro-Arab and anti-Israel. And I said, Peter, is there any truth to it? My grandfather used to throw things at the TV at you. And
Yeah,
he even flicked a cigar butt. My grandmother freaked out. He flicked a live cigar butt. Damn you. And I said, well, why do you watch this guy, Gramps, if you're always mad at him? Because he's real. He does a good job. We don't agree on this issue. He seems very pro-Arab. And I didn't really understand the war back then, sitting in my grandfather's den when I'm 10 years old watching news with him. But so I asked Peter, I told him all the whole story. My grandfather threw things at you. His answer was, well, your grandfather was intuitive because I didn't get hotel rooms. I got host families. So I lived with an Arabic family for many, like 18 months. I lived with a Palestinian Arabic family. So I sympathize, human emotion. I sympathize with him. He said, here's the punchline. It didn't matter because everything we see and hear on TV is a construct and a narrative. So apply that to the jab, the mandates, the vaccine, the whole agenda. The media was in on the gig, carrying the water for Fauci and the globalist agenda to get us jabs. Bill Gates said it. His TED Talk video is still online. You can hear Bill Gates say if we do a good job with vaccines, we can eliminate 10 to 15% of the world population. Came right out and said it on a TED Talk. They didn't even take it down online because Charlie, they've got to tell us what they're up to, don't they, the media? And that's where I'm heading with this. Being on the inside, they drop crumbs for us. They drop hints because the Satanists feel like, I think it's a code, a satanic code. Well, we're going to tell them what we're up to, but it's going to be subtle, and they're so stupid they won't pick up on it. But then we don't feel guilty because, hey, we told you so.
that's right. We did warn you in advance, so we're without guilt in this because
Right.
we let you know what we were doing. It's a sick, twisted, demented philosophy of trying to cover their own asses. But then, what else would you expect? Because they're doing their father's work just as quickly as possible, for his time is short. You mentioned Peter Jennings at the time. There were three. This is when I became really familiar with him. Was back in 90 and 91 during the Persian Gulf Watch and the Gulf Storm or the Persian. This was all George Bush stuff. This was all Saddam Hussein invading Kuwait stuff. And Peter Jennings, when the first shot was fired. Reverse that. He wound up staying on the air for almost 24 hours. So there was Tom Brokaw. Everybody knows Tom Brokaw, and there was that weirdo Dan Rather over on CBS, Tom Brokaw NBC, and then Peter Jennings on ABC.
Knucklehead, Dan Rather, knucklehead.
Yeah, no kidding. Peter Jennings was head and shoulders above them all. But yes, you hear a man like that admit what is really going on the inside. What did he have? A few cocktails in him at the time, Scotty?
Yeah, he was drinking. I was not. I still don't like. I never did like to drink. Socially, I may have a drink, but that night the buffet was so good. I didn't want to fill my belly up with alcohol. I was eating the high life. ABC put out a spread. This was in the 80s. They used to have. You remember the
heck
ABC?
Yeah, man.
You remember ABC events
we
and parties?
Throw parties. The best Christmas parties I ever went to was when I worked for
Unbelievable.
ABC. Man,
This was a fall preview party where they show the ad community, which I was a part of, negotiated hundreds of millions of dollars in deals with them. They show you the new fall preview program.
They get you excited about their new shows coming out in the fall.
Get you excited so you spend more money. Well, there was nowhere to sit. I got there an hour late. I was in a meeting. The place, that was the party of the year. Everyone was there. There was nowhere to sit. There was a little table in the back. They said, you can go sit with that gentleman. It's the only place you can sit. It's all the way in the back. You won't see the stage very well. So I don't care. Where's the buffet? God darn it. Just point me to the food, right? So I get my food. I go sit down. I'm digging in. I realize don't be rude. There's a man sitting here. Introduce yourself. I look up to introduce myself. It's Peter Jennings. And I'm sitting one-on-one with the guy, and he's drinking. He's having pops, and I go, ask him about your grandfather. Ask him about your grandfather.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll never have another chance to talk to Peter Jennings. So I waited till he had, I wasn't counting, but he had at least 4, maybe 5 drinks. When I laid that on him, and you know what he said. But for him to say everything we see and hear on TV is a construct and a narrative to fit an agenda, yet he tried his damnedest to give the news the way it really was. And yes, he admitted to a personal bias on some issues. He said the Palestinian issue. He also, what was the other issue? He told me he had a bias because
he's a Canadian. That was another issue.
That's it. NAFTA. He was very pro NAFTA because he was Canadian.
Yeah, he wasn't even American. Right.
He ended up getting an American. He had dual citizenship. By the time he left, by the time he passed away, he was a citizen of both. But R.I.P. Peter Jennings. You're a good man. You're an honest man. Maybe you had a bias for whatever. Who cares? It's so
he was a great news reader, but I doubt if he actually wrote any of the stories that he reported.
The best at whatever he was doing, which was carrying the water for the deep state. But to admit it,
and making people trust you and like you, even if you're not a trustworthy or likable person, that's their job.
Hey, Charlie, I'm going to pause because we have a Christian music artist here. He's going to do a quick song for us. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
You're gonna love this guy.
Freedom to choose USA.com. The telethon going on right now before your very ears and eyes. Who is this?
Mr. Brett Rayo. Brett Rayo, meet Mr. Charlie Simons. He is a podcaster. You guys were at an event together one time. I don't know if you got to meet, but Brett is a Christian artist, up and coming. We're going to see him around for years because I think he's all of 22 or 23. How old are you, Brett, now? 23?
Uh-oh. I don't know if you can hear it.
You guys
can you hear it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we hear you. How old are you, buddy?
23, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were about 20 because I met you were 21, and I know that was a couple years ago. So I sat down with Brett at a Reawaken America tour, Charlie, to interview him. His buddy, who's a great guy too, his buddy Charlie, New Yorker. He hustled up an interview for Brett. He said, "You got to interview this kid, Brett. He's great. He's got a social media community for Christians, and he's looking to raise money, and you can help him out." I said, "Yeah, sure. Bring him over. I'll interview him." He sat down, and I'm like, wow. If every 21-year-old was like this kid, sorry for calling you a kid, Brett. You're a man. You're a hell of a good man. But if everybody was like Brett Rayo, man, his age, now my daughter's in his age group, and she's doing well, and she's got some great friends, but not enough young men based in freedom fighting and rooted in Christianity, Judeo-Christian values. So with that said, Brett, I'm going to give you the floor and the stage to sing your heart out.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Well, hopefully you guys can hear me well with the connection and stuff. But this song is a song called Only One. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Brett.
All right, good. All right, I'm going to go for it. This one's called Only One. Hope you enjoy it. This is my latest single. I think I'm going to reproduce it, add some beat, make it more poppy. But this song's called Only One. Should be on an album releasing next month. It's out now. When chaos ensues around me, why should I doubt it all? You've always had my hand in every step, so I never fall. Why should I seek another's help when you've been here through it all? If I'm in troubled waters, I know just the one to call. The name above every name. The only one who can save my soul, creator of everything. I lay my life inside of your hands, Lord Jesus. You drew me to this place called holy, pulled me from the depths of my sin that control me. Surrounded me with love, I through my pain you console me. Hold me in your hand, every enemy below me. You say you are for me, who could be against me? You're my one and only, you always defend me. Who am I, Lord, that the King you would bless me? Be my hiding place every day, protect me. Enemies surround me, death it pursues me. Flesh trying to tempt me, and he accused me. And all of my mistakes in my mind. I hear the lion and the saying you choose me. Shouts of deliverance, free me from death. Psalm 32, how'd I get so blessed? With your arms open wide, yeah, the east to the west. Jesus Christ to the Lord, hold me close to your chest, to the best. You're the only one, the only name. You're the only one, the one who saves. You're the only one, the King of Kings. The way maker, you are the way. You're the only one, the Prince of Peace. You're the only one, the truth and the life. You're the only one, my everything. The way maker, you're the only one for me. You're the only one for me. When chaos ensues around me, why should I doubt it all? You've always had my hand in every step, so I never fall. Why should I seek another's help when you've been here through it all? If I'm in trouble, I know just the one to call. The name above every name. The only one who can save my soul. Creator of everything. I lay my life inside of your hands, Lord Jesus. The name above every name. I lay the only one who can save my soul. You're the only one. You're the only one, only one. You're the only one, Jesus. Praise the Lord. Hope that worked.
We're totally not prepared for good audio here, neither on my end or your end. We're just
I don't know
winging
if the
it.
connection is working, but I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah, we heard it. We heard it. A couple of little pauses, but sounds great. Your voice. You're one of the few guys I could listen to a cappella. If I sang a cappella, the whole broadcast would melt down. We'd be out of business here. I don't know about Charlie, but that was great, Brett. Brett, I want
Thank
you
you,
to tell
brother.
our audience where they can find your music, please.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you can find it at brettrayo.com. So I think it's right here, BRETTRAIO.com. And also Spotify, Apple Music, Instagram, all platforms pretty much. So yeah, YouTube. So I hope it encourages you guys. I have like 100+ songs out right now. But this year I'm working on like a worship album and some other big projects. So May 31st, a worship album should be on the way and some other things too. So hope it blesses everybody.
Hey, buddy, send me a music video of yours, and we'll play it later today in the broadcast.
Cool. I
All
appreciate
right.
that. I'll send it over.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. God bless you guys in Jesus' name.
Thank
Thank you
you,
for what you guys are doing.
Brett Rayo. We're going to follow his career, man. He is awesome. This does not do him justice, this setup we have on StreamYard. He was not filtered with professional equipment. We don't have the right equalizers to make him sound great, but his voice is unbelievable.
Well, he sounded great to me, and the only thing lacking was he seemed to be having some poor Wi-Fi or some bad Wi-Fi issues.
Yeah.
But there's nothing you can do to help with that. But no, we got the point. We got the point. He's incredibly talented, and now we know where to find him. RAIO, right? ScottRayo.com.
Brett Rayo.
Or Brett. I'm sorry, Brett with two
right.
T's. I'm still
Two
thinking
T's,
about
Brett, BRETTRAIO.com. Charlie, I am going to bring someone into our conversation. She is on the board of Freedom to Choose, and she's a freedom fighter, a prayer warrior. I could leave you guys alone for an hour. You guys would just start talking, but I want you to meet Betty Camp. Betty, meet Charlie Simons.
Hey, Charlie, nice to meet you.
Well, thank you. Right back at you. Glad. I love the work that you're doing. Thank you for doing it. Thank you so much for doing this.
God breathed, God sends us work. And just to segue into a question I have for you, you were fired for your faith. You stand among many giants biblically who, were martyred for their faith. And there's a saying in Christian circles, it's not found in the Bible, but it says that when God closes the door, he opens the window. And scripture teaches in Romans 8:28 that says, and we know that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purposes. So with that in mind, how has God used you? You were fired from KGO. How has he expanded your territory? What has he done since that's even better than what you were doing on public radio?
That's the prayer of Jabez you just referenced, expand your territory. And I prayed for that. I prayed for that for quite a while, because I thought it was all over. I couldn't even buy a job back in the business. They pretty successfully, the company I was with pretty successfully blacklisted me. And the word spread so fast that he became some kind of religious nut. And he went off on the air, and it was just holding church on the air. They just expanded their own territory through lies. I went through quite a process of losing everything. I went from being first in the business to absolutely, in the eyes of the business, last. I was a loser. I had all these great things. I did it to myself, kind of thing, but it had to happen. I had to be humbled. I was so arrogant, and wound up volunteering for City Team Ministries. They're the ones who run the Gospels, the Christian gospel missions in the Bay Area. The best thing that could ever happen to me. It got so bad. I was couch hopping, and when I couldn't stay on a friend's couch, I was sleeping in my truck, which thank God was paid for. And I had my clothes with me, and I was volunteering at City Team Ministries because they fed me twice a day.
Oh my gosh.
That's how bad it got. And then I got my first job a year later. It took a year to get a job. I went from the 4th largest market in the nation to Merced, California. Anybody who knows that? It's a little farming community.
Yes. My son graduated from UC Merced. I know exactly where it is. Oh,
good. Okay. Well, I'll say hello to the branding iron for you. But love that place. It was quite an amazing journey, but an extraordinarily important one. I had to start all over. And the more vocal I got about, I think everything the media's been doing has been wrong, has been horrible, has been divisive, and purposefully so, to tear us apart and to influence and utilize their tremendous power. And I've watched it. It's so funny, even though I did come back and wound up later working for ABC and back in the city of San Francisco, as they call it. The Lord brought everything back. He really did. He really did bless me. I went through my Job moment, and it's just been a tremendous ride. And thank God I love roller coasters, so I didn't have a problem with so many highs and lows. But now I've become so vocal about what the media has been doing. I realize that's my ministry, is to
Amen.
the Ephesians 5:11, be no part of the works of darkness, but instead even expose them. And that's what drives me. That's what powers me. And God's Holy Spirit guides and directs me. And I'm so grateful for that. But I'm really tremendously grateful doing the podcast, because now I get to, even though I have had channels deleted, I've had shows taken off, I've been threatened by social media giants, which are now in their own definite bad place because of people like you, who are saying,
Amen.
the only thing that these evil people recognize and respect and will react to is legal action.
Mhm.
That seems to be the only thing that will have any kind of effect. That's what you're doing. And I love to be a part of this, because I want to help. I want to try and get as many people to give during this telethon as possible, and to continue following the progress at freedomtochooseusa.com. Follow what they're doing, learn about it, find out about it, get excited about it, let others know about it. freedomtochooseusa.com, because they are going to battle against horrific, tyrannical bureaucrats and very crooked and wicked politicians, especially in my home state of California. May God bless you.
We'll
Forget
talk
about
about
me.
San Francisco. I am a public school teacher in San Francisco, so I know exactly what you are talking about. I love that you are promoting the website. The website is, we are about education. That was our mandate, was to educate. We don't push, you should make this decision. We push, you get the freedom to make your own decision. And here are the resources that you can use to stand up for what you believe in, because this country was founded on the freedom to live your life and pursue your, the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, to free speech. Our Constitution, the foundation of it is our freedoms. And so that's what Freedom to Choose USA fights for. And there is a location there called the Vault, where there are scores of documents that you can go to help you in your cause, whether you want to use a religious approach, or you want to use a legal standpoint. The documents are there, and it's chronicled for you so that you have the resources. I want to get back a little bit to, I want to encouragement. Those of you who are listening, you can go to freedomtochooseusa.com, go to the Vault, and find the documents that you need if you are being harassed. I want to go back to what you said about God humbling you. All of us on the board have gone through the ringer. God takes us to a place of darkness, those humbling moments, those Job moments, because it's kind of like he put you through the refiner's fire. He burned away all of the unnecessary chaff when you were in public radio, and you had just become a new believer. So he had to yank you out of there. Otherwise, you would have gotten sucked back in.
What would have changed if I would have gone back on the air that Monday and not even talked about it, and kept doing the same kind of dirty show we were doing just to maintain that paycheck and those ratings? And that's how we had attained such success. We, as in my partner at the time, I was part of a morning team. But no, that had to go. That had to go. That part of my life had to go. Otherwise, nothing would have changed. You're right. Absolutely.
Would have
Thank you,
changed.
Lord.
And so many people have lost jobs, and I want to have them see it as, I know your finances. How do I pay the bills? But sometimes God will use that to bring you to a new place where you get recalibrated and refocused and God uses you for something even greater in his kingdom. And that's what this telethon is about, to help you guys get to a new place, a place of power. And knowledge is power.
I have a quick confession. I don't know why I'm sharing this. I just feel honesty is the best policy. So you guys know I've been producing TV and radio 40 years, and I learned a lot about who you pair together on stage or on screen or on camera. And I knew I could put two San Franciscans together and you guys would just go at it, and I can go take a break and have a cup of coffee. Because you know what? I only had one cup today. I don't know about you guys. I need a cup for each eye every morning.
Yeah, you got to catch up. Yeah, buddy. You're falling behind.
I'm on my second finally. But in all seriousness, I knew you guys would relate on so many levels. The Christianity, the geography of where you both cut your teeth. Charlie, you in media, Betty in education. Is there any difference between the mainstream media, the education system? No, they're the same con artists and power brokers running both. They've destroyed both. They've destroyed our media. The media was okay back in the 30s and 20s and maybe up until the 40s. But, the CIA admitted in the 50s, Charlie, they infiltrated our industry in the 50s with Operation Mockingbird Media. They put CIA operatives in all the media. Betty, they brought Chinese Communist Party into the education system. They're on every college campus. They're in every school board almost. There is a Chinese Communist Party influence. I've been told in 3,000 counties, they're probably in 90% of them. They're maybe missing some of the real rural counties, but they have sunk their teeth into education and media. And I knew you guys would relate without even knowing why you're relating. But now you know. I broke the secret sauce here, guys. I put you together. I knew you could really go on together. Betty, what do you want to ask Charlie? He's been around a long time, covered a lot of the fight. He's been podcasting for 5 years now, right, Charlie? 4 years, 5 years?
Three and a half.
Three and a half. Okay.
I've been in the
I'm
media
making you older than you are. Sorry
I've
about
been in
that.
radio and television all my life. Yeah.
I guess I wanted to tell you, what are you up to right now? What are you doing right this minute that's like really relevant?
I have a podcast. The Lord gave me the name. And I'm not kidding. It was in the middle of the night, woke me up. I'm thinking about, I'm going to start this podcast. I hadn't chosen a name and I'm praying about it. And all of a sudden I hear that small, still voice, which we all know, right?
Yep.
Tell me, do not talk. I'm like, what? It's a talk show. What do you mean, do not talk? Do not talk. One thing my grandfather always taught me, do not talk about religion or politics. It's too divisive. It'll make you enemies. Don't talk about those things. Now, I love and respect and admire my grandfather, and I can't wait to see him again because he did get saved towards the end of his life. And one of the first things I'm going to say is, Pop, you were wrong about that. I don't think we should ever stop talking about it, because that's put us in the position where we are now. So do not talk. Once the Lord made it clear to me, I am to talk about those two things. That's become the focus of the show, and it always is. And I'm on Rumble, rumble.com/do not talk, rumble.com/do not talk. For anybody who wants to follow along, follow that channel. I sure would appreciate it. Thank you for joining me in this battle. And we are in a battle. It's a spiritual battle all the time. The word tells us that, doesn't it? So Betty, Scotty makes an amazing point that I hadn't put together until he said that. It dawned on me. You and I have both been, because predominantly my career before I got saved was in what's called top 40 radio. I'm playing the hits, and the hits were getting dirtier and more ridiculous and horrible. And the dirtier my show got, the higher the ratings went. I mean, it was like Howard Stern, kind of stupid, dirty. And it worked. It was very successful because I was good at it. And that had to be taken away. But the enormity of what I had done in my career up to that point, one time I'm driving with City Team Ministries to pick up a donation from a corporation that was giving business to our family outreach. And we were going to pick up all this furniture and take it to the warehouse and give it to anybody who was in need. Never asked for any money, never took any money unless they wanted to make a donation. But other than that, it was free. You've got the need. We'll do what we can to take care of that for you. That was our goal. And I'm riding with my supervisor, who oddly enough was named Peter. And this guy so boldly spoke out for Jesus no matter where we were. In that very elevator on the way to pick up that equipment, we're riding up to the top floor of this very big building. Someone gets on the elevator and I'm like, oh, don't say anything. Don't say anything about Jesus. Please don't say anything about Jesus. And right away he goes, do you know Jesus Christ? To this woman who walked on the elevator. I'm like, oh, I was embarrassed. I was humiliated. And now I just admire and respect him and realize what he did was teach me how to boldly speak out for the Lord. But we were on our way back to the warehouse after loading up all this furniture. And it dawned on me. I mean, it hit me in the face what I had been doing with my career and my life up to that point, which was influencing young people. It was always popular music, so our audience was usually younger than I was. I was close to 30 at the time. The enormity of the influence I had over young people. So you had not you, but the education system had them growing up. Now I take over from there. High school, college, young people. I'm having horrible influence over them. And what I was doing and encouraging them and to live the way I was living, which was serving myself. I was being my own God. And the enormity hit me. And thank God I was there with Peter in that truck, because I wailed. I wept so hard when I realized what I had been doing for the devil up to that point. And I begged the Lord to forgive me. He prayed with me, and I begged him to turn things around and make that right. Like Paul's moment to Damascus, that was mine. And thank God I wasn't struck blind for 3 days, but it was overwhelming what I had done. Now, at what point as a teacher, as an instructor, did you see God's light? Did you realize, holy cow, I've been part of the system. I've been working with the devil himself to indoctrinate these children. What happened with you in that point?
I've been a believer since I was 13 years old. So I got into education as a believer. When I first started, I even had kids say, come and tell me afterwards when they would first meet me, and they'd be saying to their parents, they'd ask me, Miss Camp, are you a believer? And I'd tell them yes. And they're like, I knew it. I was telling my mom and dad, Mom, Dad, I think she's a believer, the way she talks. So I'm like Secret Service. You know what I mean? I'm like quiet little infiltrator, planting little seeds without them even knowing. Culturally, it was just Holy Week. And in Spain, they celebrate Holy Week. So why wouldn't I tell you that they celebrate Holy Week? And it's a celebration of the life and death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's cultural. So I get to infiltrate those little minds. And how it's changed. I mean, I taught 25 years ago, and it has changed. I just recently went back into teaching and in the public school in San Francisco. And you guys, they don't watch TV. This generation, they don't watch TV. I asked them, what's your favorite
or listen
show?
to the radio.
We don't. No, they're on their phones. The bane of my existence is getting those kids to listen to me and get off TikTok or whatever it is they're watching. They are on their shows. It's the social media. It's what we are doing right now. This is the new TV. This is what has got their attention. And I'm telling you, there is an evil agenda out there. The tentacles are deep. They are going after unraveling our society and indoctrinating our kids through TikTok. And it's no wonder there should be controls, because they are being taught and indoctrinated through all of those social medias. They are normalizing what used to be illicit, depraved behavior has become normal. And what's good is bad and what's bad is good, just like Jesus predicted and said that it would happen. It has happened. And goodness is now being seen as bad, and bad is good. And I'm seeing
exactly like Jesus said it was going to happen.
Yep. I
Yeah.
see
You know,
every day.
Betty, you put on the glasses, put the hair up. You can
Right?
infiltrate any classroom and get kids.
Exactly.
You look so harmless.
I look and
You
sound
look
so
so
liberal, don't
Yeah.
I? I know how to talk.
Charlie, I'm glad you shared your I'll call it your come to Jesus moment in show business. I had one and I just decided never to work with that artist again because I didn't want to project him onto the whole industry, because I had a great experience with Johnny Cash, a man of God who truly gave up the bottle and found the Lord and praised the Lord and all the good things you want in a man. Johnny Cash, as a young man, was probably not a real good man, but I worked with him in his later years and had a great experience with him. And remember, I think I told this on your show, Charlie, he wouldn't go to meetings with me, not with the radio networks, not with his record label, who sent us a letter saying, you guys can't air that radio show you're working on because we own the music, Johnny. You forgot? You got to pay us our cut. So I said, Johnny, you got to come to this meeting with me. We're meeting with your record label to negotiate the rights deal. All I want you to do is sit there and stare at the VP of sales just stare at him like this. Cross your arms, fold your arms, and stare at him while I negotiate, right? He wouldn't go. So a week later, I'm in the green room with his wife, June Carter Cash, and I asked her, he will not answer the question, why won't you go to meetings? His pat response, I asked him 3 times and then I stopped asking. Son, you don't want to know what I know about these people. You just don't want to know. So that's all he would say. What the hell? What the hell could you tell me about him to be that bad? Well, June spilled the beans one night in the green room, one very cold winter night, I remember. She said the reason he doesn't go to meetings with you is because it's a Luciferian cult. They worship Satan. They're a Luciferian satanic cult, and they worship Satan. I asked her to repeat it because there was no internet. And I had to go to the library and research it and look up. I had heard of Satan, but I didn't really know what Satan was. I was 30 years old. You think I ever studied Satanism or Satan? I didn't. Yeah, it's a bad thing. That's all I knew. So now I go read up on it. And I'm like, wow. I'm working with an industry. And the music industry was a part-time thing. I'd get calls from over-the-hill artists to create content and syndicate it for them to give them another year or so of their life. And Johnny was pretty over the hill, and so was the next guy who I had the worst experience with, James Brown, the godfather of soul. Now,
I've heard stories.
He supposedly found the Lord, supposedly had become a good man. He had served time in jail. He was on his Living in America tour. Living in America. Great song, by the way. I still like it. It is.
Song. I love that song.
It's a great song. I can get past who he is. He didn't write the song. He performed it, yes, but he didn't write it.
I don't think he wrote anything.
And the media was all about James Brown because they're all in it making money, right? The media writes the positive reviews. They get the readership. The record labels get the sales. Everybody's happy. I'm on tour with James Brown. He's got 4 women in his group singing. 2 in front of the stage, clearly in their 40s. I had no doubt these women were late 30s to mid 40s. 2 girls in the back of the stage looked in their 20s with hair and makeup. Well, they were backstage one night, just the 2 of them, no hair and makeup, smoking cigarettes. I came up to them. They go, he, here's the TV guy. He, you know, I'm like, wait, these girls are young. They're giggling, smoking cigarettes, and talking silly about me because I'm the TV guy, producing a TV show out of this mess here called Living in America. I said, after talking to them a few minutes, how old are you girls? I'm just curious. You don't, just me. I'm not going to talk, but I know you're young. How old are you?
Yeah.
14 and 15 years old. Where are your parents? Oh, our parents signed releases. They love James Brown. We're on tour with James Brown. Our parents we got a manager. James has a manager watching over us. Right. Do you know why this is a big problem? because James and other members of the band routinely stopped those girls backstage, grabbed their behinds, pinched their nipples. I'm sorry, I got to tell it like it is. Pinched them, groped them, diddled them, whatever you want to call it, guys. And I never saw anything except over clothes, but they would go behind closed door with James and band members at times. I watched them walk behind closed doors. What do you think? Was James was rehearsing them behind closed doors? I don't think so. I left that tour thinking, what the hell am I doing? I knew at 30 years old, you don't go there. I think, when you're a kid, you don't go there, right? When an adult touches a kid, I think a kid knows it's wrong. I think these girls knew it was wrong, but their parents signed a release. They were put in the hands of the management. I believe they began to think it was right, that this was normal, right? It goes on. They're on tour with the band. The band's groping them. No big deal. So I pretty much stayed away from those girls. I didn't want to get in the middle of that. And we were only on tour a couple more days. I finished my work. I never worked for James Brown again. And I was very careful who I worked with because Johnny was great. James was a mess. And Kenny Rogers was a cool dude too. I just want to go on record saying that. And there's a band called Little Big Town.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 of them. 2 are cool guys. 2 are pedophiles. I said it. They can come sue me. It's true. It's 2 and 2. So the point I raise is I want to remind our audience, the whole thing, Betty with education, you with radio and media, me in the music industry, we are a byproduct of working for people who enforce the jab on us. It's the same people, the same cabal, the same overlords, the same tyrants. They are the same people that initiated these jab mandates, that forced people, that good man Gabe we had on to lose his job. Well, he kept his job because he stood up. Many people that are defending, that are plaintiffs after these defendants lost their job. Many people we know. Everybody knows someone who lost their job because they wouldn't take a jab, right? So everybody knows someone who got sick from a jab. I bet we all know someone who died either not from the jab or in the hospital with remdesivir.
Hospital protocols. Yes. My best friend was murdered by a hospital.
Hospital protocols were designed to kill people. Remdesivir with the ventilators spreading the drug through your body, elevating that remdesivir at warp speed with the ventilators through your lungs and your
Would shut down the kidneys.
The kidney goes after the kidney first. Exactly. So
they lay there and drown in their own body fluids because their kidneys are not processing because of the remdesivir. And I asked the question when I was still on the radio, why is Dr. Fauci pushing a drug that makes no sense? Nobody seems to explain why remdesivir was the drug of choice. Nobody seems to explain what it does, why it's so necessary, and why they insist on it. Even if you said no to it as a family member, you had somebody go in, you said, no, don't give them that remdesivir. Most people didn't even know what it was or how to explain it. I was one of them. I had to learn. The reason is they made 3 to 4 times the amount of money from the federal government, our tax dollars, for every person that died while they were in their care. And that's still going on. You realize that hasn't changed. That's still happening.
That's why they were altering documents of those who died from a motorcycle accident or died from
COVID,
an overdose, or died from a heart attack to death by COVID, because they got, I think it was $34,000. Every hospital got paid to create that COVID death so they could build up the stats, right? So the whole thing, you think they thought this through in 6 months? Somebody earlier today, who was it, said they were, Sarah Westall said they were probably planning this exact agenda for 20 years at least. They had every base covered. They didn't miss a stitch. They're brilliant. They're brilliant at evil, aren't they?
I've got a cousin who's a pediatrician that gets paid probably $300 to $800 every time she jabs a kid with a vaccine.
Yeah. Yeah, they're incentivized to do it financially, even from the health insurance companies. It's crazy. But the ultimate goal, we know what that is, right?
Right.
Of course.
Right.
I mean, the jab agenda, or are you talking about the goal of COVID?
All of it. What was the jab agenda? What is it ultimately really all about? I mean, I have my
Eugenics.
theory.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm calling the population.
exactly.
Yeah.
The hospitals were
What are they? What was
I
on the Georgia Guidestones? What does the United Nations promote? It's all about
right.
depopulation, isn't it?
Depopulation,
Depopulation.
population control. Hospitals were compensated 120,000 per COVID death.
Right. At least that's the minimum.
They were incentivized to let them die because they got more money if they died.
Right.
What evil is that?
Let that
It-
picture
it-
sink in. There's a little girl getting jabbed. That sweet little girl getting jabbed there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I love that you're doing this telethon, and I pray that you will go to their website and you will watch the guests that they have on today and promote this on your own social media. Hey, this is going on right now. Did you know about this? This is happening right now. Tune in, watch what's going on, because this is all about. I'm no longer trying to wake up the sheep. I'm trying to wake up the other lions.
Mhm.
And it's happening. It's so exciting to see the Lord working through people like you to get the word out about this is what they did. Now they have to pay. The only way they respect that is because, I mean, how many on the left are actually attorneys? It seems like politicians wise, 90-something% on the left are attorneys. That's the only thing they respond to. That's the only thing that that will stop them is legal action. So I love what you're doing. This is effective. This is how you're effective against this kind of tyranny, to make sure not only do we stop them, we make them pay, we shine the light on it. Like the word says, what is done in darkness will be exposed by the light. We're exposing it, all of us, in what's considered now alternative media. First time somebody called me that, I'm like, no, I'm regular media. And I go, oh, no, wait, no, I'm not. Thank God I'm alternative media. So go to freedomtochooseusa.com, freedomtochooseusa.com. If you can help financially, this is costing a lot of money when you go through a legal system and a legal process. There's many volunteering their time right now. Yeah, I got it up here too. freedomtochooseusa.com.
Yeah, or givesendgo.com. There it is.
That's
The
what-
ticket tape's got it. Givesendgo.com.
Guys,
Right
I
there.
have an update on our donations.
Yeah.
We are at $1,400. Well, that's about $350 an hour. It's great. We love you all. Thank you for donating, but it's nowhere near enough. By the end of the day, if we get $350 an hour, we'll have about $5,000, and that's great because it's $5,000 more than we got right now. But boy, we'd sure like to double or triple that number. So givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Charlie, I should keep you around all day. You're a great pitch man.
Right?
I'm not giving a spiel. I'm not trying to turn this into a commercial, but ultimately that's what the media is all about, is to get information out there. And if you can find people who are on the right, and especially doing this work, this is my ministry. This is for the Lord. The show is called Do Not Talk because I am talking about two things you're never supposed to talk about. One decides what life is going to be like here on earth. The other one decides what life is going to be like when you leave it.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it very important. So thank you for doing this. And if you can, and Betty, I'd love to have you on my show too. I'd love that. But can we get to the Gifts and Go through freedomtochooseusa.com? Can we get to the Gifts and Go there?
Yes, they posted a link there as well on the website.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
Charlie, I'll put you in touch with Betty. I know one day Betty's going to have her own podcast, but
Kimberly, the Kimber and Boo show. Kimberly wants to come on, so bring her on in a sec. But what I want to say, I want to encourage everybody listening, everybody watching, that you wonder, what can I do? And you're fearful, and you're like, I don't know how to be brave, like Betty and Kimberly and Charlie and Scotty. But you can You can be the quiet warrior by giving your resources to give, send, go, so that we can keep this fight alive. See, keeping us in the courts where all the liberals hang out and keeping these court cases alive chips away. It starts to get them all thinking, maybe I should think twice the second time around. So it keeps it alive where it needs to be, at the forefront, at the front lines. So your
Yeah.
donation.
And I want to remind everybody, 100% of these donations are going into our legal fund. There's no administration fees. Betty, Kimberly, Neil, nobody's taking a dime of this money. And Charlie, I'm going to let you go because we asked you to stay for an hour, and you've more than fulfilled your obligation. Love hanging out with your brother.
Same here. And I heard you mention Kim. You talking about Kimberly Yater?
No, she'll be on later. I'll let.
Okay, good.
Now that I'm going to introduce you to the other Kim if she's still in the waiting room. Yeah, there she is. This is Kimberly we're talking about. She's founder of Freedom to Choose. Kimberly Stiller. Say hello to Charlie.
Founder.
Charlie, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. I love everything that you've shared. I love your heart. I especially love your testimony of all that God has done in and through you. And I pray that you will continue to thrive and be successful in kicking in the gates of hell, taking names for the kingdom, because that's really what this is all about.
Absolutely. It's all for the Lord Jesus. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Scotty. It's been an honor and a privilege. And anything I can do to help from this point forward, count me in.
All right, Charlie.
Amen.
Thanks. And I'll connect you with these ladies so you can hang out with good-looking women too, like me.
Great. Right on. All right. Talk to you all later.
We'll see you, Charlie. Bye-bye. We are waiting for Dave Hodges. He's up next. I don't see him. Nope, Dave's not in the green room yet. I want to mention to the audience, you see me looking at my phone and texting. I'm not being rude. I am handling production alone here today. So I'm just texting with producer Mark, who's feeding me good information. Remind you that 100% of the donations are going to our legal fund. Doge can come audit us, right? We're clean. Come on, Doge. Come audit our books, because
Came at me, bro. Yep.
whatever money we've had has been spent on legal fees and legal expenses. So that's all we got. Ladies, I'm going to get a hold of Dave. So I'm going to let you carry on a conversation. Hold the fort down for me. Thank you.
You betcha. You betcha. Oh, it's Kimmy. Our prayers come true. We've got the Kimber and Boo show.
Right. I was saying the Kimber and Boo show. Woohoo! Hey, everybody. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are Kimberly Stiller and
Betty Camp.
And we represent the Executive Board of Directors for Freedom to Choose LA/USA. You can find us at freedomtochooseusa.com. And we are here on the Never Again telethon. And we are rallying. This is kind of like our battle cry, right, Betty?
Yes, absolutely. We're getting the troops. We're getting information out there. Keeping it alive in the courts, that we have survived this long. I mean, to tell them that this is the biggest lawsuit in the nation, right? 4,000 plaintiffs. What are the stats on that? The biggest lawsuit in the nation.
The original lawsuit was 5,476 plaintiffs. And that included, above the line, below the line, and all of the families. And the plaintiffs.
What were the entities we were suing?
We were suing the state of California, the city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles, the largest school district, the Los Angeles Unified School District.
LAUSD.
And LACO, which is the Los Angeles County Educational,
County of Education.
So we definitely made an impact. I really believe, even though we officially lost that case, And when we turned around, we appealed. We filed 5 separate appeals on the main case, but that was literally 3.5 years of just standing firm and being relentless and not going away silently into the night. And I think that there really was a victory, Betty. I mean,
I agree.
Why? Why do you agree with me?
Well, because the real victory was the message that we sent. So we may not have won in the courts, because you got to remember, those are bought off and paid for judges. What's the agenda? That's they work through bribery and what's the other word? Bribery and whatever it is. They're bought off. So it's no wonder we lost those cases, but we won in getting the message out, because they were scared. They sent their big guns. Every district sent lawyers, and they were, why are we here? All of the people who fought, from principals on up to supervisors, were forced to rethink mandating employees to do something against their will. And they are now seeing the byproduct. They're seeing the deaths. Kimberly, how many funerals for you? In the 2 years, over 30. How many funerals did we used to attend? We'd see one once every few years, and we saw how many. You saw how many? 30 in a matter of 2 years. Some of my husband's employees lost family member after family member, and that death jab did 2 things. Some people started to realize that COVID, was causing something, and then it caused other people to be so afraid. Oh, you see, I better take the jab because people are dying. They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what those murderous scoundrels knew exactly what they were doing when they rolled out this agenda, which has been for years. How, you can't patent something that exists already in nature. How is it that COVID is patented?
Yeah, but you know what, Betty? The critical thinking component really was like out to lunch. I mean, they really leveraged fear.
Yep.
I mean, when you think about fear on the battlefield of life, right? I mean, so many people were paralyzed. So many people were just gripped by everything. And you know what? The assault was coming from every direction. We were getting it from everywhere, right? Talk about guerrilla warfare, right, sister?
Yep. And that's all we saw 24/7 on the news was COVID, and the stats and the fake views of all the bodies. Scotty was showing a video of somebody, what was on Scotty McKay's thread. One of the bodies got up and somebody had to replace the bag because they were just faking the numbers. They faked the numbers. Suddenly, nobody was dying of cancer anymore during COVID. COVID cured cancer. COVID cured the flu.
Wait. It cured the flu.
Right? It cured the common flu. No, nobody was getting the flu because they weren't around, because they were housebound. Somehow they were getting COVID being housebound, but not the flu. Explain that to me. It cured cancer. It cured heart disease. Oh my goodness. Everybody died of COVID. I've got a friend who will testify. Her husband died. The hospital called it COVID because, you get money for it being called a COVID death. Her daughter couldn't live with that. She had to know why her daddy died. And it ended up being, he died of a heart attack, not COVID.
Wow.
But they wouldn't do an autopsy.
How about the fact that everywhere we went for that 3-year period, you couldn't go into public places. You had to stand 6 feet apart. The grocery stores wouldn't let you come in if you didn't have a mask on. I mean, we were assaulted on every level, at least in the Los Angeles area. I don't know. Was it like that in the Bay Area, Betty?
Yes. Oh my gosh. There were restaurants that posted signs. You cannot come in here. We will not serve you if you don't have a mask, or no. And if you are not jabbed, you can't come in here if you're not jabbed.
Right.
Wow. The most liberal city, one of the most liberal cities, in the world. And, suddenly my body, my choice goes right out the window. Well, not when other people's lives are at stake. Wow.
Right. Remember when we were talking about what we were going to call this thing? we were talking about, what are we going to call it? Because in the beginning, it was called Neil's List, right? Everybody was texting my husband saying, oh, add me to Neil's List, And Neil and I are looking at each other, scratching our heads, and you and I are chatting back and forth. And I'm like, dude, what are we going to call it? What are we going to call it? And somehow, I don't remember if it was you or me that came up with, hey, let's spin the my body, my choice thing. Remember that?
Yep.
And it was like, oh my goodness, that was the moment freedom to choose was born. Is because we were literally calling out the hypocrisy. Oh, wait, I thought it was my body, my choice. I thought really that it was my body, my choice. It's no longer my body, my choice.
Nope. It's our body and our choice. Yep. This is like, we're living in an alternate universe.
Betty, you were looking for the words bribery and blackmail.
Blackmail.
Those were blackmail. That's the currency. Sarah, I didn't know, learned today, Sarah Westall coined the phrase blackmail is the currency. I've been saying on Sovereign Radio for several years, bribery and blackmail are the currency of the deep state. I heard that from, I believe, John B. Wells, who is a great broadcaster of many years. His show's called Caravan to Midnight. I didn't think of it. I coined it. And he didn't trademark it, so why not use it? Because it's so true. And when we think about the depth of this agenda, it were so many things that they were able to accomplish. Let's start with divide and conquer. How did they divide those who took the jab and those who didn't? Because they used the media to make those of us who stood up to the jab as bad people. We're not Americans. We're not patriots. We're horrible. As if somehow the 10 Commandments compelled us to take the jab for our neighbors. If you won't take it for yourself, take it for your neighbor. Take it for your family member who you're going to get sick. I didn't get it. I didn't give it to anybody. I didn't take the jab. I never got COVID. I got a cold. I got a flu bug. Everyone had a little cold or a flu, sniffles, whatever. It was just a flu, people. And yes, if you were 72 years old, it hits you harder than if you were 42. And it was a detriment, a more concentrated flu if you were elderly. But the average American got the flu bug, and they freaked us all out to the point where I had a friend going, don't come over. I'm sick. I got COVID. If you come over without the jab, you're going to kill me. He actually said I could kill him. I said, you don't realize you're going to harm me through shedding. He didn't know what shedding was. I'm not going to harm you one iota not getting the jab. You're going to harm me 10 times worse with your shedding. And so they started with divide and conquer. Of course, Bill Gates, we do a good job with vaccines. We'll eliminate 15% of the world. Let's not forget the greed and profit motive of Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Let's not forget putting small businessmen out of business. How many should I go on and on? The agenda accomplished so many things. They are brilliant at evil. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Well, they even divided families. I mean,
oh yeah,
Betty and I personally know families that were completely divided, and threats were made that because of one person not getting the vaccine and everybody else did, or maybe somebody in the family was having a wedding and you're not going to be invited to the wedding because you didn't get the vaccine. I mean, there were, I literally have two nieces. One niece was instructed by her spouse to get the vaccine. And my other niece, who is still a perinatologist, wrong. not a perinatologist. She is a
Neonatal
nurse
nurse.
practitioner. And she was sending out, texts to the family saying, don't get it, don't get it, don't get it. Even my son, who was in the process of healing from his broken neck, which, by the way, I've said earlier that he did break his neck. And that was one of the catalysts that really launched our fight here. I can testify that God supernaturally healed my son, and he is totally well, never had to have surgery, was never paralyzed, and God is merciful. But the bottom line is, even my son's neurologist told us that the COVID vaccine is experimental, and that as far as they could tell, it was causing swelling on the brainstem. And that was exactly where our son's fracture in his C1 was right there. And so, yeah, we were being told not to take it because of the spike proteins as a family. Mm-hmm. And then Neil's employer is saying, oh, you have to take it. You have to take it. And we're like, we have medical documentation, but they wouldn't even accept that because that doctor was not in the state of California. How do you like that? Is that amazing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh no, I had I'm the only one in my family that did not get the vax. All of them got vaccinated, despite the fact that I had been screaming about it for weeks, months prior to the vaccine getting out, sending all kinds of videos to my kids. My husband knew where I stood on it. He got vaxxed anyways. I had a family member who is a believer actually say, I'm not going to kick you out of the house because you're not vaxxed, but if my husband dies from COVID, I'll never forgive you. He got COVID twice from his nurse daughter who's been uber vaccinated. COVID twice. Would he forgive her? Yeah. No, talk about dividing families.
Yeah.
Yeah. The grace of God.
Yeah. The hypocrisy was just incredible. I mean, just, they assaulted us from every level that you could imagine. I mean, I refused to wear a mask when I walked into Costco or Trader Joe's or any of the local grocery stores. I actually had a letter written that unless they wanted to admit to being medically trained, they were not allowed to tell me that I could not wear a mask because they were not medically trained to say whether or not I was contagious. And I literally handed that to them and said, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have the right to restrict me from the access of buying food. That is not a right that you have as a store. And I literally walked around these stores without a mask, and people would look at me going, why don't you have a mask? And I'm like, why are you complying? You don't have to comply. And I mean, it was pretty wild. I mean, I was definitely a disruptor. Scotty, one of the things that I really saw in our relationships were people who were not willing to comply, people who were not willing to bow down, people who were not willing to completely ignore what seemed to be common sense and critical thinking. I mean, it was so bizarre to me that you could go to a restaurant, wear a mask, but you could take it off to eat. I mean, I was like, wait a minute, where's the logic in that? I was just so mind boggled, totally.
Kimberly, I knew all logic was out the window. One night, late at night, the only place open was Walgreens, and I knew they had a DiGiorno's pizza, and I hadn't eaten all day, and I thought, I'll throw a pizza. Eating pizza before bed, real smart, right? But pepperoni and onion, no less. But anyway, I go into Walgreens, and the manager knew me. He had been working there a solid year. We had several conversations. He said, I see you here a lot. I said, I've lived in this neighborhood 20 years. I've been shopping at this store. So he had that frame of reference. He knew I was laid back and we could talk. And so this is now COVID. And I walk in and he's got, I think he had 3 masks on. And he said, excuse me, Scotty, you can't come into my store without a mask. Really mean. I said, Larry, are you kidding me? Here's my money. I gave him $10 the pizza. I knew it was like less than that with tax. I said, here's my money. Go get me the pizza. You know the pizza. Yeah. Go get me the pizza. I can't do that. I said, well, then I'll do it. And I barge in the store without my mask. And I go to the freezer and I pull out the pizza and he's chasing me down the aisle. Get out of my store. Get out of my store. I said, I think you got it wrong. I think this is my store. I've been shopping here 20 years. You're a worker bee that's going to pass through this system. I may live here another 20 years. As long as the store is open, I'll be shopping here. So we'll go on 21 years now. It's my store, not your store. Well, I'm the manager of the store, and I got to get you out of the store without a mask. So I said, okay. And I lost my cool. I didn't say a word. I shoved the pizza in his gut. I said, then you have the pizza. And I just walked out of the store, gave him the pizza back because he wasn't going to ring up the sale anyway. And I thought this was a guy that was level-headed, common sense, never had a problem. We even talked a little politics. I knew he was on the left. I knew he didn't support Trump. He had talked about how he was going to vote for Biden. No, sorry. Yeah, Biden. It was Biden. Biden was right in COVID period. So unbelievable. The common sense of these people went out the window. Nothing. I mean, if you're running a store and you know a guy's a 20-year customer and you can't let him in without a mask, God forbid, for 30 seconds to buy a pizza, turn your head the other way, buddy. It's what I said. Right. Turn your head. You got someone at the register. Just turn your head. I'll go buy. Okay, then you buy no, nothing would work except, damn it, you will wear a mask and come in my store or get the hell out. This is where common sense goes out the window, like the story I told earlier with the woman who was petrified that a young man in a MAGA hat sat down next to her on an airplane. He was going to maul her, kill her, rob her. She was so petrified, they ended up putting the guy in first class. That was funny how the flight attendant talked to the pilot. The pilot said, put the young man in first class and tell her to go back into her seat in coach. So these people have lost their marbles. The common sense has been out the windows. And what I have come to realize, and we all understand this, they're going to need us. When all the truth comes out, they're going to come to us with questions. They're going to come to us. Some will never because their ego won't allow them to. But I believe the majority of people that are not awake yet will come to us. It's going to be so hard on them. They're going to want to ask somebody they trust. At some level, they do trust us, our family or friends, just because they're on the other side of the political arena. So we are going to have to do away. This is my point. We got to do away with the labels: Republican, Democrat, red state, blue state, liberal, conservative, right, left, because that's the divide and conquer that they labeled us all with. They threw the media threw all those terms at us, promoted them for years and years, and we did too. We're just as guilty. I've been talking about the left, right, red state, blue state, conservatives and liberals on Sovereign Radio for 4 years. No more. I won't do it anymore. No mas. We are going to have to come together. And that's amazing that the Freedom to Choose community, the plaintiffs were hardcore Democrats that came together to stand on this issue. Right, Kimberly?
Absolutely. We wouldn't even entertain it. We couldn't allow the conversation to be political. We couldn't allow the conversation to be anything. We from the beginning talked about how it was God's fight. We talked about how God was going to cover it, but we would not allow we would not entertain a conversation that had anything to do with money or politics, or even if they were or were not vaxxed. We were emphatic about it being united under rights violations, and that really even stands today, Scotty. I mean, we are one nation under God, and we have got to hold fast to our constitutional rights, the right to freedom of speech, and what our Constitution stands for in the pursuit of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And even if I was going to talk about the pursuit of happiness, it really should be the pursuit of peace, because happiness can be circumstantial and fleeting. But I think that those three things, the life and liberty and the pursuit of peace, all three of those are actually biblical principles, and we can find them throughout the scriptures, whether you're looking at the Old Testament or the New Testament. And it's so important. I really believe it is so important that we keep this about accountability, that we keep it about doing what's righteous, that we keep on standing with our attorney who is relentless and not willing to give up, and that we continue to raise money so that this fight can continue. We have four different lawsuits with our original plaintiffs still in the courts today, active lawsuits. And even though the first giant lawsuit that we lost, and we lost all of the 5 different appeals, we chose to file additional lawsuits knowing what was on the horizon. You kind of have to pay attention to the battlefield and know that this may be a small defeat, but we are not going away, and we are still continuing this fight, and we are still pressing in, and we can't stop. There's no way. We cannot stop. Quitting is not even an option. I have a little plaque in my laundry room that says, never, never, never give up. And that's just got to be it. That has to be our mantra, never again. We're not going to allow them to take us silently into the night.
Well said, Kimberly. Well said. I want to throw up our speaker list today. So people, if you can stick around, here's what's coming up. Mr. Dave Hodges, I am aware his wife is going through some treatments and has an operation tomorrow. And I'm thinking Dave couldn't make it today. And we'll just say a quick prayer, if we can, for Dave and his wife. And I want to add to that, let's say a prayer. Betty, if you could lead a prayer for Tina Peters, who's Gold Star mom sitting in jail, Dave and his wife, who's having surgery tomorrow, and Brett Colfage, or Brian Colfage, is in a Minnesota prison. He's a triple amputee. They tried to get Bannon on building part of a wall. They raised $20 million to build part of a wall that was approved by the states, and the Fed said, go ahead. But people raised money to build part of the wall, and they chose their own materials, by the way. And they built the most sophisticated part of the wall, more sophisticated than Donald Trump's in terms of technology and in terms of detecting intrusions. Anyway, Brian Colfage was part of this group led by Steve Bannon. They couldn't get Bannon, right? He's too big. You can't take down the big guy. You start with the little guy, right? And you work your way up. A triple amputee. They took him down. They, like Tina Peters, they fudged charges. There's probably many more people we could pray for that are in harm's way or suffering. So, Betty, if you would lead a prayer for all those in our community that are suffering from one affliction or another, one plight, one circumstance after another, please, let's pray.
I will. Let's just bow our heads. Father, we come before you following the celebration of the death and resurrection of your son. That event changed the entire course of history. Father, your feet touched ground through the feet of Christ. And we have now the power, the freedom. We have the Holy Spirit within us. We have you being able to inhabit and indwell us because of the price that your son paid. He made that possible. He tore the veil. The curtain came down, and we now have direct access to you, Lord. So we come boldly to your throne. We come boldly asking for your healing touch on Brian Hodges' wife, who's going to be having surgery, that you would heal her, that you would be upon the hands of the surgeons, that it would be successful, and that you would give them a peace that passes understanding. For all of those who are facing some kind of infirmity, Lord, that you would give them faith, that you would heal them, that you would speak to them, that you would give them strength, and that you would give them the wherewithal, the power, walk through them as they walk through the sickness or the valley of death. Let them feel your presence, Lord, but more importantly, heal them in the powerful name of Jesus Christ, because it is with his name. When we invoke his name, we are healed, Lord. And there are those, Lord, who are falsely imprisoned. We've got believers all over the world who are being killed, and we've got prisoners here in this United States, Lord, that are being falsely imprisoned. Tina and Brian have been with, and I say this with pun intended, trumped up charges that they want to be able to get at freedom fighters whatever way they can to put fear in our hearts. And Lord, we ask that you would champion their cause, that you would bring their court cases straight up into the courts of heaven, and that your angelic hosts would be litigating for them and bringing their cause before honest judges, before honest tribunals, before honest people, to be able to judge fairly, and that they would have lawyers. But Lord, the lawyers are nothing if it isn't by your power. We win our battles, Lord, with the Spirit. It's not by might nor by power, but by your Spirit that we win all battles. So the battle belongs to you. The COVID battle, the court battles, all those who are unjustly accused, all those who are facing illnesses that seem uncurable, Lord, those battles belong to you, and we put them in your powerful and capable hands, in the powerful name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Betty. I sure there's other people that I know need prayers that I didn't call out. I called out the three that were top of mind. For Dave not to be here, something's got to be up. So thank you for the prayer, Betty. Yeah, Tina Peters, boy, what a raw deal. It's like a jab in all of us to know this Gold Star mom, 70 years old, is in jail for simply telling the truth and admitting, I thought I ran a clean and fair election, and I didn't, and there was fraud, and I'll never go to jail for telling the truth about the fraud. She said that early on. What are they going to do? Throw me in jail? Yeah, that's what they did. So yeah, Tina, we're praying for you. Kimberly, since the video won't play, I know the 7 cuts of the video. So I'm going to try to recreate it with you.
Okay.
And do that interview again, short version of it. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. Rather than try to run a video with all of us on screen, the bandwidth is not enough to play the video. So the video started actually with producer Mark thanking you and Neil for the fight you're in and for all your efforts. And he just talked a little bit about your plaintiffs losing jobs over a jab. And Mark he's still so incredulous about that, as we all are. He just really succinctly talked about how great it is you have amassed this amount of plaintiffs, and thanking you. And I then asked you, where did this all start? So in 3 minutes or less, tell us where this all started.
Neil works for the city of Los Angeles, and we were already starting to see the rollout of the escalation of the pressure on the employees for the city of Los Angeles. And there were, rumors of all kinds of things. You're going to get fired. You're going to lose your health insurance. You're going to do, all this bad stuff. You can't get promoted. You can't get hired. You have to. On top of the fact that they were already asking us to report whether we were or were not vaccinated. And in the spring of 2021, my son had a motorcycle accident where he broke his C1 in 3 different places. I know I'm violating his rights right now, but it's to testify that not only did God completely heal him without medical intervention, but the Lord used it as the catalyst to prompt my husband, who really believed that in August of 2021, because we were hearing rumors that they were going to cancel our medical insurance, he looked at me one day and he goes, you know what? I feel like God is telling me to be like Moses and to go to the pharaohs in California and set my people free. And in that moment, you know, we are messianic believers. That means we're Jewish and we believe that Jesus is the Messiah. And so the Passover story is really, you know, relevant and pertinent all the time. And I looked at Neil and I was like, okay. And he says, call Sunny. And so we reached out to Sunny and told Sunny kind of what our thoughts were. We knew her through an associate of my husband's, and his name is Joe. And if Joe is listening today, shout out to Joe. Thank you. We love you, Joe. I secretly believe that we wouldn't be here if you had not introduced us to our beloved Sunny Wise. Anyways, we called her, kind of shared our passion about what we thought about the injustices that we were watching roll out and the coercion and the intimidation and all this stuff. And she looked at me and said, you know, who will stand with you? And I looked at my husband and I just looked at him and I was like, so who do you think will stand with us? And so he said, I don't know. And he looked down at his phone and he reached out to his 8 colleagues. And he said, I'm going to stand up to these, you know, this fraudulent COVID stuff. Who will stand with me? And all 8 of them said, I will stand with you. And then all of a sudden, within 3 days, and this was over Labor Day weekend, within 3 days, we had 800 people. And within 3 months, there were 4,000 on board. And I remember testifying to you, Scotty, that it was the most organic grassroots explosion without any kind of marketing, without any kind of anything. And we were completely overwhelmed. We were all around the clock, literally praying with people, walking people off the ledge, telling them, you know, strategizing how to, and Betty can tell you, you know, we very quickly wrangled her to stand with us, probably because I needed my Kimber and Boo support. And you know, she's like always been my kind of my right hand man, my right hand buddy. We, you know, if we're talking about David and Jonathan in the Old Testament, you know, she's kind of been my Jonathan for years and years. And we just have an incredible fierceness before the throne of heaven, you know, of praying and we were just passionate. We were passionate about, you know, how do we do it? And we did. So that's what we did. We launched it. We figured out a name. We hogtied you, Scotty. We hogtied the other board members on our team. And you know, we were like, we have no idea what we're doing or how we're going to do it, but we're doing something and we're going to be relentless. And here we still are today. That's the story in less than 3 minutes.
Did you run a timer?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. We talked about the importance of this being the only vaccine mandate case in the California courts. I've done some homework around the country looking for other jab mandate cases. There were some. They were either settled out of court, meaning judge never had to rule on the case. The defendants said to the plaintiffs, come over here, we'll pay you off. We'll bribe you to take this out of court. And they took the money. I don't fault them. Some of them were in the same shoes as your plaintiffs. They needed the money. They were vaccine injured or they lost their job. So no, I don't say that with any disrespect, but it's typical of a behemoth, of a Goliath, to throw a little money at David, right? At the little guy to buy him off. And that's what they did. So how is it were the only case. Is that because of Sunny and her efforts, our attorney? Is that because the plaintiffs have hung in there, or is it just a combination of things, Kimberly?
Scotty, I really think, and I think that there's a combination of it just being weary, but I also think that there's a lack of constitutional rights attorneys that are out there. And people need to understand that there's two different legal systems in our country. We have a federal legal system. And so I think, Scotty, when you're talking about these cases, I know that there have been federal cases across the country standing up against the mandates. And as far as like statewide cases in California, if somebody's out there and they're listening to us right now and they believe that they have been that their rights have been violated, and they want to, find out about, fighting their own case in their own states, email us, you guys. You can email freedomtochooseusa.com. We have an active email thread that you can communicate with us if you have questions. But I think, Scotty, that it's really, people just are desperate and they just want to go back to work. They don't want to be bothered. We know for a fact that our plaintiffs were totally targeted by the powers that be and made back deal offers also, and our plaintiffs didn't even understand that they were being offered a backdoor an offer. They were just excited to be back at work or have the pressure taken off, and they didn't even understand that was like they were literally signing something that would take them off the case. And so they targeted the ones that had the worst circumstances or the worst stories. I mean, it would just we're talking next level guerrilla warfare. So why are people still not standing? I don't know. I don't know if it's just because they feel like it's a losing battle, if it's because so many of these courts have been so nefarious in how they've dealt with these cases. But I can tell you this, and that is that we are relentless and we are not going away. And we continue to pray for Sunny Wise. We continue to pray for her strength and for her health and for her just her vision and her wisdom. And, her last name is Wise, W-I-S-E, and her first name is Sunny. And we just continue to pray that she shines bright with the wisdom from above in our courts here in Los Angeles in the state of California.
You talked about how they flipped your case into 5 kinds of sections, but before you answer that, I want to share the most memorable story from the courtroom. You told me you had come back from court and said one of the judges said, well, this is just too big. It's too big for this courtroom. This is globalist case. And you were going to go on. And I said, whoa, the judge used the word globalist? Yes. He said it's global. It's a globalist thing. As if to say, listen, Gavin Newsom and Garcetti this wasn't their call. I read between the lines, maybe what I want from him choosing that word, but I believe people choose words for a reason. And I think he threw us a hint when he said globalist. It is a globalist thing. The entire world was subject to these mandates, and it is a globalist central banking cabal, satanic at that really mandated this. It didn't come from Newsom or Garcetti. All right, explain the 5 kinds of sections they flipped you into to try to deflect, right?
Yeah, Betty, throw in on this. You absolutely watched this happen.
Well, we had to go. We had so many plaintiffs in so many different arenas where, in order for us to make an impact, we had firefighters. We had to go after, some of them. We had teachers. We went after all the largest entities. We had small, small time employers, but We wanted to, in order to be a big whale and make a big splash, we had to go after these large entities so that we could get the message out. We needed all of those their minions to be on notice that that they infringed on the rights of all of their workers, and that they cannot be, because they were all doing what they thought they had to. They had the mandate from above, and they need to know that they're going to be held accountable, that they should walk in fear. They are not sleeping peacefully, because this could come back and bite them in the fanny. I mean, look at what has happened when you look at people who are getting bitten in the rear end for doing blackface 20 years ago, 40 years ago. Remember that? And it's being thrown in their face now. These people are now put on notice. Yay, love the picture. On notice. These supervisors, these principals, these higher ups are on notice that at any time this could explode in their lap for them being a party to a what amounted to a horrific violation of rights a la Nuremberg. Okay, unbelievable.
Great explanation, Betty. I see Neil, I think, or the guy with the beard. Is that Neil on the left? I can't tell.
No,
On the right. He's
No.
from the right. He's
my screen left, but it's really stage right. All right. So explain this picture, Kimberly.
Well, that's in one of the, first of all, we're wearing our awesome t-shirts that were donated to us by one of our outstanding board members, Brett Miller. Shout out to you, Brett. Thank you again. And so we were giving all of our plaintiffs who were showing up at the court a t-shirt so that we could be in solidarity. And dead center in the middle bottom row down on her knees is Sunny. And then if you just looking at the screen, if you go 2 over, my husband's hands are both up over his head, hands raised. That's Neil. And I'm in the very back, hands up, standing on a bench in the back. And those are all of the plaintiffs that, our intention was to pack the courtroom every single hearing. And we did. We had, people who, couldn't come one time and were able to come another time. And we really, really, really did wear our t-shirts and come and support Sunny. And our judge really acted like he loved the solidarity, like he loved the passion of our wanting to stand for our rights. And again, that's why I say, I far be it from me to pretend that I can look into a man's heart, right? But I can tell you that sometimes the perception is not always the intention of the heart. And so because we lost that first round of the big lawsuit, it would be easy to perceive that the judge didn't care. But I don't believe that that's the case at all. I believe that he was doing his best to convey additional strategy. The cases that we have refiled are actually segregated now. The first case was lumped together, everybody, because we were trying to make a statement statewide, which we did. I believe that we completely stopped what their alternative agenda was. I think that they really, really, really wanted to roll out some type of incredible shutdown in the state. And I can tell you that when they started adding up how many plaintiffs we had and how many, what the ripple effect might look like. And we were not willing to monetize the case or talk about, what it would look like if we won. But I'm pretty sure that the defense for the state, for the school district, for the city and the county of Los Angeles, I think that they were really doing some math and figuring out, wow, even if we settled with all of these people on the lowest end, that could be billions and billions of dollars. And, like I said originally, when we first set it up, we set it up as a nonprofit organization. because we were primarily about educating people about their rights. And so if anybody does make a donation today, that the nonprofit organization status still stands and it's tax exempt, and you can write off any donation that's made to the givesendgo.com freedom to choose telethon today. But yeah. So yeah, we definitely are not going anywhere.
No, here to stay for sure. Betty, did you want to add to that?
We believe from the onset that this was God's agenda, and it was God's timing, and it's God's outcome. I mean, he's the one that's going to determine the outcome of everything. I'm not surprised that so many judges were too afraid. I think they were too afraid to have to take it on. I think they didn't want to be the one to take on all these entities. Their paychecks are coming from them. So they're biting the hand that feeds them. So what were they going to do? Rule against and have their job? They could be fired and replaced they're at the mercy of their employer. So I don't even know. Yeah, we were coming after their employers. These judges hear cases that don't have anything to do with their employer, but when it comes to their employer, what were they going to do? I can't believe that we didn't take this to some other jurisdiction so that those judges could vote in our favor. But we were on the enemy's battleground, and they did their best. And I think this was really about fear. The judges were too afraid to rule in our favor. I think they all knew, because of the vast amount of evidence that we brought. They all knew what the truth was, and they were too afraid to rule in our favor for fear of their jobs.
Fear. I don't know. Do you guys remember when we first filed the lawsuit back in December of 2021? We got a story from Sunny that she literally tells me it was like hot potato. Like the judges were like throwing the case back and forth at each other, that nobody wanted to take the case, that it was literally like hot potato. And and then we even had a judge that tried to lump our lawsuit into the same lawsuit with the Firefighters for Freedom lawsuit. And that was like a misbehaving. We have seen so much misbehaving, it's unbelievable. But the bottom line is that we endured, right, the longest period that we possibly could. We appealed on all 5 levels, and now we have active cases that are actually segregated, like the judge wanted us to do. And so we have the much smaller cases, because we picked the stories that had the greatest damages, and then grouped those plaintiffs that fall into the state, county, city, LAUSD different categories. But yeah, we are, and here's the other thing is, when you are a civil servant, you have what's called civil servant rights, and those are different levels of hearings. So they're called Skelly hearings. And I think Gabe, talked a little bit about it earlier, but Sunny has actually been participating in countless Skelly hearings for our plaintiffs from the beginning. And some of those are still continuing to today. And it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely incredible how they can bulldoze the rights of civil servants, public servants, and totally, do these covert. Yeah. It's criminal on every level. So we just encourage everybody that's out there today to know that if you want to sow seed into a fight that is still continuing, we are here. Freedom to Choose is not going away. And we, Scotty and Betty and I serve on a board of 7 boards of executive members. And my husband will be joining us a little bit later today. And we are absolutely passionate about continuing this fight and holding the standard and holding a beacon of hope, and knowing that all we need is one win, and that will open the floodgates for everybody else. So your effort is not in vain.
That's important to remind everybody. Everybody who's watching, who's listening, you might be the very next case that we have to defend. So keeping this alive, keeping the coffers filled for lawsuits. We don't have anybody on payroll. Every dime possible is used, other than bank fees, are used to go towards education, so that we can educate you, so that we can defend you. And you might be the very person that needs the resources that we have. So you are sowing seed into your own future. What more can I say? And so the lawsuit, and keep in mind, this has been God's organization from the get-go. I mean, how many grassroots organizations do you know that could sustain and be alive this long, and still thriving and still in the courts from a grassroots effort? God did that.
It's a God thing for sure. Ladies, we are out of time, and I am going to dismiss you to bring in our next guest. Thank you, Kimberly. We'll see you later for sure. And great job, ladies. You really have made the time really go quick for me, because it's a long day, and without this kind of conversation, it would be unbearable almost to be on a computer for 12 hours. So thank you for making it real and keeping it
Sendgo.com.
lots of fun. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Scotty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is the one and only founder, operator, the good sheriff of the CSPOA, Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. I met Sheriff Mack on the same tour I met Scott McKay, the Robert David Steele, Sasha Stone, Arise USA tour. Despite some of the problems we had, met a lot of great people, Sheriff Mack being one of them. And when I met you, Sheriff Mack, I really thought to myself, your organization and your role is probably, if not one of the most important in our 3,000 counties. As far as law enforcement, it is the most important, because without a constitutional sheriff, what have we got? And there are a lot of guys like Riverside County, California, Bianco, claiming to be constitutional sheriffs, but yet they go and arrest Vem Miller, saying he's there to assassinate Trump, right? You know the story. By the way, I'm going to talk about Vem real quick, because I meant to talk about it when we were talking about low vibration from music and how it puts people in a bad place, low vibration frequency. Vem Miller was a video producer for rap artists, making a ton of money, living the life in LA. And 2 years in, he said he felt so low, so bad from being around these artists, because their music, as he said it, vibrated at such a low frequency. And everything's frequency. Everything is energy. Everything is operating on a level of frequency. And he said this rap artist talking about killing police. So I think this all ties in with Sheriff Mack, because Sheriff Mack, you know that there was a generation, or is a generation, that thinks it's okay, right, to deal with it that way. But let's start with the importance of a constitutional sheriff, because that's fundamental to our conversation.
Well, it is, and it's true what you said. When government does what Jefferson warned us about, when all government shall be drawn to Washington as the center of all power, it will render powerless the checks provided, in other words, the Constitution, and become as venile and oppressive as the government from which we separated. In other words, King George III, England, it'll become just as bad as that. And I think we far exceeded King George III tyranny already during the Biden and Obama administrations. And thank God that we have somebody now that believes in the rule of law and the proper role of government. But now Trump and his administration have violated my Supreme Court case. So I need to tell you about that with the Real ID Act. But
I know. I'm up in arms about that. I don't stand with that at all.
No, of course not. But in my decision, it says the order of the court. Okay, I have a copy of the decision right here that everybody listening today on this program, everybody participating, everybody watching, you should have this book in your home and you should have it in your pocket. Look, it fits right here in your shirt pocket. Fits in your purse, fits in your glove box, in your glove compartment in your car. You should keep these with you. And if you ever get stopped, give it to a cop. But you should make it a point to give this ruling. This is a highlighted version of the ruling. Give it to local city council members, county commissioners, your attorney general, your governor, and your county attorney, and any prosecutors. Let's see what the order of the court said. Well, I'm going to read one excerpt from Justice Scalia. Justice Antonin Scalia wrote this decision, and this shows how important sheriffs are, because sheriffs did this. The only time in U.S. history where sheriffs sued the federal government and won. And yes, it was the Clinton administration. Yes, I sued the Clintons and lived to tell about it. But folks, that's why the office of sheriff is so important. He's the last line of defense against tyranny. Who should have already stopped the IRS in every county? The sheriff. Who should have stopped the tyranny of the FBI? The sheriff. Who's there to protect you from all enemies, both foreign and domestic? Meaning, if they come from government, who's there to protect you? The sheriff. And he's not doing it, then he's not doing his job. Okay? So anyway, he quotes the New York case of 1992 in my decision. He says, "We have held, however, that state legislatures are not subject to federal direction." What do you think the Real ID Act is? It's from the federal government. Kristi Noem is the one that's pushing it. This passed in 2005. No president really pushed it, and no administration really pushed it, except until Biden and now the Trump administration. I don't think Trump knows about my case, and I don't think he knows how far this goes. And we should not be doing it. Now, Scotty, I need to tell you something. You don't know this yet. I went and got my Real ID driver's license. I have it. Okay? And I kept asking everybody, what's the difference between the license I've had for the last 10 years and this? Scotty, nobody knows, or at least they're not saying.
Didn't they
So
put
the
a symbol
DMV
on? Didn't they put a symbol on your license of some
Well, yeah,
kind?
it has a star up in the right-hand corner. So
I want you to finish, but I want to tell you about that gold star. Go ahead. You finish
Okay.
your story.
Well, and then every time, I fly a lot. And so every time for the last 6-8 months, you go through TSA and they go, remember, in May, you got to have your Real ID driver's license. And so I started asking all of them, all the TSA people, and they're usually very friendly and open. I said, what's the difference? Nobody knew. Nobody has a clue why we're doing this. And so, but I'll bet you one thing. I'll bet you Kristi Noem knows. And she should have been opposing this, not shoving it down our throats. And so I believe if this information got in front of Trump and he saw the Supreme Court case, I bet he would go, no, we're not doing it. So this is the, one other quote. The federal government, now get this, the federal government, we held, may not compel the states to enact or administer a federal regulatory program. Okay. May not compel the states. And then in the order of the court, Scalia gets pretty strict. It says this. First of all, the states are not puppets of a ventriloquist Congress. How do you like that one, Scotty?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
The order of the court. The federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions, which means the cities, the counties, the school boards, and the rest of the state and state legislatures. We are not subject to federal direction. That's not my quote. That's the Supreme Court's quote. So here it is, folks. You need to get these are all available at cspoa.org. And there are three, you get 3 of these for $5. And you should be ordering dozens and dozens. Look, folks, I don't make enough on these to get you to go do this so I can go on some big vacation, which I'm already doing that next month for my wife and my 50th anniversary. So that's already covered, okay? I'm not trying to make money off of these. And if you can't afford them, get a hold of us and we'll send you one. We'll send you 3 because these have got to get out there. This decision came out June of 1997. It has not been altered. It has not been changed. Okay. And
Sheriff Mack, I want to talk further about the Real ID law.
Okay.
And to do that, I'm going to bring a friend in. I think you know this gentleman, Dave Hodges.
oh no, Dave Hodges.
Hey, hi, Sheriff.
Hey, Dave.
So, first of all, shame on you, Kristi Noem. And I don't know how plugged into this Trump is, but it's unconscionable to me. This is a law that's 25 years old. It was written. It's a byproduct of the Patriot Act. We all know how well that went, right? That's why we're going through TSA. That's why we have all the hassles traveling. But I want to share a little story about that gold star on your license, Sheriff Mack.
Okay.
I have a 92-year-old aunt in Chicago, Illinois. She was in a concentration camp. Yeah, Hitler's German. She was in Poland. I think that was called Auschwitz. Wasn't that in Poland? And anyway, doesn't matter which one. She and my uncle.
That's what Dave says all the time when he goes golfing. Auschwitz.
She and my uncle escaped thanks to the Red Cross, a once honorable organization. They would bring in uniforms, Red Cross uniforms. They'd bring in a dozen at a time. They'd have the prisoners of the concentration camp put the Red Cross uniforms on like they work for the Red Cross, and then they would walk out together. So that's how they got out. But she called me. She doesn't drive anymore, but she likes to travel like you, Sheriff Mack. She travels for pleasure. It's not business anymore like you. She called me. When she got home, she looked at her license. It had a yellow star. It triggered her. She was forced to wear a gold star to identify herself as a Jew in a concentration camp. Dave, you know about the gold stars, right? You know what they were. So it triggered her that she had a yellow star on her license. Now, I brought that to the attention of some of my friends, and they thought it was silly. They thought, well, why are you triggered? I said, well, I love and respect and have a little sympathy for my aunt. The poor woman's at home crying over the yellow star on her license. Dave, what do you think about this Real ID Act? It's garbage. To me, it's a byproduct of the Bush era.
It's going to be an element of 15-minute city social credit controlling everything about you. It's just one more element of control that is digital, and it is unneeded. Let me say something about Kristi Noem. Not a fan. I'm trying to think how to say this because I'm under a non-disclosure. I was commissioned to look into some things, and it included her state of South Dakota with carbon capture. And they were going on farmers' lands in her state and 7 other states. And these people with the sheriff and a court order and a gag order digging trenches near water supplies, near homes, disrupting agricultural production, all to capture carbon under the Biden administration and this silly climate change nonsense. And
Yep.
when this was brought to her attention, she said, and I quote, "I can't solve all the farmers' problems."
Yeah. And
That
you know what
told
she
me
did right
everything I
after
need to
that,
know
Dave?
about
Right
Christine
after that,
Moldova.
she off her website, her governor website, she took off that she would protect land rights. She took that
Yeah.
off.
Yeah,
You know,
I've
what
talked
we're-
to some people in the South Dakota legislature. Actually, interviewed somebody. They're not a fan of hers.
No, they're not.
And we couldn't have a worse person in charge of Homeland under Trump. This was a bad appointment.
Look, he's not infallible, Trump. He's not immune to making mistakes, whether he
Yeah,
knows it or not.
exactly.
She is
I
not a
like
good
Trump, but
look.
this is a mistake.
Yeah, she's not a good look for his administration. And I have often taken pictures of people side by side, the old and new. Like I took a picture of Biden from his VP days and the one when he was president. Not the same guy. No way.
No.
I took a picture of Kristi Noem. And now, and I'm not saying it's not Kristi Noem, she is invested in plastic surgery. She's all dialed up for this new position. She's all dialed up and ready to go and shoving this law. She went and did a bunch of PSAs that are airing on TV all over cable TV. They're airing on live streams everywhere. I don't get it. I don't know how plugged in President Trump is, but in every aspect, this real ID is wrong, isn't it, Sheriff?
Yeah, it is. It's just as Dave said. It's about control. It's about monitoring us. It puts our DNA and our retina scans on government files, and just like the concealed carry permits for gun owners, I told everybody that these concealed carry permits are a double-edged sword. Because then those are shared internationally. And a friend of mine actually went through customs at the border to get into Canada. And the Canadian security people asked him if he brought a gun. They said, "Why did you say that? I know I can't bring a gun in Canada." And they said, "Well, because you're a concealed carry permit holder. So we just want to make sure you didn't bring it with you." And so they share those lists with Interpol. So we're all on the list. We're all part of it. And that's all this is about. Why can't look, how long have we used the driver's licenses that we have before they started all this? We've used them for centuries. Okay. Yeah. And they're just fine for telling you they're supposedly saying now there won't be anybody being able to fabricate their identification because they'll have to have this real ID thing. Baloney. You know, there's a lot greater subterfuge behind it besides trying to make us safer, which it's not going to do anyway. And so there is one good piece of news. You do not have to use it if you have a passport. Okay. Yeah. And they did not take my other license away from me, which I thought they were going to do. So I still have both licenses, and I might just go with using my passport, but I don't know if I want to take it everywhere because it just scares me that I'm going to lose it sometime and then forget to have it when I really need to go out of country. But I'm probably just going to do that and make sure I keep it in my briefcase. But we've already seen that Kristi Noem even got her briefcase or carry-on or her purse stolen.
Her purse was stolen.
Everything.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I've got something on ID that's going to shock both of you. And if we got a couple of minutes, I could explain it because.
Yeah, Dave, go ahead. And then I want to recognize a sponsor who's going to give us a nice cut of the action today for Freedom to Choose. Dave, it's Nanosoma Spray, but I want you to go ahead first.
Love Nanosoma Spray. I'm here today because of them.
That's why I waited for you to come on to talk about it.
Yeah, let me share this with you. There's a gentleman I know named John Cruz. And John, 13 years ago, was responsible for getting HSBC a $5 billion fine. And they tried to shut him up. He found money laundering when he was the senior VP. And I'm just giving background here to establish credibility. And he found these boiler rooms, creating fake IDs and money laundering. Clinton Foundation was involved. James Comey out of England at the time was involved. And he wouldn't go away, and everyone ignored him. He got fired. He's a senior VP. And eventually he told Loretta Lynch, I got kill switches, I got proof, and it's going to every media outlet if you don't do something. Nobody went to jail, but there was a $5 billion fine. Now, the same John Cruz contacted me last year, and I've been following this, and now we're going public, and I'm going to put him on all kinds of shows. John was a manager at Allstate Insurance. And what he found, and it's in the open, they talk about it with their agents, gift cards are distributed to illegals. Okay. Now, when you are an insurance agent and you're interviewing a prospective client, you get their name, their address, their social security, everything else on these forms, plus your existing client base is there. Now, here's what they're doing. They're taking, and I don't know if this is just Allstate, I suspect it's not, but this is what we know. Allstate, with the agent level, they're making profits on this and not reporting it to the IRS. They are taking this information and distributing it to parties in exchange for the gift cards where they get money. Okay, so let me just lay it out for you. That means any illegal alien could have Scotty Sachs, Sheriff Mack, Dave Hodges identification. They could move money for mortgages and steal your home. They can steal your bank account. They can steal anything. Well, John is so much on the money, and he's gone public, and he lives in Colorado. You know how Colorado is. They're not going to help him because they're as liberal and criminal as the day is long. But John is now being sued by Allstate to shut him up. And he actually filed a lawsuit himself, but it was dismissed. He can bring the lawsuit back up. Now, because I know his credibility with HSBC, and he won to some degree, I know this is true. So, yes, you've got real ID, and that's a consideration. But I want the audience to know, in my estimation and looking at what John has done, I think everyone's identity is at risk. Everyone's identity can be stolen, and it's being facilitated by a major corporation, according to John Cruz. And I don't think it stops with Allstate. He just sees what he sees because he's in that environment. They have meetings with agents where they discuss the gift cards and this and that, and they don't report it to the IRS. How do you like them apples?
Why am I not surprised about all this?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is this so consistent with their MO? So let's take 2 minutes, Dave, and because you're here, I saved this nanosoma spray, portion of the proceeds of the sale of anybody who buys nanosoma spray. And when you hear Dave's story and my story, you may want to check this out, folks. But a portion of the proceeds are going to go to Give, Send, Go. That's the URL to donate to Freedom to Choose USA as a recognition of this telethon, Freedom to Choose Never Again telethon. They're going to donate a portion of the proceeds. So I was introduced to this product in December of 2023, told for every year I had neuropathy, planned to use it 2 to 3 weeks. So that would have been 20 to 30 weeks. The distributor sent me my first month's supply. He was so confident it would work. And he was looking for marketing help. And I said, well, I have to try the product before I, can help you with your marketing. So he sent me the product. In 6 weeks, by February of 2024, all my symptoms of neuropathy are gone. Now, that doesn't mean the neuropathy is gone from my body, but the symptoms, the stinging and burning in my feet, are all gone, and they've never come back. So I'm a year plus now, after 10 years of trying everything from big pharma to other holistic approaches to supplementation, nanosoma spray. Dave, I'm going to turn over to you. Your story is even more dramatic.
Yeah, I was sailing along here, and then at the end of February, beginning of March, I came down with RSV, with strep lung linings, and the pneumonia. Now, the steroids and the antibiotics got rid of the pneumonia pretty quickly. and I was in good health. I'm not sure how this happened, but the RSV was really, really bad, and I wasn't doing well. And about 2 weeks, I mean, I couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. That's how bad it was. And I had been working out regularly. So I go see a pulmonologist, someone who I'd known for 30 years, used to play basketball with him. He said, Dave, I got some bad news. He said, that RSV and those strip lung linings, he goes, I don't think they're coming back because of your age. And we progressed into someday oxygen, shorter lifespan. And then here comes Scotty. He brings me into exposure to Nanosoma products. And he said, Dave, take this. And then I talked to the North American director, Sean McDonald, and he said, the basic spray is 5 times spray once a day. He said, you could do it every hour in the hour because it's completely natural. Within 2 weeks, I was walking up a flight of stairs again. And I told my wife, I said, I am not accepting this prognosis. So I went to the gym nearly every single day. It was a rare event. And then I'll give you another product here I used. I have knee bone on bone. And I started using this gel and rubbing it on. Scotty's suggestion, Sean's suggestion. And today, well, last night, I'll just give you an example. I did deadlift. I leg pressed over 300 pounds, which ain't a lot to brag about. I did 600 when I was in my 20s, but I did over 300 pounds. I ran some sprints, and I have no inflammation in my knee. When I was coaching college basketball in the off season 25 years ago, I used to play basketball with some of my players, but I had to stop because the knee went like this. I use this, and it produces pluripotent stem cells. I don't have to do that anymore. So I was able to bust it in the gym. And today I'm doing things I haven't done in over 25 years, and I owe it to these 2 products. And Scotty, I want to thank you publicly because without you bringing this to my attention, I would have been on a downward path as, progressive, in terms of what my pulmonologist said. He said, you're really in trouble. And today I'm in really good health.
Well, Dave, the best part about this product is sharing it with friends and colleagues like you. So, don't thank me, thank the creators of the product. Again, I tried everything in 10 years, but our bodies are miracle machines, and Nanosoma spray is just a catalyst for the body to heal itself, really, of any condition. I know a woman with MS. Her mom and son were shopping for wheelchairs, if nothing else, a walker, and she started to use Nanosoma. She walks fine today. Sheriff Mack, you know her, Joanne Arstall. I used it, as I said, to get rid of my decade-long problem with neuropathy. Dave has used it for miraculous results. My high blood pressure is gone. You can get your health back too with Nanosoma spray. They're all over body gel that delivers immediate relief from pain, cuts, burns, even a toothache I've used it on. And there's a facial cream that has gotten rid of the lines in my forehead.
I got that here too. And privately, I can be a little vain.
Yeah, exactly. David got rid of.
I want to say this real clearly though. Okay?
Yep.
I can't emphasize this strongly enough. If I had not used the spray, I am firmly convinced I would probably be on oxygen today. And not only that, this spray doesn't cure anything. It has general applicability because it raises vitamin C, D levels, affects the nuclear receptors, and it lengthens telomeres, which is the lifeblood of your cells. And it makes your immune system just tremendous. So if you want to fight things off, there's a manageable dose that you take 5 sprays once a day. Or if you're in crisis like I was, you can take it constantly without worrying about overdosing. And so the spray boosts the immune system. So that means you don't have to have strip lung linings or neuropathy like Scotty. Anything here will be helped by an enhanced immune system.
Thanks, Dave, for your story. So you can get Nanosoma spray at iwantmyhealthback.com/SR. That's iwantmyhealthback.com/SR. You got to put in that /SR. When we thought about how can we best market this, we came up with the URL I Want My Health Back, because again, people with every kind of affliction, from autoimmune disease to multiple sclerosis, my neuropathy, Dave's lung condition. It's really a product like none other I've ever tried. So go to iwantmyhealthback.com/SR. Guys, I invited a gentleman on specifically with you two guys because you will be the most interested in his story. I'm going to let him tell it, but he is founded an organization that you're going to want to hear about. And his name is Mr. Greg Schumacher. A little bit of context. He had a furrier business, multi-generation family fur business that the left started protesting outside his store. The animal rights activists started protesting outside his store, his retail business. He had a very, very solid wholesale business. In fact, around the world, Schumacher Furs was recognized as one of the best furs in the world. And those protests turned into rock throwing, which turned into firebombing, which turned into the destruction of his business. He turned lemonade into lemons and founded an organization called Return Law and Order, RLO. And I'm going to bring him in so he can tell us. RLO is going to stand for the little guys. Greg, welcome, Greg.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Meet Sheriff Mack and Dave Hodges.
Hi, nice to meet you. By the way, the name of the organization, Scotty, is Restore Law and Order.
Yeah, Restore. Thank you.
Restore. That's okay.
Yeah. So, Greg, tell us in a couple of minutes. I just overviewed the story because it was life-changing for you, obviously. It cost you a marriage. It cost you a business. It cost you your health. The left strikes again, and prompted by the same people who brought us the jab. That's why it's so appropriate to bring these things to this telethon. So I'm going to turn it over to you to tell your story.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting how that left side, all this stuff flows together. So I'm the owner of Schumacher Furs USA, which is the oldest fur company in America. We're established in 1895, 5-generation business. We design, manufacture, and distribute fur product, retail and also wholesale to stores like Nordstrom's, Neiman Marcus, Saks, etc. Also internationally. I'm going to kind of fast forward and talk about what happened to us. We're going to go to year 2005 to 2007, that 2-year period. And our company was attacked by protesters and also terrorist groups, mainly terrorist groups. These consisted of animal rights groups, as well as groups such as Antifa and Black Lives Matter, not those particular groups, but like-type groups. And what was going on is it started out to be a very light protest, and within days it turned into outright terrorism. They attacked. The moral of the story is that they attacked our business for 2 years, every single day, in downtown Portland, and also our New York office. Our headquarters was in Portland. And we gathered over 520 hours of crimes on audio video, just crimes. The entire event was 1,250 hours. So about 500 hours of it was criminal action. And so we had all this on audio and video. And every time we called the Portland police or the FBI or the mayor, we went to the governor. I actually went to President Bush at that time and encouraged him and asked him to please enforce the frickin' laws. All right. Because the problem was every time we called, no one came to help us. So it got to the point where it just was ridiculous. I mean, actually, the Portland police they blocked my cell number, all of our employees' cell numbers, all of our 5 lines. You couldn't even contact me anymore. After 2 years of this, even though business was brisk, believe it or not, business was still good. We had a lot of supporters. And after 2 years of this, we no longer could get insurance for our company. no place in the world, no one would insure us because of the terrorist attacks. Without insurance, you can't run a business, especially in the fur industry, because we have a high ticket, high inventory dollar value item. And we needed liability insurance, et cetera. So we ended up closing our doors in 2007. We're still a business legally, established in 1895. And after that, I was literally devastated. I lost my true love of life, which was my fur business. I worked it 7 days a week, like a lot of business people do. And besides my wife, by the way. And, I lost that. I lost my prestige. The media attacked me viciously all over the United States. And if you didn't see it, but at least locally in Oregon, and every night it almost became like a soap opera where they were reporting these events that were going on all the time. And it's interesting because when I would be interviewed, I would be talking about, they'd go, well, what do you think about this fur protest or what's happening with the fur industry? I go, this has nothing to do with fur. This has to do with the ideology of the liberal left government. Okay, because that's exactly what it is. And furthermore, in all these interviews, and if you track back 18 years ago, I said, what's happening to me is going to happen to other businesses across the nation. Okay, and everyone laughed at me because keep in mind, 18 years ago, I was the only guy being singled out in Portland. It was not other businesses. So now we look at the last 4 years and we look what's happened. All right, or even last 10 years, but I'm going to take the last 4 years. I hired investigative teams 4 years ago, right after the George Floyd event, and I tracked all the crimes that happened to businesses across the nation where one of two situations happened. Number one, a crime happened, the business owner called law enforcement did not respond. Second circumstance, same thing, crime happened, businesses called law enforcement came out, responded, but did nothing. So I have thousands and thousands of incidences all the way from Walmarts to Targets to coffee shops, et cetera. I mean, this is absurd, you guys. I mean, what happened to me, we were singled out 18 years ago, okay? And then we look at what's happened. Let's just take this last 4 years. There's billions of dollars of damage because of lack of law enforcement by the government. This is what's going on. It's not the criminals, okay? It's the government. The government is not upholding constitutional law, and I can prove it because I have all the evidence. All right. And they're not upholding city ordinances. They're not importing state constitutional law. And this goes over and over again. And it's even happened currently. It's actually getting worse ever since Trump got in because they're resisting Trump. And we see it going on in Portland, Seattle, Minneapolis, New York. And the crime keeps going and going and going. Okay. And my solution with Restore Law and Order, generally speaking, is to hold the government accountable, meaning the city, the states, and the government officials personally. The government officials took a personal oath to uphold constitutional law. And in the Constitution, if they fail to do so, they can be held personally accountable for the losses and economic damage that's happened because they did not do their job. Okay, so what we do is we gather businesses together. We're the only people doing this in the United States. We gather businesses together that were damaged financially. And what we do is we sue the cities, the states, and the government officials personally, mayors, governors, city councilmen, DAs, etc. We do this through what we call direct action lawsuits, not class action. They're similar to class action, but they're direct action lawsuits. And we're suing for two reasons. One, to try to get reimbursement back to the business for their losses. And probably the most important reason, and listen to this carefully, is to set a precedent for future candidates that want to run for office that are lawless, not to run because their reputations and their careers will be ruined just like their predecessors. So what I'm trying to say is when we sue the mayor, we sue the governor, and we run it through our huge PR nationally and expose them for all their wrongdoings, all their criminal actions, our attempt is to harm them from the standpoint of their reputation. Okay, we're going to hold them accountable. We're going to show the public what they did wrong. Okay, hopefully, future candidates who want to carry on the same lawless actions won't run for office, knowing that if they got in and carried on the same lawlessness, that the same thing will happen to them. We have to hold accountability to the government officials, and no one's doing it. Now, what's going on in America, and the reason you're not seeing any improvement, okay, that's a fact, is because of two reasons. Number one, the business's approach, all the way from Nike to Walmart's to your corner coffee shop, their approach is to do the following, and they've been doing this. They gather together with these stupid community meetings that they have, okay? And what they do is they try to convince the city council, the mayors, and the governors to start enforcing the law and do their job, okay? Which would require them to change their ideology. Okay, now we're talking in sanctuary cities. We're talking where there's a liberal run, radical government running these cities, okay? And this is the biggest mistake the businesses are making, okay? And I'm talking the biggest corporations. They're trying to convince the existing far left radical liberal politicians to change their mind. They're not going to do it. All they do is give them lip service and a bunch of BS, and they do nothing. Okay. The other solution is to vote them out. Well, that doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because in sanctuary cities and states, you have what type of people? You have far left liberal people that have been indoctrinated over the years into this liberal ideology. And what do? And we can prove it. They keep voting the same liberal radicals in office. For example, in Portland, Oregon, Ted Wheeler, a radical mayor, he did 4 years term, horrible job. What do? They vote him back in for another 4 years. Our governor, Kate Brown, another one, okay? I'm just using this as an example. She's in for 4 years, ruins Oregon, okay? Doesn't enforce any laws, okay? They vote her back in. And this is consistent through Seattle and all other places. So how are you going to get enforcement of the U.S. Constitution if you have these far left liberals running the government? And so the point is, how do you get rid of them? The only way I can think of getting rid of them is hold them accountable and set up presidents.
Greg, I got to cut you off because we're short on time, and I want Sheriff Mack to be able to comment on an organization like RLO, Restore Law and Order. How would you view that as a constitutional sheriff, to be able to have an organization like that to turn to hold people accountable, a legal team that could work side by side with the constitutional sheriff to the same end? Am I dreaming that up, or is that a possibility, Sheriff Mack?
No, I was thinking the same thing while he was talking, that we should be, there's about 20 different organizations that are expressing the need to get back to the Constitution. And a lot of these organizations would be flying a lot higher. It'd be much more successful if sheriffs were part of all of this. Look, Claremont Institute, I just heard of them a couple of years ago. They've been working with sheriffs for quite some time, and they actually have some funding and some very dedicated people. We lack funding, but I tell you, if we could work together with all these other groups, I think we would all be much better off. And it's all about law and order. It's all about a return to the Constitution. And if we don't have law enforcement dedicating themselves to the Constitution, then it's lost. And the CSPOA, the Constitutional Sheriff and Peace Officer Movement, has had some tremendous success. Just imagine where we would be if we actually had some funding.
Well said. Dave, I want you to jump in. And what do you think of Greg's business model, and how can it interact locally to activate people?
Well, the part about the lawsuits against public officials on a personal level is intriguing to me. But Greg, I have a question on that. Have you run into obstacles such as legislative immunity?
We have, but they're not immune. And it's been proven, actually. There's been governors and mayors that have been sued successfully. personally for lawless actions of not upholding their duties. So to answer your question, yeah, it has come up in front of us, yes, but it's again, the concept of them taking a personal oath, regardless of what position they're in as a government official, is what is binding them to not be immune.
Yeah, and there's another obstacle I see too, and I'm not saying that we give up on this because I don't think we do, but you've looked at 2 judges now in the past week that have tried to assist cartel members. One letting them live on their property, the other hiding them and sneaking them out the side door before they can be arrested. So I asked the question of a judge I know here in Arizona. I said, how common is this where they're tied to the cartel? And he said, more common than you want to believe.
Yeah, Dave, your question about personal immunity is so integral to our lawsuit, Freedom to Choose's suit, because the defendants are Gavin Newsom and Mayor Garcetti, and they're named personally in the suit. So, like Sheriff Mack, who sued the Clintons, that wasn't really a personal suit, was it? It was a governmental. You were suing the U.S. government under Clinton's watch, right, Sheriff Mack?
Correct. That is correct.
Right. And can't accentuate enough. Sheriff Mack is here. He said it and he glossed right over it. He lived to tell about it. He won a 10th Amendment victory against Bill Clinton, and here he is sitting here. So I looked at this when Greg told me his model. I said, my God, we got the kahunas of a Sheriff Richard Mack and his constitutional organization with the CSPOA. We got a guy like Greg who's been beat up and beat down his business and wants to turn that into lemonade into lemons with restore law and order. And in essence, it's like a judicial watch, Greg, isn't it? Aren't you like, you'd be like a judicial watch going after making right out of wrong? And I put the CSPOA and RLO together, and I see a big upside. So, Greg, tell our listeners where they can read more about what you're up to.
Right. I do want to address that one question that was in regards to judges. Okay. We're going to try to do as much jury trials as possible. Okay. In regards to the judges, again, they're a government official, and I think that they can be sued for not upholding constitutional law. I think our president is addressing that as well. President Trump.
Well, I think if we go back to common law and, get rid of this maritime legal system, you're spot on, Greg. I don't see any reason. The problem is, how do you go before a judge to sue a judge when they've all been blackmailed and bribed ostensibly?
Let me throw this in for him to consider, Greg, when you answer. What about citizen grand juries?
I don't, that's interesting. That's something I'd have to look into. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're in play. What's the name of the organization that's putting those grand juries in play, Dave?
There's
I'm not sure I know.
There's several of them, but I'm actually working with one now that really makes a lot of sense. And it goes back into history, and it says that they want sheriffs to help them organize their grand juries. And I said, even if it's lawful, sheriffs haven't done that for over 125 years in America. And the sheriffs now are going to be rather reluctant to say, oh yeah, we'll dump everything on us. We'll do everything. So I think there needs to be a simpler approach for the grand juries, and there is a definite place for them. But some of them are the ones that the grand jury organizations, and Dave and I have talked about this before, that just say 12 people can get together and just form their own common law grand jury and then issue indictments and writs, and the sheriff has to go serve them, and then they go arrest those people. That's not going to happen. And
Yeah,
so
the organization I'm thinking about, Sheriff Mack, is Tactical Civic. Sorry to interrupt. Is that the
there's
one you're
yes.
working with?
Yes, that's one of them. And the group out back east, and I forget what they call themselves, but their director is Aldo, and there's several that are now starting to make sense because they knew that the other one that says 12 people can go form their own jury, elect their foreman, indict public officials, and then the sheriff just has to go arrest them. Then when they said that wouldn't work, they came up with this continental marshal. And several of those people have been arrested. Some people are still in jail. So we got to make sure that the solution is totally lawful and above board. And look, there's no solution on any of this without your sheriff involved.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
That's why
my organization would love to work with sheriffs across the United States, or even start working with you in any way we can connect and, be supportive of what your job is to do. And we can support each other.
The worst state right now is Washington State. They're destroying sheriffs right and left. And they got it to where King County now does not elect their sheriff. He's appointed.
I live in Washington.
Well, there we want to have a conference. We want to have a conference there, and we've got to get the media and the people to wake up in Washington. And so we're going to come out to Washington and have our next CSPOA conference there.
So Greg, what happened to you is not a new play in the playbook. 2020, right? Look what they did in Portland, in your city. They burned it down, and that's how they roll, right? They are.
Well, I mean, I did want to mention real quick here before I go. If you guys were wondering what these damages are, the damages are usually two damages. One is lost revenue to the business, like a restaurant, because of homeless problems, et cetera. The second one, and the biggest one, is devaluation of commercial and industrial property values. That's the big one. If you go to Portland, Seattle, New York, and you look at the commercial property, look at the value over the last 4 years, how much decreased on its market value, it's significant, up to 90% in San Francisco, New York, 89%, Portland, 88%. The property owners are losing billions of dollars. They can't sell their property. They can't lease it. And this is the biggest deal. And, the results of this lawlessness, Sheriff, I'll address this to you, are basically homelessness, COVID damage. That's another one. Illegal protests, riots, general crime that's going on. This homeless problem is huge because what they do is they illegally put these camps up in downtown areas or in next to businesses, and people don't want to go to the business anymore. And the business owner sacrifices hugely. So these are the damages that are happening. And Restore Law and Order, just so everyone knows, you can find us at restorelawandorder.com. restorelawandorder.com. And if you want to become if you want to become a plaintiff, you can just go on there and just fill out the information. One of our legal staff will give you a call, or I'll even give you a call if you want. We can chat to see if you're a candidate. We are accepting donations. Obviously, we need money. We have some organizations that are supporting us. That have. We are getting indications from like Judicial Watch and some other organizations as far as recognizing what we're doing and offering some help to us in regards to, we have lawyers on staff, but we also need more lawyers as these lawsuits get bigger and bigger. And so anyway, restorelawandorder.com, that's where you can find us.
Greg, thanks. We appreciate your telling your story. I think everyone watching can see how it ties in with freedom to choose, Restore Law and Order. We're all in the fight. Everything is connected. Everything we're talking about today is connected to the globalist mafia that imposed the jab on us, that took out your business, that are after you, Sheriff Mack, and your son. I mean, it's all the same playbook. It's all the same people. Thank you, Greg. We'll talk to you soon. By the way, I met Greg through Kimberly Stiller. Dave, parting comments?
Important topic. I'd like to see some cooperation. Sheriff Mack's been flying alone for a long time, and it's a tough road to hoe, but it's a worthy endeavor. And I think the more the merrier, and I'm sure he would agree with that. But we have an uphill battle. I've said this. We can only start on the road to solving a lot of these problems. Trump is not going to accomplish this in one term. It's a generational effect. We've been torn down for so long, and we're just hitting parts of it. What we've gone through, and this is my parting comment, is a Maoist-style Bolshevik communist revolution. It's cultural, it's social, it's economic. It's affected our military. It's affected our education, and it's endemic. We have stage 4 cancer, if you're to make the analogy. And it's a deliberate attempt to bring down the United States. And it may sound conspiratorial, but you can't have one world government, one world economy, and the shining city on the hill, the United States. You have to bring the United States down. And there's lots of accomplices in this country, from General Milley to Joe Biden to Barack Obama, that have participated in the treason against the American people.
To Gavin Newsom and Mayor Garcetti, who wanted to jab every public worker in California. This is so connected, Dave, and you always have a way of presenting the arguments. It's hard. I wouldn't want to debate you on any serious level, Dave, because you really, Sheriff Mack, you as well. You always articulate what you're up to. Sheriff Mack, tell everybody where they can find your organization, please.
Okay, well, the peaceful and effective solution known as the Constitutional Sheriff is available at cspoa.org. Get these most powerful, worth their weight in gold, best 10th Amendment decision in the history of America. Get those there, plus my other books and our other products. Folks, without you involved, this will not work. Get involved at cspoa.org.
Sheriff Mack, thanks. Always appreciate your time, and
you're welcome.
Keep on keeping on. Keep the good fight up.
I'll talk to you both soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, Dave, you came in a little late, so I was holding you over a little bit because I want you to address the issue that what we're talking about today, our raison d'etre, our reason for being today is, in fact, to raise money for Freedom to Choose. And you can donate at givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. That it's connected to the CSPOA and what Sheriff Mack's working on, what Greg just talked about, RLO, Restore Law and Order, the issues you brought forward. Identify it's all links in a chain. That's what I'm trying to say, Dave. Are they not all connected? And how would you put it in your words?
It's an international organization, and we're programmed by the CIA through their media accomplices to reject anything that would have a conspiratorial overtone to it, as if two bad men would not conspire together to commit a crime, because they would have you believe anytime you start talking about a conspiracy, you must be off your rocker. And the CIA actually invented that tactic when people start asking questions about the JFK assassination back in the late 60s. And that continues today. Now they've kind of morphed into disinformation, misinformation, and so forth. And there's a real, right now the battleground is the truth. It's the media. And this is why the alternative media has been so censored by the social media sites, because we stand for the truth. We want a strong America. And if you're a nationalist, you're a racist, you know all the arguments. But I want to say this, though, Scotty. There are many threats to America's future and to the future of Americans. But there's one that's jumping to the head of the class. When you have two judges in 1 week with strong cartel associations, and then you have other judges coming out and defending their illegal actions, you have to assume they're bought off by the same people. And then in Colorado Springs last night, DEA agents raided an underground nightclub run by, they called undocumented migrants. Bull crap. It's the cartel, people, The cartel are infesting themselves in our politics, with our judges. They're infiltrating by stealth, mostly bribery. Here in Maricopa County, where I live, John Thaler, a 30-year RICO investigator, pointed me on this path, and he's right. The cartel has come in, and they have set up illegal money laundering operations with regard to real estate. And this is how they buy the judges, the important members of the legislature, our governors involved in this, our attorney generals involved in this, and our Secretary of State has been doing cartel lawyer work for years in California with the casinos over there. And now he's our Secretary of State. So, Scotty, my major concern right now is eradicating the cartel influence, and it's omnipresent in our society. The Chinese and the cartel are one and the same. If you talk Chinese, you're talking cartel in this country, and vice versa. And the Democratic Party is owned by Chinese cartel interests. I'm not going to pull any punches here. They are totally about undermining America so it falls, and they're in line with cartel, and they're in line with the Chinese. I mean, just tell me the answer to this question. You have USAID with billions of dollars of fraud, and most of it tied to bribery and kickbacks and so forth. How are there not perp walks? And now I'm shining the light on the Trump administration. I did a video on this the other day. We're tired of the investigations. I want to see people in orange jumpsuits in handcuffs, standing trial, and going to prison.
Dave, we don't have enough time to go down that and get into that. You and I have talked about it. We can all agree we want perp walks. We want to see the military tribunals they're talking about. Catherine Herridge is releasing video from Gitmo. I believe there have been military tribunals going on there. And we want to see high noon. We'd like to see somebody hung at high noon for treason or crimes against humanity.
Herridge ain't maybe doing this, Scotty, but unless it's made public and the government stands behind what they're doing, if they're indeed doing anything at all, they need to make public spectacles and examples out of the people they're prosecuting.
Dave, if they are doing it, until they're going to reveal it, they're not going to show their hand or play their hand. But I want to leave this subject on a positive note. For years, we know, many, maybe a couple hundred years, if not longer, who controlled the cartels and ran the world? The central bankers of London, right? The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, Washington, D.C., political apparatus. And you said not pull any punches, the Vatican was involved. And with the Vatican being in flux, Federal Reserve in flux, because Trump is going after them, there's no question about it. He's talked about taking them down. In fact, we've been told by people at the Treasury, the Federal Reserve in Trump's first term was put underneath them and made advisors, and they're not printing money anymore. Hard to believe because of what we see, but all the world's a stage and a psyop. So
the Federal Reserve funded in part the NGOs that brought the TDA, MS-13, and all the rest of these criminal gangs into America. The Federal Reserve is part of it, Scotty. They're criminal.
Well, that's my point. That is my point. The Federal Reserve Bank, the Vatican, and the Washington, D.C. political apparatus. Dave, our next guest is coming up, SGAnon. I've been meaning to introduce the two of you guys because
Scotty, I got about 10, 15 minutes I can stay.
All right. Well, then I'm going to introduce you to the man because I've been meaning to introduce you for a long time. You won't see him by face. He stays in the background. SGAnon, come on in and say hello to Dave Hodges. You know, I've been talking to you about Dave with Sovereign Radio, and you guys will be doing some work together, hopefully. But say hello to SGAnon, Dave.
Hello, SGA-non.
It's a pleasure. Good to be here. Thank you, gentlemen.
I wish I would have gone that route. My life would have been easier. I've been denied employment because of what I do. So, yeah.
My goodness, sir.
Dave,
Patriots
stick
all.
around until we have a #1 country music hit. And the artist who's a patriot, we met him. He was on the Take Our Border Back tour in Yuma, Arizona. We met him. He actually sneak previewed this song called Outlaw in the USA. He'll be in a little bit, about 15 minutes. So stick around until he comes. SG, I don't know if you heard any of the conversation with Sheriff Mack, and we're talking about how everything is connected, from these jabs we're seeing, the jab mandates that are in the courts with freedom to choose, the judges that are now trying to roadblock Trump, the Federal Reserve, and the family, as you and I discussed, the bloodlines that have run the world, the riots of 2020, the DEI agenda. They're all links in a chain and connected. And so they're all, every subject we could talk about today is it not relative to freedom to choose jab mandates?
Well, I mean, I think it's very relevant, and I did not get a chance, unfortunately, to catch the other conversation there. But with that particular question, Scotty, COVID-19 was the publicly visible convergence, the manifestation, if you will, for lack of a better term, of the shadow world into the overt, publicly visible reality. And so, at the end of the day, anything pertaining back to that particular event and that particular criminal activity, and all of the coordinated lockstep momentum that was generated across government and international boundary lines and different levels of government, especially in the West throughout that period of time, it all is the epicenter of the broader corruption that's been controlling the nature of our world and the directionality of our world for a very long time. Former FBI chief, LA office chief Ted Gunderson came out on a video, I want to say it was in the late 1990s, where he made the statement that the reason all of your congressmen and senators and people like that vote for these, quote, stupid bills is because most of them have been set up and framed through sex and drugs. And so that is the shadow control state. That is the shadow superstructure, the national security apparatus, excuse me, in the background, self-preserving itself in a closed system format. And COVID broke the system and brought the rest of the world into it. So now it's a power struggle for gaining control of that directionality, riding that momentum into the future, and really controlling our political and ultimately our spiritual destinies here in the world.
Dave, you want to add to that at all?
No, I think he's right on the money with that. He identified the control mechanisms, and they're firmly in place. If you look at the backbone of cartel activity in this country, it used to be drug related. Now they're into scams, and also the child trafficking is huge. They've morphed a little bit. I don't know if you guys know this. I actually had looked into this and did a piece on this. Scamming senior citizens to buy timeshares in Acapulco by the CJNG, and it's huge. We're talking over $1 billion of fraud.
Expand on that, Dave. It's worth noting, particularly relevant to me because I'm here in Mexico, as you know.
Effectively, they get their numbers from the data sellers, which should be illegal. And so the CNG sets up a phone bank with people that speak English like we do. And they call senior citizens in the United States. We got this great timeshare deal, and they're offering these deals at about half market price. So it's appealing. And they go, yeah, Acapulco, that'd be cool. We'll get this. Okay, so they sign up, and then pretty soon they know they've been scammed. So then these people are contacted a second time by the CJNGs, pretending to be the Justice Department of the Mexican government. Hey, you've been defrauded, and by gosh, we're here to help you, and we're going to straighten this out. But there are lawyer costs that we need you to help us with. So please send us $1,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 more dollars, and we'll get all your money back. And that money you're giving us now will be refundable. So it's a two-tiered scam that's aimed at senior citizens in America. And this practice is growing. It's not just confined now to Acapulco. It's growing because it's been successful. And what's the Mexican government doing about it? Well, Scheinbaum's on the payroll, so they're doing nothing.
SG, you have a great handle on the geopolitics, not only of the U.S., but of the world. How did the geopolitics of the world, from France to Germany to almost all of Europe, to Australia to Canada, Mexico, how did that all tie in to these jabs, the mandates? Was it not a very coordinated global thing that went down?
Well, it absolutely was coordinated, and we saw a series of lockstep maneuvers throughout that entire process. And we saw those maneuvers across both the publicly acceptable social space, so think healthcare, business, finance, academia, and we also saw some of those maneuvers in the black market criminal space, like cartel movements, movement of human beings, things like that throughout that period of time as well. And the short answer to that question, Scotty, is you follow the money. I mean, it really is just that simple. This was a matter of financial control at the very core of things. This was an extension of the central banking mafia, which itself is the extension of a dark occultic agenda. And so the two of them are sort of two sides of the same coin, but one side ends up in the public eye and the public discourse much more often. The other side is one that people unfortunately don't really like to get into, but we really should spend an academic moment here and there talking about the religious zealotry that drives the control of worldwide finance, because that worldwide finance was used to co-opt high-impact journals, R&D institutions of academia. It was used to co-opt entire, boards of trustees, healthcare associations, a number of CEOs and various hedge funds throughout Wall Street that were able to leverage specific agendas during COVID and afterward. And of course, we don't even need to talk about all of the open season bribery that's been going on inside Congress, our various bureaucratic institutions, all of the regulatory agencies that are supposed to keep the other tentacles of this hydra in check. It almost becomes farcical when we really talk about what's actually happening here. It all extends from a hyper-localized control of money. That money has been in control of the Rothschild central banking cartel and many other offshoots of that cartel for a long time. And that cartel has been one of several cogs in a wheel and chain of occultism in the world for more than 500 years in its current form that has sought humanity's destruction as a form of religious worship.
Indeed. I ask a simple question, and you can, in a couple of minutes, add the great detail. It truly is a global cartel. Dave, you use the term cartel. It involves a lot of entities like the CCP. One of our guests coming up in the next hour, G. Edward Griffin, has been warning Americans about the CCP influence in the United States at the university level, at the county level, the school board level. Dave, you have wealth of information. You've been studying the CCP. I want to take a minute to talk about that entity and how it impacted the jab mandates to what's going on our borders, certainly the fentanyl and the drug trafficking. How does China's CCP, the Communist Party, fit into all this?
Well, it's all part of the same new world order, and I use that term because people can generally identify with it. It's more complex than that, but I agree with SG Anon that there is evil behind this, and I'm substituting my own synonym here. It's occultic. I'm a believer in Genesis 6, verse 4, with the origin of this. We're looking at fallen angels who had bred with earth women, and the DNA survived because verse 4 says, and they were there afterwards. After what? The Nephilim were there after the flood. And so I think that we're looking here at genetic evil that's been passed down. They co-opt humans to serve them. They like this model of duality. There has to be always conflict because they're after the destruction of the human race, eventually, depopulation. And now to your question about the jab. China, isn't it funny that they would work with American medical people to bring in the jab, and the negative effects after they introduced the Wuhan model. And we know that the jab in part was developed in biolabs in Ukraine and also in China. And Fauci and NIH and the rest of these clowns were all a part of this. In fact, I had this discussion with a nurse. I get 2 shots, basically allergy shots, twice a month. And all the nurses that I used to interact with at this center, they also do chemo in the same place. They're all gone because they wouldn't take the jab. And I was talking to this about a nurse now I've known for 2 years. And she said, I'm not taking it either. I hope we don't come to that. And here's what we concluded. And I want to bring this to a focal point. I asked her this question on Friday. I said, what do you think was the purpose behind all these silly regulations, unresearched medical interventions with COVID that weren't effective and unnecessary? And she said it was to see if they could control us, they being this global elite. This is what a nurse is telling me. Never had this discussion with her, but I found out later she listens to my shows. And then she said, do you think they'll do it again, Dave? And here's where I'm going to bring this to a point. It won't be something innocuous like COVID, where the jab was far worse. It's going to be something very serious. And I think I know what it is. I think it's going to be some form of Ebola. And the reason I say that is you can actually look this up on my website. I have a copy of the patent that the CDC holds on Ebola. Now, the only way that they could hold a patent like that is if they had modified this organism by 30%. So in other words, it's weaponized. They have financial motive to do it because they own the patent. They therefore own the treatment downstream. And then the question is too, if you get COVID, do they own you? I mean, this is something I've asked lawyers, I've shown this to, and they go, Dave, that's a hell of a question. But I do think we're going to have another pandemic. But this time it's got to be much more deadly because people won't just buy into the COVID narrative and willing to submit 15 days to stop the curve. And then it goes on and on and on. People aren't going to do it. But if people are dropping dead in the streets from an organism that's 90% fatal and is transmitted many more ways than we've been led to believe, I think they will get compliance, and they'll also get what they're after, which is depopulation.
Well, I think they're more likely to cut their illegals, immigrants, the criminals, the gangs, the MS-13s loose and do it a repeat of 2020 and go after cities, the blue cities in particular.
I agree, Scotty. It's not either or. I've been talking about a Tet offensive with illegal aliens now for over a decade. I said that day is coming.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an either or. It's a multi-dimensional plan to kill off humanity. And for those who are Christians, I would just remind you of this, and AI is a part of it. The Bible says if Jesus did not return for the second time, no flesh would be left alive. And that starts me thinking now about what's the AI threat going to be? Another dimension of this attack.
Yeah, in the wrong hands, yes. I'm going to leave the subject on a good note. Trump does have the National Guard activated in 17 cities that we know of. If there are those kinds of riots and burning of retail businesses and a lot of damage being done to public property, I do believe the National Guard will squash it. I do believe there's efforts under Executive Order 13818, a lot of the Rothschild and assets. The thing that Doge is finding about all this money that's been given to politicians, media organizations, a lot of that money is going to come back to us. And so I think there's as much good happening behind the scenes. The bad stuff is in our face.
Well, Scotty, I'm not raining on your parade because I agree with Trump is making an appropriate action there with the National Guard. I agree with that. But let me just share with you what has happened in Arizona and in Colorado. In Arizona 2 months ago, massive amounts of ammunition coming north from the border into America, interdicted at Tucson and then Eloy, which is halfway between Phoenix and Tucson. 50 caliber machine gun was the most common, but wasn't the only one. And it was 2 cartel members transporting. Just this last week, 188,000 rounds seized in Canyon City, Colorado, coming out of Utah, headed for Pueblo, which is a big cartel city. And I think what we're looking at here, Scotty, is we're going to see the terrorist activity that's going to make the Mandalay Bay massacre look like child's play. Because when you're dealing with this massive amount of ammunition, you're talking about attacking open air events, shopping malls, schools. And I think it's going to be like the Tet Offensive in 1968. Flip the switch, give the signal, and it's going to happen all across the country. That's my biggest fear right now. And the ammunition movement, I think, is lending credence to my belief.
Dave, I like that you do your homework and you're able to bring these things to the forefront. I believe they're trying to do all these things. I think where you and I disagree is the degree of success they're going to have. And I know SG and I have talked about this as well. Dave, tell our listeners where they can find you and the Common Sense Show.
Well, right now, while I'm still above ground, you can get me at thecommonsenseshow.com. Also, thecommonsenseshow.tv. And we're on every podcast service, and we're doing pretty well there. So I'd encourage you to follow me. And we also have a YouTube channel. It's been reinstated now, The Common Sense Show, whatever that is for YouTube. Just put The Common Sense Show in and you'll find it.
Yeah, Dave, 20 years now, right? You've been on doing this 20 years?
Well, I got dragged into this when the government was trying to steal my property out of 300 of my neighbors for a Central American free trade corridor they wanted to build through, steal our land, not pay us. And that happened in 2003. And that's when I jumped into this big time. I had my first radio show in 2007, website in 2012. So that's kind of the history of my involvement. And I gave up a college basketball coaching career to do this. And it was going well for me. This is how much I believe in this. I didn't want to have my son inherit a poop hole. And now he's an adult, and I don't know that we've made any progress. We just have to keep trying.
Dave,
Amen.
thanks. You and I always have great conversations. I was invited on your show a couple years ago. We hit the ground running. We agree on almost everything. And when we don't agree, we're able to have a civil discourse, and I love that about you. So thanks, Dave. And
I'm not going to firebomb you because we disagree.
Yeah, right.
SG Anon, it was nice to finally talk to you in person. I like what you do.
Likewise, sir. Much respect. God bless.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Dave.
Take care.
You can also find Dave on Sovereign Radio. He's one of our, we call it a channel. He's got a channel on Sovereign Radio. All of his content, as well as our other channels, Sarah Westall, Mike Jaco, Brad Wozni, who will be on tonight to close out the show. We download all of their content that they post to their main channels through AI. So we're using AI for good. It can be used for good, and we're doing so. So I want to take a break. Thinking all these heavy discussions, certainly the one we're having now is quite heavy. We need a little levity, and that's not what I meant to do. I meant to bring in this gentleman, Mr. Tom Kaz. Tom, you were on camera. I saw you. Now your camera's not on. I don't know why we don't see you. I see you in the green. There he is. There he is. I met Tom Kaz because as a patriot, as a warrior, he chose to join us on our Take Our Border Back tour in Yuma, Arizona. And the morning after our event, we were sitting in a parking lot, and Tom says, "Come here, I want you to listen to something." And he played the song that is now a #1 hit in the country music scene called Outlaw in the USA. I'm going to let him explain the song. I'm going to bring Betty Camp in because she's going to try to play the video. I don't have the bandwidth here in Mexico to do so. So I'm going to bring Betty in. She's going to try to play it. Let's see if we can pull this off. Betty, come on in.
I'm here. Here I am.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we hear you fine, Tom. Hopefully you won't have to strum your guitar. Hopefully the video will play. Yeah, let her rip, Betty.
All right, here we go.
Outlaw in the USA, ladies and gentlemen, dedicated to our veterans.
Oh, wait, I probably have to go to. Can you guys hear that?
We are live.
No, we don't hear anything, Betty.
Okay, hold on. I think I have to go.
You have to share your screen twice. There's a button you have to hit twice.
Oh, okay, hold
Or
on.
I can just talk the song and tell you what it's about and send everybody to go watch it.
Oh, I have to go to presenter view and share screen.
And then choose the video link and then share screen again.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, all righty. Share.
It's good to see you, Scotty.
You too, Tom. We haven't seen each other in a while. No, we don't hear anything. It's okay, Betty.
Let's just We'll get them there. We'll get them there.
We'll direct people to Tom's website where they can watch the video. It is about our veterans, and our veterans are connected to these jabs in a lot of ways. What they've done to our vets and how they've treated them from particularly a healthcare standpoint is abominable. But Tom, give us a little background in your country music scene. I know your tour dates are coming up, and you're a busy guy these days with a #1 hit. So tell us, where did it all start? Where did you get into the country music business?
Well, as you were talking about that earlier, I do remember that day in the parking lot. I played that song, Don't Let the Hard Days Win, too. And we were all dancing in the parking lot before breakfast. I remember that.
Yeah, yep.
So my history is, I'll keep it short. I grew up in the military. I'm a military brat. And so, I was fortunate to be exposed to the military growing up with my dad. And then, of course, as I got older, my brother went in the military and I went in the military. So through that time, I learned a lot about the inner workings of how our military works. And then after the fact, I just saw a lot happening with the veterans, right? Especially during COVID. So I started writing music in 2019 as a bucket list thing. And, I want to inspire anybody out there that thinks that they might be too old or our life's just too busy to just start, because you don't finish what you don't start. And I started writing music. My best friend challenged me to write a song. That song was Whiskey Town. His name was Jimmy. And 1 year into this, he died from what I believe to be the COVID jab or something related to the COVID situation, because he went in for knee surgery and never came home. And his last dying breath to me was, I want one hit from you. Don't quit on me. You got to keep going. And I did, as you know. And I traveled this country the last few years performing and speaking and meeting with our veterans and taking their stories and turning them into songs. And so to bring you fast forward, Outlaw in the USA was on the first album, Whiskey Town, which is being re-released on Sony's The Orchard label on May 2nd, coming up here. And on that album is the song Outlaw in the USA. And on that the song.
Now you're freezing up on us, Tom.
And that's what the song. That's what the song is for. So that's the history of how it came to pass.
Betty, I removed you so we could get some better bandwidth with Tom, and we're pretty good, holding a pretty stable connection. Tom, do you want to try to play? I think you, like Brett Rayo, our earlier Christian artist, he can sing a cappella. The guy, I know you can sing a cappella, so give it a whirl.
Now the time has come for all of us to stand. Freedom, it ain't free. Many soldiers have died, and you and me. Give the blood, sweat, and tears every single day. Made a sacrifice for the American way. Come to seize the day, make a proclamation, say it loud and proud all across the land. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw. USA, I'll be red, white, and blue every single day. And I'll be down if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. Live my life by the cost. Stand right, join the revolution. It's so loud, you can hear me coming miles away. I'm an outlaw in the USA. Every day, it's plain to see. You got guests living out on the streets just trying to eat. Yeah. Left, and then I left out with no, yeah. All gave some gave all. When you needed a hero, they answered the call. Now they need our help, so I turn to pay. It's time to raise the flag, I got something to say. Yeah, I'm an outlaw. USA, I be red, white, and blue every single day. And I'll be down if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. I'm gonna live my life by the and ride, join the river. You won't stay so loud. You hear me coming miles away. Yeah, coming out in the USA. Drag your heads down, 'cause it's time to pray. Yeah, I believe in truth in the American way. Don't give a damn what social media or TV say, 'cause the man upstairs, the one that you can't see, if it's God given right, so we're all born free. You like that part, Scotty? And the rest you can hear on ilovewhiskeytown.com with much better audio and a video complete with your United States soldiers. So
Yeah,
there you go.
It's a great video, Tom. I think wherever you're at, I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who might be new to following what we call truther, patriot, influencers.
Scotty?
Tom, you're breaking up on us. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
I just want
to go.
Sit tight one sec. Do you have to go, Tom? By all means, if you have to cut out, go ahead.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to chat a little bit about what's coming up, if we can get a good connection here.
Yeah, I just want to tell our audience before I'm going to ask you what's coming up in your world, your tour dates, your interview coming up, General Flynn. I just want to point out to the audience that it is not unusual for bots and big tech to mess with these connections. And when you got connection problems at multiple ends, there's likely some nefarious play going on. It's crazy to think that they would mess with us. I mean, we're not in the scheme of the world right now. There's a lot of bigger things going on, but they don't like what we're doing here today. They don't like Tom's song. They don't like the jab mandate fight we're putting up. So don't rule out, folks, that we're being messed with. Most of you who have been following Truther Media, Alternative Media, Patriot Media, know that we get jacked around quite a bit. So that said, Tom, what's coming up? What's happening in your world?
Well, I shared with you a little bit. We're going to be doing some great things. I'm here at the Farm Studio in Gleason, Tennessee, JoJo Gator's place. JoJo was instrumental in working with New Kids on the Block and a lot of other great bands through Sony and his own label. And I'm up here recording for the new show, which is going to be launching May 29th at the Nashville Palace, the famous NashvillePalace.com. May 29th, we're bringing my hypnosis show back that I used to do in Vegas, Hypnaughty, with a live band and a bunch of my original songs, as well as a tribute to our veterans with Outlaw in the USA. So that's going to be a lot of fun. May 5th, coming up next week or so, we've got this interview that I'm doing with the legendary General Michael Flynn. General Flynn and I have had an opportunity to speak on a number of occasions in regards to what my mission is. Why am I doing this? Why am I pursuing a music career at 56 years old as a veteran? Why wouldn't I just be fishing or retired? And the reason is our veterans deserve better. And I think that's one of the reasons that I'm excited to be sharing these dates and these upcoming shows with you guys, because for me, as you know, Scotty, it's not about anything other than these veterans who need our help. And, I feel like God has purposed me to use my talent as a performer to bring together the world of wellness and the world of entertainment and create a new model. And that's what we're doing here. And so I'm recording new material, recording new songs, building a new show. And we launch May 29th. Then we'll be in Biloxi, Mississippi, near Keesler Air Force Base, June 26th at Morgan Freeman's Club, doing the show there at Ground Zero again. And then we're going to be working up and down the coast, getting ready for what we're going to announce, hopefully very soon, which is a tour. On top of all that, the legendary Richie Anori, who plays drums for Sweet, is going to be doing a show on June 7th, a telethon, and I'm part of that as well. So those are all things happening right now, and God is good. Magic's happening.
Awesome. Appreciate you coming on. And as we talked about, you can go to his website. Give us the URL one more time, Tom.
Yep, it's easy. You can check out my barbecue sauce, listen to Outlaw in the USA, and learn more about our mission on ilovewhiskeytown.com. And that's ILOVEWHISKEYTOWN.com. And Scotty, as always, it's a joy to see what you're doing. You know, you and everyone else that I met out there on the West Coast are all great friends of mine. You're part of the family, part of the network. So let me know how I can help as we move forward. And I want to invite everybody to visit I Love Whiskey Town and check out the song. Share it with your friends. Let's honor our veterans. Let's help these warriors that helped us get what we all call freedom. Let's keep fighting for it. The war isn't over yet.
Thanks, Tom. And our good friend Kim Yater will be on at 5 Central to fill in for me so I can get something to eat. Oh, I left you too soon. But anyway, that was Tom Kaz. He's our country music good pal, warrior, freedom fighter, and he has a #1 song in the country music scene right now. SG, it's always hard to hear music, whether you have a good connection or a bad one. Did you ever know of a country music artist that wasn't leaning toward our side? Country music in general is the one genre of music that tends to be conservative and freedom fighters. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would say barring, ideological or agenda-driven co-opting or, financial co-opting like we talked about in that prior segment a little bit earlier, I would say yes. Generally, that's probably true. You have much more of a vox populi kind of attitude that comes from the folk music, from the folklore and the music and the oral traditions that come of those areas. And a great deal of that goes into making what is modern day U.S., United States country music or Southern rock or Southern folk, however you want to call it. Some people might call it bluegrass. You sort of have different subdirectories, and I'm not a musical expert by any means. This is just my own, interpretation as I listen and as I follow along. And fundamentally, it's very exciting to, see the emergence now in other areas of our culture, especially the rap scene, where we're seeing the same sort of conservative ethos, the same sort of pride in oneself, the taking joy at the challenges that come, taking joy at being met with a little bit of resistance, sort of refining one's edge and going through life in a successful and profound and honorable way. I think that's really starting to make an emergence in that area, and it's rolling over into other areas of our society. It's sort of that evidence, when we look around, we can see evidence that there are positive changes, that there has been extraordinarily positive momentum. I never get tired of reminding people that we're currently in year 17 of the 16-year plan to destroy America, which means we've severely, derailed the entire globalist agenda at the top, what we would call those top controlling echelons of society. And so now it is simply a matter of keeping with that momentum and reclaiming our cultures. And I think music is very, very critical in that.
Like every industry, there's ideology on both sides, the left, the right, and I don't use these terms much anymore, but there's no other way to describe it. The ones who are on their knees screaming about Trump and that enforce the jabs, the administrators, the governors, the mayors that push these jabs are on one side. And of course, this group today is on the other. And what's really interesting, you get guys like Dave Hodges on, and we agree on everything up until the point of how strong, and I want to bring in another gentleman, SG. I don't know if I told you, but I am pairing up people today who mesh well together. And I think this guy. He's a biblical expert. He's had a career in finance, and you guys have collaborated together. So I'm going to bring him in. You recognize this guy?
I'm Mr. Pugh.
Hey, SG.
Welcome.
How you doing, Jim?
I'm good.
Jim, I know we are in agreement that the deep state, the globalist oligarchs, the mayor and governor of California that enforced this jab, you and I would agree their power has been diluted. Their resources have been diluted. Dave, on the other hand, thinks that, they're alive and well. What say you about the power right now of let's call them the deep state or the New World Order? How much power do they have left?
Well, they still have a little power because you've got factions of people that have not been dealt with. But the majority of the controllers, I would say, everybody from our government to those individuals from afar that control the world, like the World Economic Forum, and with the announcement of finally the death of the Pope. The power centers worldwide have been crushed. But there are factions that are below them that will still need to be dealt with over time. And that even goes into the United States. So I would say that all of the cabal assets, puppets from state governments have all been either neutralized or they've made some agreement to stay in office for a period of time to support the changes that are going on in the world. So they have very little power right now.
People seem to forget that the executive order Trump wrote December 17th of 2017 allows for the seizure of assets. And they've been seizing assets ever since that executive order, haven't they, Jim?
Yeah. We're approaching one quad right now. There's last point that I got a review of this, we were at $980 trillion worldwide that had been confiscated. So
quad would be 200,000 more than 980 trillion.
Quad you would need 20 more trillion to hit the one quad.
Gotcha. Wow, that's a lot of money. And does that have anything to do? And SG, I want you to comment too. When Trump talks about a sovereign wealth fund, any chance some of that money will be put into our wealth fund?
Well, frankly, I don't see how it can't. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Pugh.
No. I was going to say I wanted SG to answer that because he's tied into that too.
Well, I was just going to say I don't see how it cannot, because fundamentally it was Trump's actions from the first presidency that are the result of any of these levers turning worldwide to begin with, right? When we saw Trump's tour around the world in early 2017, there were a number of purposes for that, but what we cannot deny is that those purposes were both financial and from a militarized cooperative sense. In other words, rather than us fighting one another based on all of the acts of war that have been going on internally with the NATO Western world over the last 25 to 30 years, which we all have the goods on for each other, how about we work ourselves out of this dynamic and liberate ourselves and bring a great deal of wealth, prosperity, and sort of a golden age, if you want to call it that, to the world. And so we're seeing that on display now. And I find it very, very interesting, gentlemen, that just today we saw the Gateway Pundit, which has become a relatively reputable outlet as far as sourcing their information and really having good, dressed down, firsthand reporting. We saw them put out a report where they discussed Jim Rickard's admission, I guess, is the term that's coming to mind, but that's not the term I'm wanting to use. Fundamentally, Jim Rickards communicated with the Gateway Pundit and informed them that in his opinion, and he's a former White House advisor and a 50-year intergovernmental liaison in the banking sector, he informed the Gateway Pundit that he believes President Trump during this presidency at some point will release a sovereign wealth endowment. It's called the National American Endowment, which is about $150 trillion worth of wealth that's been hoarded in 15 separate locations around the United States. And it's now all under the control of the Treasury. So as we go forward here, really what we're talking about is we're not just talking about a worldwide RV, but we're talking about literally reliquidating, reforging, reigniting the American Republic Treasury. And so in that sense, the Republic Treasury will then be able to bequeath its financial arm and power to that Trump administration during this time. I think we're going to see Trump sort of absorb the corporation into that broader republic through this process. And we're going to have an incredible change in wages and cost of living domestically, and it's going to change markets worldwide. In my opinion, we're currently seeing the build out for those changes now. You cannot re-inject an old engine, so to speak, with a great deal of fuel and a great deal of power as it's just getting itself back off the ground again. You'll destroy the thing. You have to sort of ballast it, repair it, get as much strength and stability and solidarity back into the block as you can before you really hit it hard with that fuel. And I think that's the period of time we're actually living through right now.
Yeah,
Jim, go ahead, Matt.
I agree with that. There's going to be more hidden treasures that will be announced in time, but the way that we're looking at it from my group scenario is there had to be you can't take down the markets, you can't take the currency out of flow, and be able to bring the new currency in without some major activity going on. And for a long time, that's what everybody thought was going to happen: is the market was going to crash, the fiat dollar would go to zero, a new currency would come out. Well, that would cause the world to actually go into complete chaos. So I think what we're going to see, or what, as SG put it, and I think what we're seeing is a balancing apparatus come into play. They're taking down the market. I mean, it's a controlled demolition. They're taking down the market, and at the same time, they are feeding into the system an offsetting balancing apparatus that basically will take a hold at the time that they're ready, and they will flip a switch, and it will seem like nothing has ever happened, except there's going to be different values and so forth that take place. And then they're going to be able to take that balancing apparatus over time, as SG was pointing out very clearly, and fuel this thing with, more than 8 cylinders. Okay, this is going to be like a 12-cylinder Mercedes hitting the road. And when they do that, people are going to see tremendous wealth shifts going on, not only throughout America, but throughout the world. And that's exactly what you're going to see.
Trump is not lightly throwing around the term the golden age or the golden era, is he? He's really kind of tipping us off to what's to come, not only with respect to backing currency with assets like gold and silver, but I think the American standard of living is destined to prosper on the other side of this, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, in various ways. I mean, Trump's issuing of his own Bitcoin. We talked about the only cryptocurrency that will be in the market when this is all said and done is going to be asset-based cryptocurrencies. And Trump coming out with a gold-backed Bitcoin that's physically held is going to be a great contributor to that. For wealth shifting, and there's much more coming out. There's there's going to be a retirement of all of the taxes that we paid since the enactment of the Federal Reserve Act and income tax, and there's Social Security that's in trust funds that are tied to us. Those are going to get repaid back. So there's a number of these things that are going to happen to shift wealth back to the people. And then there's going to be other wealth transfers from what has been taken out of this country and used to profitize private individuals that is going to also come back to the people, because it's the people that had the good faith and credit that actually paid the taxes, which were used for money laundering into these groups.
Jim, before we get into the biblical aspects of the jab mandates and the whole agenda behind COVID, which you are able to put into terms we'll understand, SG, I know you've got to run shortly. What would you like to leave our audience with, whether it be the global geopolitical, what's happening here with freedom to choose, hanging in the courts? They're probably all related anyway. So what's your final word here, SG, today?
Well, you sort of took the words right out of my mouth there, Scotty. You know, we're talking about a telethon today purposed for fundraising and bringing awareness to a specific issue. And yet that specific issue is symptomatic of the entirety of issues that afflict us as humanity, right? That afflict us as mankind. COVID was a financial crime as much as it was a biological crime, as much as it was an economic and terroristic event on many other levels, right? And we could talk about that until the cows come home. But fundamentally, this is about restructuring our world. And we, the people, now that we are aware that this process is occurring, that it has been occurring in our direction and oriented at us in a negative fashion for a long time, it's our job to step up and say, no, we're going to push lovingly, peacefully, and patriotically back on that current. We're going to redirect that current to this current instead. And that's a future of golden age, paradise, prosperity, and abundance for everyone. And that doesn't mean that everything is just hunky-dory and everything is easy, right? Working, making a living, making one's way in the world, trials and tribulations, these things, shall I also have, to quote the book. But fundamentally, we can orient that system in a safe and secure manner. And it takes things like this Never Again telethon, the lawsuit that's moving through California, and many other myriad patriotic efforts across finance, law, academia, certainly government, certainly military. It takes, the entirety of the team to move us through this process. And the fact that we are 17 years into that 16-year plan, for me to go back to that again, that tells us right there that we are on the right track.
Well, you guys make my job easy here, the way you are bringing things to the forefront. When I told people we're going to do a 12-hour telethon, freedom to choose, hanging in the courts with the jab mandates, they said, you're going to talk about jab mandates and COVID for 12 hours? I said, we can talk about anything going on in the world, and it's all going to come back, as you just pointed out and Jim has said, it's all going to come back to this is a symptom. What we're going through with this telethon and what we're trying to raise money for is symptom of the problem. It's microscopic element of it, of a much bigger one world order. Their 16-year plan to run the world from a central one point on the map, a centralized government, a one world order. Both Bushes used the term. Obama used it. Clinton used it. The New World Order, the One World Order. It's all was in the cards. So we can talk about any subject here today, and it's all going to come back to the jab mandates. SG, thank you so much. We'll be doing a lot together coming up, and we have some announcements we'll be making soon. So thank you. Where can folks find you?
God bless, Scotty. It's good to be here. And for folks out there, I can be found right now at 4 places online. I'm on Rumble at the handle rumble.com/user/Q News Patriot. I'm not on Rumble by the name SG Anon. And I can be found on Truth, X, and Telegram. I'm on Truth at the handle Real, REAL, SG Anon with a red check mark. I can be found on X at the handle THE, Q News Patriot with a blue check mark. And I can be found on Telegram at the handle t.me/real Q News Patriot, and verification is in process for that channel as well.
Thanks, SG. See you soon.
God bless all. Stay safe.
Jim, with the time we have left, you have a way of taking current events and making sense out of them from a biblical perspective. You traveled the world. You met with high-level clergy. I don't know if you took a lot of notes or your brain just retained a lot of good stuff, but tell us how this really and truly, what we're doing in the courts here, fighting the jabs, is very biblical.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to basic scripture. It goes back to Genesis 6, where it all started, because they were doing gene splicing and creating back then it was creating potions to actually deal with what we would say today is a pandemic, and that all started in Genesis 6. So what we're doing is fighting the evil that came from that on a continuous basis. You can go through history from Genesis 6, and you can go into where King Saul went to and got potions from a witch, and you can take that all the way through the Roman Empire and see what they did to control their people, which is just nothing more than the basis of our government. We're just an extension of the old Roman Empire that existed, and all of its narratives and all of its context that today is filtered right through that. So from a biblical point of view, we're actually fighting evil, and we're fighting them in every which way fashion that we can do, because as SG pointed out before he left, everything is together. It's not separate. When you have a pandemic like COVID-19, there's a financial component to it. And if you have a financial component to it, if you have a financial component coming out, there's an underlying health risk that comes with it as well. So everything is tied together in this, and we need to fight this evil at every point of its control. So biblically, this is exactly what the Christians did from the time the church was created. So that's basically where the foundation of this comes from.
Jim, I asked Kimberly, who's not on our platform right now, to come in and say hello to you, Kimberly Stiller. In the meantime, I'm going to introduce you to another board member of Freedom to Choose, Betty Camp. Betty, say hello to Jim Pugh.
Jim, nice to see you face to face. Oh my gosh, I've been reading about you for years. Kimmy's been talking all about you. And I love that you're bringing the word of God into this. You are right. This is not news. Jim, I have a question for you, because I'm born again Christian, and I'm surrounded by Christians, and so many are thinking, why should we fight God? They feel like, why should we fight what is inevitable? We all read the last book of the Bible. I've read the book. I skipped to the last chapter. Spoiler alert: God wins, and the battle's epic. And people are like, "Look, you've read the Revelation, so why don't we just roll over?" That's why so many just rolled over and took the jab. Why should I be doing anything? What do you have to say?
Well, I guess the main point is that it's not the right time. Okay, just not the right time. God will allow this to happen. This is going to happen again at His right time. This was not the right time. Okay, why do I say that? Because all of the conditions that exist to make it right have never been completed. Okay, so looking at this in that way, what we've done for those that are doing that is they are just putting themselves at the end time to do nothing except what the jab was meant to do in the first place, which was to kill us. They're just in that mindset. But knowing, if you understand Scripture, and if you study Scripture well enough, you'll know that the conditions to actually move this to a one world government had not exist. The first thing that's got to happen is, in Revelation, is the Antichrist has to be identified.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, so the Antichrist has got to be born.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because Scripture tells us that when God separated the seed of the woman from the seed of the serpent, what He did is he made that the last seed. So out from Satan himself is going to come the Antichrist. And that has to be named according to Scripture before you enter into the revelation period of process. And along comes that you've got to have the reuniting of the nation of Israel, not the state of Israel, because the state of Israel is owned by Rothschild, which is another whole rabbit hole. I mean, if you understand the Rothschild, they were the Bacharachs that started the Sanhedrin in Jesus' time and controlled the nation from that point to today, just by changing their name. and managing the same control. So there's a lot that has to go on for the revelation to be right. And when we get there, which we're in the last stage, okay? And if you look at numbering and all kinds of stuff, we're soon to be at the end time, at the very end time. And when that happens, all of this stuff will have to be put in place for revelation to take forth and go. But Klaus Schwab and all of the minions through the Vatican Church, they were doing this in an accelerated process, and it just wasn't God's time to do it.
Amen. I want to say to those who are listening who are Christians that think, okay, this was the end and why should we fight? I want to go down, even if it is the end, I want to go down fighting. I want to be that servant that the master finds doing his work when he returns.
Yeah, but the
Amen.
thing about it is we'll already be gone from this earth as the church. But you got to understand that one of the kickoffs is the church has to be raptured. We're not going to be here in that end time.
And I want to be doing his work when I am raptured.
That's absolutely right. That's right. So there's a lot of stuff. And we actually have we're doing a very detailed study of Revelation right now associated with this. So because a lot of people wanting to understand what was really going on, is this the end time? And, you can clearly put scripture together pretty quick and see that this is just not the right timing. It is we're trying to get the right process down, but it wasn't the right timing.
Yep, I agree.
I wanted to
fulfilled. Yep. Go ahead.
I wanted to say hello to you, Jim, and welcome you to our telethon. And thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. My husband and I, Neil Stiller and Betty, served on the board from the beginning. And we continue to do our little part on our very small battlefront, knowing that, like Betty just said, we want to be found faithful, right? Mm-hmm. To be salt and be light and, hold up that banner that says, not on our watch. Right. We're not willing to sit around and do nothing just because we are not going to be found apathetic. We're not going to be found, just living with our heads in the sand, like some of, I think you used the phrase, the ostriches of the church who would like to just leave their heads in the sand and do nothing. And, we want to be found faithful.
Sure.
So
that's our purpose. That's what we need to do in all things. Yeah. We
also believe that, we know that it's God's fight. Some people say God versus the devil. Well, I don't think it's ever been God versus the devil. I think that from the beginning, from the garden, it's been, the devil versus God, right? Just have it correct. We know that Lucifer was pretty much kicked out of heaven because of a mutiny he attempted to start there. And that was all fueled in his own pride and wanting to be worshiped. Mm-hmm. So we know that he is a fallen entity and he will never rise. And his assignment as the thief and the liar, right, the father of all lies, has been to steal, kill, and destroy from the beginning. And Jesus said, I have come so that you might have and enjoy your everyday life, right? So
yep.
We know. Yeah, we know. Right, Betty?
Great minds think alike. I have got that verse written down right here that I had wanted to share. That is exactly, you know what my favorite description of Satan is? Defeated. Defeated. He is a defeated foe. That is my favorite description. Yeah, he's a liar, he's a murderer, he's a thief, but he's also defeated. And that's
Betty,
my
in 2021, it was about 9 months after I started Sovereign Radio. I was in a Skype room and I was writing down ideas for my show, and the word spiritual war came to my mind. Mm-hmm. And I wrote it down and I said, but who the heck can I get to talk about a spiritual war. Who knows anything about such things from a biblical and contemporary perspective? And just as those thoughts came into my head, Jim was on in the Skype room posting something. I'm like, that's the guy to do it. Exactly. So Jim came on. We did a series of spiritual war. We're going to put that out as a separate entity up on Sovereign Radio. And of course, Jim is joining Sovereign Radio. In May, we're going to have a whole new group of content creators come on. We shooting for April, but we've delayed it till May for various reasons, business reasons. And Jim's work will be found on sovereignradio.com as well as his own websites. Jim, before you go and tell everybody where to find you, what would you say to people who all they can think about are arrests and a reset, arrests and a reset, arrest? Their AR-15 is no longer a machine gun. It's arrest and reset. What do you say to them? Is it coming? Is it real? Are arrests and financial resets and currency revaluations, are they really coming?
The answer is yes to both of those. But it's all based upon a timing process that we don't control. Remember, this is a fight that Christ is leading for humanity. And it's his timing that makes the difference of when all of this is going to take place. There's over 600,000 sealed indictments just in the United States. If you looked worldwide, it's approaching 4.5 to 5 million. And these cases have to be ironclad because you don't want to have any one of them get out of it. Because if one of them gets out of it, all of them are going to go that direction. So you want this to be ironclad. Pam Bondi and her team are working their tails off right now in just preparing for these cases. And the other side of it is as you saw Trump pivot, the majority of these cases, because they're at the level of military justice, meaning crimes against humanity, treason, and sedition, they're all going to be tried in military court, not civil court. So when we look at arrest and we think about that, we do not want to put them into this court system because that's, number one, not the place for it, and number two, the corruption of this court, which will be the constitutional crisis that hits. Okay, that's where it's going to come from. Is got to be played right. So yes, let's talk about the rest that way. They are coming. A matter of fact, there's been a lot of executions that have already taken place behind the scenes that have not been made public yet. Okay, if you're in the know, you know. That's what Q says. If you know, you know. So if you're in the know and you have the right connections and whatnot, you have become aware of certain things that the public at large has not. And that's part of it. Now, let's talk about reset. You can only have a reset if God resets it. Why? Because the assets of this world are not owned by anybody but one person. That's God himself. So to have a currency that is backed by a country's assets, who do you think they got to go get them from? Okay? They got to go and get the permission. We think God is some irrelevant action figure. Okay, we think that we talk about him, we pray to him, we have a good game about him, but we don't realize that he's live, well, and kicking. Okay, he lives not only inside of us, but he lives all around us. That's the reason why when he brought the Holy Spirit in Pentecost, he says, I put you into the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's all around us. That's the energy field that exists. So we have to understand that this game is because Christ said it's not the right time. Therefore, I have to reset this just like I have reset the nation of Israel all along its course of life. And he's the one that's doing this. There's not one government in the world. There's a one leader, okay, because Christ always works through man. That's scripture as well. And there's one leader of this, and that's Donald J. Trump. And he's over the whole thing. And if you've listened carefully to other individuals that have talked about new systems, quantum financial systems, or quantum systems in general, or all that stuff, you will hear words that they use that talks about celestial support in doing this. Okay, and so this is all happening not only in the timing, but in the structure, in all of the security that heaven offers. This is going to be something that everybody's going to have to change. I had a discussion the other night in one of our Bible classes that we were talking about looking at the financial world around us completely different. Okay, you got to get your head off of inflation. There will be no inflation. You can't have inflation with an asset-backed currency. It just doesn't exist. Why? Because you don't have any fluff in the value of your currency. Okay, it's all mathematical driven. So you can't think about, oh, if I'm going to put all of this money into the marketplace, isn't that going to cause inflation? No, because there's no inflation built into the money. It's all asset driven. So you can't have that. By definition, you can't have that. And so, then we had another piece of the conversation. All of this is about the reset, because the reset is more than just a currency. The reset is taking everything that they put into the system out. Okay, taking it out, which means all the inflationary since day one of the fiat currency. All right, so we have to go back to somewhere. What? Well, Nixon took us off the gold standard in '74, and inflation hit the next day. Okay, so you've got to at least reset back to 1974. Now, are they going to take that down further? Probably in base pricing everything, because while there wasn't built-in inflation in currency, there were built-in inflation in how they were manipulating the market. Okay, because they took over the SEC and all of the market exchanges in 1930. They took them over. And so they have been building for many, many years inflation activity in price points. Your foods and everything was controlled by the City of London cabal. Your eggs are priced whatever they want them to price at. Your milk's priced at whatever they want it, you're priced at. Your house has got a formula on it to show an inflated value from what you paid for it. On and on and on. So they had these things happening all along, and not in our currency until 1974. So the reset is going to happen, and there's going to be a whole lot of changes. But the biggest change in all of this is going to be in educating the people as to what in the world is taking place around them. And it's not just from truthers out there giving you the truth. That gives us the information to determine corruption. It doesn't give us the new way of life, okay? Because we got to think completely different. We're not going to have banks anymore. You are your own bank in this process. You're gonna have to completely reset yourself in this new environment that's coming.
Jim, as you were talking, I sometimes get downloads about songs, and I don't know why, but I know this man has danced with the devil, but he sure said it well. You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go. You only got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. This opportunity comes only once in a lifetime. The point is, we only got one shot at taking down this massive cabal and resetting. And so they're doing it right. That's my 2 cents. Keep the change. Jim, where can our audience find you?
My ministry site is called godisgovernment.com. I have a Substack that I'm writing about historical references from a biblical perspective. We're completing a subject matter called Genesis 6 Giants in the Land. We're talking about all of the giants that still exist today, by the way. They didn't go away. They have not gone away. They're still here. And we're just starting a new series, Rewriting Creation from a total biblical viewpoint, which is going to be fun because it's going to be process oriented of how creation was actually done, from the first thought process to current day. And it's because we're still creating, but we don't know that we're creating. So anyway, godisgovernment.com is where you can get all the aspects to the ministry. Substack, if you want to understand history from a biblical perspective, and that's where you can find me.
All right, and coming in May, God is Government will be joining Sovereign Radio. Jim, thanks so much. Appreciate your time on a Sunday especially. So thank you, and have a good one, buddy.
Oh, thanks, guys. Nice seeing you.
Thank you, Jim. On behalf of all of us, thank you.
Got to speak fast, Kimberly. My fingers are quicker than your voice. You know, our next guest is as conversant with Jim with the financial system. Believe it or not, is that even possible to find guys back to back that can talk about it? And he can talk about the reset in another way, the infrastructure, how crypto is involved. He's probably the most knowledgeable guy on crypto that I've met. You know, when you walk in the door, another door of opportunity opens. And I met Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, who couldn't make it today, by the way, and she introduced me to our next guest. Ladies, I'm going to let you go, and I'll bring you back. You're both coming back later, so I'm going to bring in our next guest. Well, you know what? Let me bring him in so you can say hello to Mr. Rob Cunningham. Rob, say hello to the board and the founder of Freedom to Choose, Kimberly Stiller and Betty Camp.
Hello, Kimberly and Betty. It's an honor to meet you.
Wow, it's an honor to meet you, sir. Welcome. So glad you're here.
Thank you for helping out. Thank you.
Just grateful for the invitation. I love everything that you're doing.
Amen. Thanks.
Yeah, when we put together the telethon and I started to write down names, I thought of Rob because he's such a great patriot, and we're on the same page. And not that I don't want people who think differently, because look, Dave Hodges and I do not agree about the power structure left to the cabal. Dave thinks they're flexing their muscles and they're mighty and strong, and I do not. As Jim just said, a lot of their wealth has been seized. So Rob is on the same page of most of my thoughts, but more articulate, certainly, about what's coming in the financial system. So I wanted you to meet him, and he and I will get into a great conversation. We'll see you ladies in a little bit.
Nice to meet you.
Well, sir, before we get into it, I am just pinged to talk about where we're at in the fundraising. We're stuck at $1,700 and change. We'll take it, and we'll be very grateful for every dollar we get. But that's about $250 to $300 an hour that we've been on here broadcasting. And I'm going to ask you folks, please pray on this. I know money's tight. Just pray and think about the ramifications. If we succeed with our case, and whether we succeed in California or go to SCOTUS, because going to SCOTUS would be huge. It takes a lot of money to do it. If we succeed, we are the precedent that will be set for folks around the country to do the same, to sue those that mandated the jab, enforced it, and administered it. And that's huge. So please find it in your heart. Go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Rob, you got a chance to hear some of what Jim said. You guys are like birds of a feather, aren't you? Did you find yourself listening to yourself for a while there?
I'm glad to know that there's synchronicity and resonance and harmonic frequencies that are connecting around the world. And truth is, it doesn't bend to us; we have to bend to it. And when it's just so, the parallels, the antennas are starting to get very straight and very erect and very perfectly in tune with truth. And that's ultimately the goal. This isn't about, who's right, who's wrong, who's scored more points, who announced truth before somebody else. It's not about that kind of scorekeeping. It's just about bringing truth out of the dark and into the light. And I think he did a great job.
Where have I heard that? Dark to light. Well, that was a common theme across the Q movement, and it is really what's happening. And I'm spiritual. I view myself as a simpleton in a spiritual way, but I am very spiritual. But I don't have the depth of biblical perspective, and I only know my life when I came to God. When my mother died, I was 18, and I only understand spirituality from my perspective. But it seems to me, Rob, I want to see if you agree, that I feel the world kind of raising the bar, that we're ascending to a higher level of consciousness as part of the Great Awakening. Would you agree with that?
Amen. 100%. 100%. It's been our ego. It's been our pride. It's been our lack of humility, that in our own leaning on our own understanding that's gotten us to this point in the world. And if we think that level of thinking is going to get us out of what put us here, we've lost our minds. So unless we can do a restart, a reboot, a revaluation of our values, that's where the power of God manifests through us and into this world. The output, the systems of this world, the dysfunction of this world, the scarcity of this world, or the opposite, right? The joy, the peace, the abundance, the wealth, the harmony, the lack of warfare, the lack of disease, all of the output in this world comes through the values that we assign that we believe in. And so we will know the old adage, you'll know us by the fruit of our tree. Well, we've had some rotted trees for a while, so why don't we try another tree and another plant and get some fresh fruit instead of the rotted crap we've been eating for so long, and we've gone through this cycle in Egypt and Babylon and Rome. It's quite arrogant for us to think, oh, well, it can happen to them, but not us.
Yeah, so true. I'm glad you brought up the word scarcity, because it really brings to my mind the whole idea of living in an abundant mindset, abundance versus scarcity. By living in an abundant mindset, even if you're poor and even when you're down, if you can stay in an abundant mindset, I'm not talking about 365 days a year, every year of your life. We all have these ups and downs, but generally speaking, that's what I think defines the Great Awakening. More and more people can see the abundance on the other side of this arrest and reset we were just talking about. Because certainly on the other side of the reset, with the sound money system that I'm going to have you talk about, why it's going to be a sound money system, that's the subject I want to get into with you. But I think the world around us, not everybody, and the world just doesn't work that way. But I think the fact that Trump won in an overwhelming kind of way does show that people with the right people in place, not just Trump at a national and global level, at a local level, we got to bring the right people into place. We got to stay active. This is a local effort to bring this through the court system and get some accountability held. But I think the abundance is, people are raising their level of consciousness as they awaken to seeing the abundance on the other side and understanding, because of guys like you and Jim and SG, that there is a reset coming. Forget the arrest for a minute. There's a financial reset that has to happen. They have to bring down the current fiat system. It's trillions of dollars in debt and broke. And even the bad guys who created it know it can't. It's gone way beyond its useful life. I think fiat systems are supposed to last 50 or 60 years, right? We're 100 plus. We're 112 years into their fiat system, 1913. We did have some years where we were on the gold standard, but tell us why we're moving into a sound money system and what's going to make up that sound money system.
Sure, happy to. I can read something I would love to.
Please.
It's from Mr. Griffin, but is he going to be joining us?
You know, he's supposed to, and I had no indication otherwise. He even reposted some of our tweets, at least one of them. I don't.
He may have the time zones off. I'm not sure.
He may. My dear friend Miranda, who's got the relationship with his people, set this up. You go ahead and read your story, and you talk, and I'm going to reach out to Miranda. So I'm gonna leave you be to carry the ball here.
Sure. Well, let me read a quote from what Mr. Griffin, I believe, is the world's most prolific financial system historian, researcher, author, and educator that I've ever met. And I think the world, it's hard to refute that fact. But on the back cover of his classic, The Creature from Jekyll Island, here's his quote. Where does money come from? Where does it go? Who makes it? The money magician's secrets are unveiled. Here is a close look that looks at the smoke and mirrors machine, the pulleys, cogs, and wheels that create the grand illusion called money. A boring subject? You just wait. You'll be hooked in 5 minutes. It reads like a detective story, which it really is, but it's all true. The book is about the most blatant scam of history. It's all here. The cause of wars, boom-bust cycles, inflation, depression, prosperity. Your worldview will definitely change. This may be the most important book on world affairs you will ever read. Mr. Griffin's book has gone into publication 5 times. It's been endorsed on the back cover. Let me just let you see. It's no thin read, but it is an exceptional read. And it's been endorsed on the back cover by folks as esteemed as Ron Paul, Willie Nelson, Robert Kiyosaki, Mark Thornton, an assistant professor of economics at Auburn University. Credit to Mr. Griffin, their understanding of fiat money versus sound money, and how if we pervert one system, we can ruin the world. Money is a trust system. So at the end of the day, we either have to trust this system of credits and debits, which is what money is. It's an IOU and a you owe me record keeping system. Okay. And the property, the assets, the taxation, the collateral, the gold, the silver, the land, the water, the minerals, an hour of money owes them. And so if we do not have the ability to trust the accounting system of who owes and who owns, then we devolve into a system of debt slavery, because those who want to control the world must control the monetary system, because the monetary system is nothing but a accounting system of the energy and the property top of this ledgering system, and then pervert these terms and pervert these ideas and pervert these rules, which they call laws. And they figure out a way to make governments really nothing more than bankers in sheep's clothing. They're called politicians. Then the bankers who print and create the money and create the rules and blackmail the politicians and write the laws are really the ones in control. And they are not these noble creatures that are going to write things fairly and so that there's a level playing field and the standards are one size fits all. They honor God's common law. They're not going to do that. They're going to cook the books. They're going to lie. They're going to deceive. They're going to dilute and inflate and debase and concentrate and centralize ownership so they can maximize their power. It all goes back to the love and lust of money is the root of all evil. And the only way these people, these bankers that have put us in $38 trillion worth of debt, which we owe $38 trillion to the Federal Reserve, right? It's not federal. There are no reserves. It's an NGO headquartered outside of the United States of America, which makes it a non-constitutional entity that doesn't have to obey our Declaration of Independence or our Constitution or our Bill of Rights, because it's extra constitutional. If we can't control the trust system known as the monetary system, we do not have a nation. We are a captured corporate entity. So the only way we get our nation back is to show the Federal Reserve the door and reconstitute our republic with a sound money system that is transparent, that is inspectable, that is accurate, that one that decentralizes truth on a redundant number of ledgers that are inspectable by all people and do not require us to trust a bunch of guys in a smoke-filled room behind cloak and in opaqueness without us being able to audit them and cross our fingers and hope they're telling us the truth about who owes who what and where the rules come from and that entire hot mess. So if we want to reign as kings and queens in a world of abundance with sovereignty and self-control, where we can self-govern our purpose for being here and not have to bend a knee and kiss the ring to our betters and to kings and to bloodlines and to central bankers and to, political hacks who say one thing and do another, we are not living as free will beings. no sound monetary system, which is basically a system of truth, no freedom. We simply cannot have those unalienable rights. Our founding fathers, the 56 signatures on our Declaration of Independence, we cannot have that vision of a nation unless we, the people, have a monetary system that is ours, that reflects our values, that reflects our property, and that in an absolute fidelity to truth records accurately, I owe you and you owe me, the credits and the debits. If we don't have a system of truth, then we have to rely on centralized trust. And if we think the bankers are entities that we should trust, and all of those entities that the bankers have captured is where we should vest our trust, then we're missing the idea of in God we trust. Everybody else, we're going to verify. Everybody else, hold yourself accountable. Everybody else, let us see the numbers. Let us inspect it. We can govern ourselves. We live in a world of abundance that we inherited from God, not in a world of scarcity where you get to hand out the permission slips and the regulations and the mother may I passes. That's not the way this world was designed. So we don't get our monetary system house in order. Not a single promise that President Trump has made will ever come true unless we can level the playing field and take back ownership, sovereign ownership of this decentralized truth accounting system where we can clearly know who owns what and who owes what, and we're free to go out and sit on the couch and eat bonbons, or go build a business, or go sing a song, or go write 20 books, or start a family, or create a fortune. But nowhere are we supposed to take a knee, kiss the ring, and realize that we're here to work for half of our lives to the kings and the bloodlines and the central bankers who have created this perverted system. We go to work because they have first lien on all of our fruit and everything that we produce. And when they've had enough, they've had a belly full, then they'll tell us how much of our energy and property and life and creative design work that you and I have produced, they'll tell us how much of our life we can keep once they've had their belly full.
Rob,
it doesn't work that way.
I really want to focus now, and you said so many things, we could talk for the 12 hours of this telethon about why the Fed needs to come down and why we need to take our money system back, and the problems that the Federal Reserve fiat money system caused stem in every direction, from education to finance to the medical system, right? The political system, you name it, media, it's all encompassing because it all starts with money. He who has the gold makes the rules, and the Fed has had the gold and they made the rules. So we got to take that down. I think people can wrap their arms around that. Let's try to explain what a sound money system looks like, and what are, if there's 3 elements, 4 main elements, 5, however many, would you outline the key elements of a new financial system that would make a sound money, that would represent we the people getting our money system back, our financial system back? What does that entail?
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Griffin does a brilliant job describing it. Judy Shelton does a brilliant job describing it as well. But a sound money system involves 3 main attributes. Money is supposed to be a unit of account and a store of value and a medium of exchange. Those 3 things. Okay? A store of value means an ounce of gold equals an ounce of gold equals an ounce of gold equals an ounce of gold. It doesn't matter if you're in Iraq, in Venezuela, in Atlanta, Georgia, or Hawaii or Japan. An ounce is an ounce is an ounce is an ounce. That's a unit of account, right? If we have a coinage act that talks about how many grams of gold and how many grams of silver are supposed to be in the treasury to back a dollar. A dollar being a store of value, which means if I go and sell 10 head of cattle and I get gold and or a paper money that's supposed to be a representative of that gold that could be deliverable to me upon demand, then I can use that paper and transfer it, medium of exchange, to the horse guy and buy myself a horse. And he'll take my paper because he understands it's a unit of value and he can exchange it for the things that he needs. Maybe he needs to build a house. So there has to be trust in that medium of exchange for you to do what you do, Scotty, for me to do what I do, for a heart surgeon to be a heart surgeon and an airline pilot to be an airline pilot. Okay? If that unit of trust is perverted into a system subjected to human variables, the human trust factors, where we know people can be tempted by greed and lust, they can make mistakes, they can create errors, they can overprint the supply, which is inflation, which is nothing more than another form of theft. If they don't have a fidelity to that unit of account, it messes up the store of value and the medium of exchange process. Well, how does that work itself out? Well, we've had 25% inflation in the last 4 years. If you had $100,000 today, you can purchase $75,000 worth of stuff. Who stole your $25,000? It's the people that printed the medium of exchange out of thin air. They put a finger on a keyboard and they call it quantitative easing. They call it whatever they want to call it, but they've perverted the record keeping. They just introduced extra mediums of exchange called money into the system. And when they do that, all that were holding money before they decided to add $2 trillion of extra units into the system, now what you and I hold is worth less. Money printing of extra mediums of exchange is thievery, and it steals our purchasing power, and it steals part of our life from us. Because if I spent X number of years, if I spent 100 years to get $100,000 and all of a sudden they steal my $100,000 and make it go down to $75,000, they've stolen 25% of my work, 25% of what I spent my life doing to make 100 grand. It's thievery. And so sound money has to be inspectable. The reserves have to be in place. They have to be deliverable. If I was to show up and say, Scotty, here's my 20, give me my gold, you have to give it to me on demand. I have to know that it's physically there, that you're not just lying to me and telling me the check's in the mail, or trust me, Fort Knox has all the gold. It has to be inspectable. It has to be deliverable and redeemable in order for people to have trust in the system. What we have right now, Scotty, is globally, people don't trust the Federal Reserve and they don't trust central banks because they've flushed every ounce of trust and credibility down the toilet. We've seen how the magicians play their game. We've seen the smoke and mirrors, the kabuki theater, the idiots that they put in that White House. I mean, utter sock puppet idiots that will say and do anything for their little 4 years or 8 years of fame and glory and benefit. Anyone that doesn't understand that an effeminate Hawaiian who never stepped foot on America till he was 18 years old, who hates this country, who said we're 5 days away from fundamentally transforming it, who was developed by Saul Alinsky in Chicago, who was inserted into our White House almost penniless, and then leaves the White House with mansions in Hawaii and mansions in Martha's Vineyard and multi-million-dollar complexes in Washington, D.C., and a multi-gazillionaire because he wrote a book or two.
You wouldn't be talking about Barry Sertoro, would you?
I would never know that. Now, get his name right. Okay.
Barack Obama, of course. Is,
Barack
I think,
Hussein, Sotero, Obama, whatever you want to call
Yeah.
him. Okay. This, whether it's George Bush looking for the weapons of mass destruction, or his daddy talking about 1,000 points of light, or FDR having something to do with the magic bullet that went into Mr. Kennedy's head. From that time to today, we have had sock puppets in that White House giving us the illusion that we have a constitutional republic, and we have not had one.
I apologize profusely. I should have known better to have a active producer with me right now to deal with the people coming on, and didn't do that. I didn't cover my butt, and so I'm sitting on my phone most of the day today, texting our guests, our co-hosts. We believe G. Edward got the time zone wrong, and that's why he didn't show up. So anyway, Rob, what thoughts do you want to leave folks? What's most important they know about? Let's not look backward at the old system and where we've been, because we beat that up for many, many years. I think you have a very positive outlook on what's coming, and Trump has a positive outlook of what's coming. Jim Pugh, who was just on, has a very positive outlook. I do too. Are we all blowing smoke?
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, and I'm so glad you asked that, Scotty, because I do want to be very positive. What's happening is we've all heard the phrase sunlight's the greatest disinfectant. Okay, we're going from a system of dark opaqueness and secrecy and behind the curtains, the Wizard of Oz. You know, you rip the curtain open, you got the little man down there with the microphone yelling and screaming and scaring everybody to death and barking orders at the world. That's what central bankers do. They lie, they scare, they leverage fear, all for the purposes of control. So what we have, Scotty, is a system of, we're moving from a system of blind trust, or if you will, trust me, bro. You know, the check's in the mail, the gold's in the vault. You know, we would never overprint the money. You can trust us. Just work harder so we can all pay off this debt. The entire system is so interconnected, but the common denominator is fraud. The common denominator is one big system of lies, and it's compounded lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. And that's why dynasties fall. They're built on sand, you know, and that's why Egypt falls, and that's why Babylon fell. That's why Rome fell. That's why our nation can fall if we don't go back to a system of truth. Truth is exceptionally different than trust. Truth is inspectable. It's math. It's reconcilable. It can be immediate. And so math and accounting of value and an exchange of value and ownership rights and the title to property going back and forth, being accurately ledgered thousands of times on decentralized ledgers that are free from the perversion of lust and greed and error and weaponization and funding of NGOs, the military industrial complex and the medical industrial complex. When we can see where all value is generated and how all value is assigned and spent, and we tear down all the curtains, Scotty, these perverted manipulators cannot operate in opaqueness. That is the general idea of decentralized ledger technologies, blockchain, transparency, and collectively a system of trustlessness where we can all inspect and verify by way of being our own banker. We don't have to go to institutions and ask for permission as to where can I spend my money? Who can I gift my money to? How can I invest my money? If the more money I make, the more laws are going to come down on me. I mean, all of this system is about one thing, Scotty: control. And to maximize control, they have to maximize ignorance, and they have to maximize secrecy, and they have to maximize the whole jazz hands thing. Look over here, not over there, right? They have to have their puppets in place, and they have to leverage fear and ignorance to keep their Ponzi scheme going. The system that President Trump is putting in, the system that is decentralizing the centralized, that's adding truth into a perverted trust system, is quantum technology, Starlink, Space Force, individual wallets, blockchains, redundancy of record keeping that maximizes the awesome powers of the speed of light, of the science of math, of the immediacy of calculation capacity, and instantaneous ability to know whether, Scotty, I gave you something or you gave me something. You borrowed me some, you loaned me some money. So my IOU is a debt to me, but it's an asset to you because I owe you something. So debt to me is an asset to you, but they're exactly equal and they're matched. And the laws that apply are common laws. They're not admiralty laws. They're not bloodline rules. They're not the king says or Klaus Schwab says, therefore we pay, right? The ledgering system of how we all interoperate in an abundant world as free people with the freedom to contract or the freedom to consent, that has to be under our sovereign decision making, not centralized by a bunch of people who want us to take a knee and bow to them because they're our betters. They get to lord over us and tell us what we can and can't do with the property that we earned, which we call money, and they want to attach a million sets of rules and an IRS and a tax code and a bunch of swamp creatures onto our lives to tell us what we can and cannot do with our lives. Last time I checked, they didn't give us that. They didn't give me my life. And I don't need to ask them for permissions as to how many kids I want to have or how I educate my child or what poison they want me to put in my body or not put in my body. It is not their right to tell me or you how to order our lives or what our values should be. And so I'd leave it at this. We got to this point because big ignorance is big business. These people cannot have pulled off this Ponzi scheme without making us stupid, apathetic, distracted, unaware, clueless as to what laws are. And we've all gotten to a breaking point. Thank God we've got the very first businessman CEO to ever put his rear end in the White House ever. Since 1776, we have never had a CEO businessman with a mind and a heart and an experience and skills at negotiating and leadership and lack of fear. We've just never had a creature like President Trump in the White House leading us out of this debt slavery system into a system of trust and transparency. And that's where we're going.
Awesome. Awesome, Rob. In short, I think I'm hearing you agree with Jim Pugh. We're not going to need banks.
Correct.
We will be the keeper of our own
Well,
money, wealth. It'll be online in some blockchain system. As I understand it, we'll have a master account. We will not pay from that because that is where we'll store our wealth, and we'll create some sort of sub accounts to pay bills, regardless of the structure of that. The banks are bye-bye as far as our controlling our wealth. Now, they may be in the service industry. They may stick around the big banks to perform services, but it is fair to say we will not need banks for savings, for checking, and for day-to-day operations. Our cash will flow a lot differently than through the bank, right?
Correct.
And the payment systems aren't going to go through the bank. That's even more important.
Well, Scotty, and that is the key point. If I could leave this idea, plant this seed with people, payments is a human right. Every person in the world, through inclusion, ought to have access to a wallet, ought to be able to create capital, ought to be able to go out and get work and get paid. It doesn't matter if you're in Zimbabwe or if you're in Kenya or if you're in Georgia or you're in Japan. If you want to go out and make money and then create a coffee shop or start a business or build a house or create wealth for your family, that ability to contract and consent and make money and create wealth for your kids and your kids' kids ought to be, that is an unalienable right granted to us by our Creator. We have far too many pockets of people that are lorded over by dictators and scallywags and just brutal controllers and just Marxist ideology freaks. You know, we go, well, wait a minute, we give all of this foreign aid to all these countries. Why isn't it making it to the people? It's because of the assholes in between the giver and the receiver, the thieves in between. They don't want people to be independent. Independent from what? Independent from government control.
The true definition of sovereignty absolutely must include financial sovereignty.
Yes.
Without the stronghold of the central banks, taxation, and everything that goes with it, you know, from top to bottom, they have effectively reduced us to slaves. You don't believe that? Ask my friend who's working 4 jobs. His wife is not able to work, so he's working 4 different jobs. They're not menial task jobs. They're all pretty good work, professional, most of it. But he's got 4 different. He's got 2 main gigs and 2 side hustles, and he's a slave. They can't even spend time on a Sunday. Today, no way they could spend time together, and forget family vacations out of the question. So, Rob, thank you so much for all the explanations. And as always, you're able to reduce things. I got to get you and Jim Pugh together. Remind me to get you and Jim together so you guys can compare notes, because you're thinking a lot alike. The last thought that I know you find fascinating, if we took all the patriots and the warriors and the good guys who are fighting the spiritual war from the right side, and those of us who stand with God and Christ and believe in Judeo-Christian values and everything that America's supposed to be, if we put us all in a room, half of us would say, yep, the good guys are going to win. The good guys are in control. The good guys are going to come out on top. The other half would say, like my brother, the Federal Reserve is infallible. They're too strong. The might and power of this behemoth, globalist, oligarch, cartel, satanic cabal, that they're just too strong to defeat. Would you agree with kind of 50-50 based on the people, you know, we're all good people. We all stand together. We all believe in sovereignty and freedom, yet we're split and divided over who's going to control the world.
Well, we have to understand this world is fallen, and there is a demonic force that attempts to control. I think right now, in this time season of life, the Federal Reserve is dead. They're gone. There's a bunch of kabuki theater. A lot of this is the process of awakening us, and based on the capacity of the average person to begin to get their head around where we are now and where we're going. A lot of this is just messaging at a pace that the maximum number of people can try to accept as true. At the end of the day, we win. I mean, the monetary system is dead bankrupt. So there's only two options. We just ignore the debt, or we restructure the entire system. And as America goes, so goes the rest of the world. We're restructuring the entire system. 150 countries have come to Trump and said, I'm ready to talk Turkey on tariffs. Right? They all want to level the playing field. They want to do reciprocal tariff agreements and reciprocal rates, or you do 0, we do 0, you do 10, we do 10. We're going to level the playing field. And in these trade renegotiations, Scotty, the little unknown secret, unreported secret is they're going to end currency manipulation in these agreements. A 20 is going to equal a 20. Yep. Gold's going to equal gold. Money's going to equal money. So we're leveling the playing field by knocking down these columns of the Roman Empire. And that there's 195 columns, and all 195 of them are coming down to level the playing field. So they can't do these currency exchange rate perversions. We can have a level system of global trade. But it's so important, Scott, that people understand globalization and global trade, where any country can do business with any other country as long as both countries agree to it. Globalization is fine. Globalism is Marxism. Globalism comes from the Bank of International Settlements and the Rothschilds. We've got to, if we have 195 countries, we need to have 195 central banks. They're called treasuries. And they look out for the best interest of each sovereign nation. But no treasury lords over any other treasury. No treasury in country A gets to tell 47 other countries what the hell they can and can't do. We have to have independent treasuries that interoperate on a level playing field, and then we're all free to consent or not consent, contract or not contract with one another for whatever makes interest. As Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said last week, America first doesn't mean America alone or America and the hell with everybody else. It just means America first.
Rob, Trump, I believe, don't quote me on the number, I thought I hear him say we're $3 trillion to the good because of tariffs. Yeah. We've now got commitments for $3 trillion invested in the U.S., on U.S. soil, to open manufacturing plants, bring jobs. So there's a town in Louisiana, some people I know live near. Hyundai committed $200 million to open a plant there, 1,500 jobs. What happens when a plant opens in a city or a town like that with 1,500 jobs? A whole bunch of industries coalesce around that manufacturing plant. Restaurants, bars, Walmart, all the things that are going to come. Maybe Walmart won't be around. Who knows? Because they're one of those multinational globalists. But you get the point. All kinds of other trade, industry, retail, service, small businesses, entrepreneurs coalesce around a plant that's creating 1,500 jobs and $200 million because everyone wants a little piece of that pie, right? So we're already way ahead of the game, and I am so confident that we can say the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the J.P. Morgans, the Pastors of France, those bloodlines will not control the world any longer on the other side of this. Where can people find Rob Cunningham?
Well, Scotty, they can go to cool.show, or they can go to x.com and just cool show with no period. I've got a Linktree account on the top of my X account. There's a Linktree account up there that has all of my social media properties. So you can, or just do a Google search under Rob Cunningham, and you'll probably find me that way.
I thank you, sir. I apologize for the distractions on my cell phone. Always a lesson learned in everything we do, but you can't go into a 12-hour event without a producer handling your guests and texting and all that jazz. So thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience, and you have a great one. We'll be in touch. And remind me to put you together with Jim Pugh.
Yes, sir. Honor to be a guest, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care.
Jason, I wanted to bring you in because I think we have a mix up on time. Are you able to come back at 7 Central, 5 Pacific? Your audio is muted.
Oh, I'm so
sir.
sorry. Yeah, I
There you
muted.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, I can come back. So 5 o'clock my time. Absolutely.
5 o'clock your time. That'd be great. That's in 2 hours, basically about an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah,
Thank
sounds
you,
good.
sir.
All
Beautiful,
right, thanks.
beautiful home. If that's your home and not a backdrop, that's a beautiful house you're sitting in.
Hey, thank you. It's a
All
backdrop,
right, we'll
but
see
I'll
you
take
back
a
here.
couple.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There she is.
Hello, Scotty Sachs. I'm so excited to be here. Freedom to choose, baby. Come on. It's now the time. It's so good to see you.
What happened to Mr. Anthony? I just brought him in
there
the
he
room.
is. You see him?
There he is. Now I see him. Handsome devil.
Oh.
You know what? You know what I
Go ahead,
accomplished?
Scotty.
You know what I accomplished most of all today?
What'd you accomplish, Scotty?
Surrounding myself with much better looking and much smarter people.
You give
Like
yourself
you
little
too.
credit, Scotty. You give
Yeah,
yourself little
bit.
credit.
My girlfriend would agree with you, I think.
Well, we are honored to be here, and you get to take a break and go eat some food right now, don't you?
Yeah, and thank you. This is the second time this year you've done this for me. We did it January 1st
Yes.
with Buck Up Mission.
Yeah.
And what a great cause that was. Bringing supplies into North Carolina for the flooded victims. I can't get it out of my mind, the story Texas Red tells, driving a truck in with cribs and toys and food for kids. And FEMA says, get out of here. You can't bring your truck in. Unbelievable, isn't it?
Such a breakdown. Yeah. Total breakdown. Well, I think we've all had enough. And us being here today is a sign of that. It's time that we, the people, take our power back. And that's exactly what we're going to do by supporting this cause, freedom to choose, and raising funds. My commitment and Mark's commitment is in the next hour that we, the people, donate, give generously and donate to this cause. None of this goes to Mark. It doesn't go to me. It doesn't go to you, Scotty. It goes to support the case. This is so important. So, Scotty, we're going to release you.
Yeah.
And then
let me just introduce you guys to the audience because that would be in order. Kim Yater, Take Your Power Back Show, one of the best names for any content because everything we're doing here is about taking our power back. Certainly hanging in the court system 4 years and possibly moving on to the Supreme Court because we don't know the outcome in California. If we raise enough money, we're prepared to go to SCOTUS. But we've been hanging in 4 years trying to take our power back, Kim. So Kim, I met several years ago. If she chooses to tell you the story, she made a proposal to me after meeting me, and she can tell that story. And this gentleman here, Mark Anthony, I can't say enough good things about Mark. He has proved himself many times over to his friends, his associates, the people around him. He just delivers on his word and did amazing things to Take Our Border Back. It was the two of you that created Take Our Border Back. You brought me in, Mark Istratoff, Robert and Jamie Agee, great people. And the things Mark did to keep us safe were unbelievable. It was never felt threatened. Of course, none of us live in fear, so it didn't really. I didn't even think about it that whole day, the whole event, every time we went on the road. Who thought about
keep them on all the time? Can they all live with us? It was so great.
So you guys take it away. Thank you so much, and I'll be back in in about 50 minutes. So thanks, guys.
Oh, Scotty, we're excited.
Got
Thank
it.
you for having us here today. Enjoy. Bon appetit.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
Oh,
See
well,
you, Mark.
this is, truly an honor to be here today. And, Mark, I like to say that we get to be in service of the people. That's really what we get to be. And when we get the privilege of raising funds for something that we believe in, and that we say, you know what? There's enough tyranny that's gone on. It's going to take every single one of us to stand up. So I just want to give a little bit of background of, what we're looking at today for those that might just be joining the show. So some information for the Freedom to Choose USA Never Again telethon. The never again is we are never going to stand for this tyranny again. The Freedom to Choose telethon is paramount to raising funds to keep our jab mandate cases alive in LA County court system and take it to SCOTUS. We have the only jab mandate cases alive in the court system. Guys, this is absolutely, in Trump's words, huge, right? Many cases were thrown out or settled out of court. There are 5,000 plaintiffs that have been involved, LA City, county public workers, and first responders that suffered loss of job for refusing the jab or jab injuries being coerced into taking the jab. We have over 100 defendants named, including Gavin, some of them call him New Scum here. I won't say that though. Former LA Mayor Garcetti and state and local health. Guys, this is a really big deal. This mandate is, I really think that California, Mark, and correct me if I'm wrong, California sets the stage for the rest of the nation. And so by we the people standing up, by Kimberly and Neil Stiller and their teams taking a stand for the people whose voices have not been listened to, who maybe they don't have a platform to speak for themselves, they've created this space so that we the people could take our power back and hold our officials accountable. And all I know is Ivan Raiklin is in my head. Retribution, retribution, retribution.
Absolutely.
So
So,
Mark,
you know,
yeah.
I was just laughing because, you and I talked last night about, I live on the East Coast, but it's so imperative that people get involved in California all across the whole entire nation, because it does set the standard. I mean, California is a huge, huge thorn in our side as a country, and we need to take California back. I think, if I was to put it on the map, Arizona and California need to be taken back and recontrolled, and Nevada as well. But California stands out, and I've got so much family and friends and so much support from California. Look, I'm over here, and I'm telling everybody, you have no idea what these people are. I get so much support from that side of the world. It's almost like the people on my side of the world don't know me as well. But as soon as I hit, from about Texas all the way up that way, as soon as I step off the plane, it's like, there's Mark. So, it's a great thing. There's a lot of anomalies that go on with California that people are not aware about. And we're going to talk about some of those today.
Yes, absolutely. I'll have to tell you, we've spent a lot of time online, and we've spent a lot of time online in these live streams, breaking news like Operation Clean Sweep 1, 2, and 3, launching the Take Our Border Back movement across the country, the North America Alliance. And what we're doing right now is probably one of the most important things, because this is all part of the great corruption, what we've seen. And the fact that this family, that Kimberly and Neil have taken it upon themselves and their teams to bring this out, to fight to get this in the courtroom. It is not easy at all. So what I want people to be thinking about today, all of our listeners, guys, all of you who are with us right now, we just want to say thank you. It's a Sunday afternoon. You could be anywhere else. And we're honored right now that you're here with us. You may have a family member that experienced a horrible side effect because of the vaccine. You may have lost a family member. You may know somebody, and maybe that was you, who lost their job because you said, I am not taking this what's called vaccine or jab, right? If you were one of those people, then you were impacted. If you're in the state of California, well, you may be one of those plaintiffs that are on that the court record right now, or I probably don't have the right words down, but you are one of those people fighting. So if you know someone today, these are the people we are fighting for, because if this case gets won here, it opens up doors for all the other cases throughout the United States. So we, the people, have got to set the precedents today. So Mark and I, throughout our conversation, are always going to refer you guys to donate below to givesendgo.com. You can see that below in the scroll, givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Today, you have the freedom to choose where you give. And we're going to ask that you give, and it goes to support this case and all of those people who were silenced, all of those people who have been wounded, and all of those people who have been left unprotected. Mark, I know that you have personal family members that were impacted by this jab. I'd love to hear a couple of those stories.
Yeah. So, I went to a barbecue with a family member, and he had brought one of his friends over, which I got to know, who worked in the postal service. And we had a nice barbecue, nice, gathering, and got to know him. His name was Mark. Super guy. So go figure, right? So we got a call, and it was in the beginning of COVID, and he had been hospitalized, and we lost him after they gave the remdesivir shot and so forth, so on. We lost him, which I was devastated, because I thought, well, you meet somebody, you don't think that this is the last time you're ever going to see him, and then he's gone. I was just like, it was kind of devastated. So about middle ways through COVID, my uncle got COVID. Now, redheaded, freckles, it seemed to affect a lot of those people, and day after day, it was like, we're going to lose him. We're going to lose him. It was just this roller coaster of a ride that just wouldn't stop. And, this is an uncle that I hunted with, I fished with, who just, was a big part of my life, because it was the youngest of all my mother's siblings. And so they kept trying to give him remdesivir. From what I understand, the hospital had a sense of understanding about the shots and what that looked like.
Sure.
And so they listened to my aunt, and he didn't get it. And he's less, if I'm not over speaking here, he was probably less than the 1% that made it out of the hospital. Now, he still has issues.
Wow.
He can't walk from, the house to the mailbox and stuff like that. He's getting better. He's building up. He has better days, than others, but, going back to just the roller coaster of our family, and thinking that, we're going to lose him. And then, obviously, people were worried about other people in my family that had health issues of getting it as well. And they were able to pull it out, including myself. I mean, I got it. I got it at the last part of the COVID. Everybody else had already went through it. I got the last round, the very tail end of it.
Wow.
And it didn't affect me like it did everyone else. And but it's one of those things, when until you've lived it and understand and have people that actually die right beside you, that you were in contact with, and have a family member that was on the cusp of death. I mean, they had him on ventilators, upside down, doing the pounding stuff, trying to get all that stuff out. And as times has went on, you and I are very good friends with Dr. Artist and other people in this industry.
Mark, his father-in-law was killed because they put him on remdesivir and put him on the ventilator. I mean, he had to fight those, and unfortunately they lost him. But yeah, go on, finish what you were saying.
And then I've lost, we lost my buddy, Robert David Steele, CIA. He wound up getting remdesivir and wound up dying, and so there's other people that we could sit here all day and talk about, but the whole point of what we're trying to bring the awareness to is that it's affected every life one way or another in this whole country, and we've got to stand up, and something has to be paved in the way in the court system, and California hasn't.
Yes, yes, California has it. This is so important that we support that. And people can donate. Guys, please donate at givesendgo.com, freedom to choose. I heard Scotty say in the beginning of the show, whether it's $1, it's $5, $10, $100, $1,000, the goal is to raise another $100,000 so that they can fight this. It's going to take all of us, but I'm telling you, if they fight this, they are likely to win if they have the funding behind it. If they win, then this is a huge win for not only California, but for our entire country. They are setting the precedence. Now, Mark, one of
Kim,
the things,
I just want to tell people,
yeah,
I just want to give them a little something. Every department pulls in money in the state of California. They have so much money, it's not even funny.
yes, they
I just
do.
want to,
I'm
I
here
just
in
want
the
to, I
state of
just want to give them,
California.
I just want to give them the statistics of just really quick math out of my head. We have
Sure.
3 bridges in California that you pay $8 to pass. In the numbers that I've been given, it's 75,000. It's $75,000 a day on each one of those bridges. Times 12. You look at the month. That's a day. You're looking at just a revenue income, just 3 bridges, not anything else. You're talking 70, $80 million a year revenue just from 3 bridges. That equals less than 1% of the revenue that California brings in. They have so much money. If we don't have enough, we're going to lose out.
100%. There's a lot going on in the state of California right now, getting ready for the new governor. We've been doing the governor face-off. I just interviewed Bianco and Naranjo and Zaki. I've got Steve Hilton coming up on May 8th live on my live stream at Take Your Power Back Show, actually rumble.com/Take Your Power Back Show /live. That's going to be a big one. But our goal is to hold these guys accountable, making sure that those that are about to step into power, right, are actually living it right now, that what they've done with their own personal finances, their business finances, what they're standing for, they're actually leading by example right now, so that when they're in power, they're going to get us out of this deficit. We're going to Doge California. That's what should be happening right now. Now, I got to tell you one thing, Mark. There was something that made a huge impact to my family in the midst of COVID. Now, I was one of the first people to get hit with COVID in 2019, but we didn't know it was COVID, right? We got hit hard. We got through it. Thank God for the nutrition we take. It is a game changer. We got through it and didn't get sick again during the midst of that. But I'll tell you what, my husband's dad was about 89 years old. And this guy at 89 years old was still flipping houses. I am not kidding. Still in the business. He hired teams. He had all of his faculties, like my grandma would say. He was flipping houses, right? So he was coerced into getting the jab. And within 6 months, his legs stopped working. Now, we hear this all across the board by those that have gotten jabbed, that something stops working, the functionality of the body, right? It was horrible. He went to the hospital. We figured maybe we would do the surgery. They said there was something going on with his discs. I hate all of that. I like the more natural route. But, Grandpa said, I think I want to do the surgery. And I'll just tell you, he died within months. It was absolutely horrific for our family. But it reminds me of the woman that walks into the chiropractic facility every single day. This woman took the jab as well. She was put in a wheelchair, lost all her leg movement, Mark, her whole upper body. She could move her whole lower body. She could move her arms, Mark. It was horrible. So I remember seeing her come in fighting for her life. She was not going to do Western medicine. She was going to actually utilize what was the more natural route. And she did that with what she began to put in her body, everything from the hyperbaric machine to infrared technology, pulse electromagnetic frequency, to the good nutrition. That woman is now walking with a cane. Thank you, Jesus. And she has had many people praying over her. But how many people are completely bedridden? How many people need to die? How many people on air need to fall over? How many more people do we need to see dead? Okay. That's the reality of what we're dealing with right now. This has to stop because, Mark, they are already planning for what's next.
That's right. We're seeing more and more as what they're planning on next. I want to kind of take a minute and kind of go down a rabbit hole for just 1 second.
Sure.
Look, we don't say that we have a cure all, because there's not a cure all for the vaccinated, but there is things that are helping, and we're watching it help people.
That's
So
right.
if you're one of those people that have been vaccinated out there somewhere, get a hold of Kim. She can give you the right direction to where you need to go with that, please, because we've helped out a lot of people, and it seems to
Yes.
be helping their lives out. And I think that what they're coming up with next, you need to be rid of what you've had prior to, before this
100%.
next part happens. So I want to get that out of the way, because it's very important. I mean, look, we're all God's children. We're all working
Yeah.
for the same thing. And it really does pain me to go to these events, and you and I have been all across this country, up and down, left and right. We have
Yes.
traveled,
Yeah.
even traveled abroad. So, we've seen it all. We've heard all the stories, and there's a lot that we don't have time today to share. And it's mortifying. I mean, it's so terrifying to understand what have happened in these families, and the heartache and the pains, and even the screams. I mean, just the screams in the hospital, talking to nurses when their family members were dying. Think about all that pain that these people went through.
Yeah.
We've got to stop
Yeah.
it. We can't do nothing. And I'm speaking to the audience. We can't do nothing unless we come together. We can't do nothing without fighting this. California has the best chance. That's why we're here today. And that little QR code on there, I mean, it means everything. If you want to stop it, and look, in the beginning, they kept saying jab, 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 jab. But then at the end of the day, when you look at what happened, then they just came right out blatantly and said, hey, we screwed up.
Yeah.
They told
Yeah.
you they screwed up. We were telling the whole world, hey, don't take it. Don't take it. God gave you this body to operate accordingly. He gave you the tools from birth to know what you needed to do. Now, some people were forced into it. They were rather, they're going to get fired. Their whole livelihood was down, or they were somewhere else and they got forced into it, and there was nothing to do. Like my daughter got forced into taking a jab at school for
Oh my
sports.
gosh.
They're like your whole sports
Yeah.
career is done unless you take the jab. And here it is, a person that's top 5 in the country, and what she does, she took it. So
Completely
now
coerced.
we're trying to unwind all that with protocol,
Yeah.
but it's devastating. We've got to come together. This has to be the one that makes it in, so all the other states can fall in behind, and all those people that have suffered, that have lost loved ones, have retribution coming to them. Now, the biggest thing that I see is we need to get pharmaceuticals back in America under American control, where
Oh
we
my
can watch.
gosh. It's time to say goodbye to the pharmaceutical industry. But yes,
Well,
100%.
yeah. Right. So, but more than naturopathic way, which we're working towards,
Yes.
we're seeing
That's
that
right.
happen. We may need to rename pharmaceutical to naturopathic, but we need to do something. But we need it more
Yes.
where we're eyes on here. We need to get out the corruption of the cabal out of America, and we need to revamp this. And the only way we're going to do it is start laying out the groundwork, and the groundwork
That's right.
starts right here.
And it starts right here. And so just to correct, that QR code just goes to my show, the Take Your Power Back show, where you
Okay,
can
sorry.
see all the work that Mark and I have done. Mark and I have done a few shows together. So you definitely want to, tap on in. But you want to go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. That's givesendgo.com, freedom to choose. Please donate, guys. We have this telethon going all day long to stand for those that have been vaxxed, those that were coerced, those that are no longer with us, the plaintiffs that are fighting for their voices being heard, they're fighting for justice. And remember, this telethon is paramount to raising the funds to keep our jab mandate cases alive in the LA County court system, to take it to SCOTUS. That's going to be key. Now, we are the only jab mandate cases alive in the court system again. Many cases were thrown out or settled out of the courtroom. There are 5,000 plaintiffs that have been involved from LA City and the county public workers and first responders that have suffered the loss of their jobs job for refusing to take the jab, as well as injuries for those being coerced to take the jab. We have over 100 defendants named. Now, those defendants are people like Gavin Newsom. Yeah, you all know him, right? We're trying to get that guy out fast. Former LA Mayor Garcetti, state and local health officials. So it is so important, guys, that we support this mandate. And I'm going to really direct you guys. Not only am I going to direct you to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose, but I'm going to direct you to the website, because the website is rich. There are tools here for you. If you're still in a situation where you are, in a workplace, your kid is in school and you are being coerced, you are being pressured, you actually have the ability to take your power back. I want you to go to freedomtochoose.com. That's freedomtochoose.com. The website has a plethora of information. They've got downloadables, but it's a real toolkit for you guys to take your power back. And we needed this so much in the midst of COVID. So I'm so grateful to Kimberly and Neil that have worked so hard behind the scenes and the entire Freedom to Choose team to make this happen. Now, Mark, I'm going to project something out. I don't want to project it out as if it's going to happen. I just declare in the name of Jesus that the plan for round 2 is canceled right now. That's what I'm just going to declare. But
Absolutely.
what is another way that we can, because number one, to take our power back, it's going to be to support this. Okay. This is going to speak loud and clear by people supporting this. This is the kind of mandate, a court order. This is the kind of mandate we need to support, right? Because it's going to not only impact the state of California, all those plaintiffs and those families, it's going to impact the entire country. And we know California sets the precedence for the United States. The United States sets the precedence for the world. So if they were to try to do something like this again, Mark, what do you see we have in place today for we the people to truly take our power back?
Well, one thing I can say is the patriot movement that has taken place the past 4 years have really educated. We've been on stage so many times, you and I, everywhere, educating the public on what to what to look for, what signs. But one thing that we've all learned, and I think what's come out on regular social media and regular news, is that we realize that we can't trust our own government. So anything they do, we don't trust it. So I think the education part of what we've done is probably our biggest tool that we have to use is use good sense and say, hey, I don't trust it. You see what happened the first time. I think so. I think with all of what's been done, and there's many of us that really have stepped out into our power. You and I talk about take your power back all the time. It's so important. The reason why you came up with that phrase for your business was, taking your power back. That means everything. Right. That means taking everything back, taking your sovereign back, taking, taking everything that God gave you back to you. And that's also taking your knowledge back to understanding, hey, I don't trust my government. I need to second guess this. I need to second question it. And I think the education part of that's where we really filled in.
Knowledge is power. So we're going to make a little bit of a correction right now. When I told you guys to go to freedomtochoose.com, I'm going to correct that right now, because knowledge is power. I want you to go to freedomtochooseusa.com. That's freedom chooseusa.com. Now, this website is awesome, guys. Remember what I said, it is your toolbox to fight this tyranny. Now, to donate, you want to go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. This is how we take our power back. We do have the freedom to choose where we're going to spend our money. Does this mean I give up my Starbucks? Well, Starbucks is horrible for me. Okay. So yes, I'll give up my Starbucks this week. Yes, I'll donate this week. I always look for, I go, okay, God, where can I give? Yes, I tithe because God asks me to give back. He gives me so much, right? So not only do I get to give back to God, but he always shows me different areas where I can give a little, because if all of us give a little bit goes a long way. A little for some is $1,000. A little for some is $10,000. A little for some is $1. So whatever you can give can make the difference. I want you to think of those family members who are hurting. This is going to go to support the case, to right the wrong. This situation we're in this country right now, it's not right or left anymore. It's right versus wrong. And that's exactly what they're doing with this case. It's right versus the wrongs done to the people. We are taking our power back. Now, the website has a tab. Check this out. I've got Betty. Betty in the back end is working with me. Thank God. She's amazing. Thanks, Betty. So Betty is telling me that the website has a tab called The Vault. I was on there today. The Vault is pretty awesome. Now, the Vault is where you can find all the documents. And these are the tools that you're going to utilize to take your power back, so you're never in that situation where you're feeling powerless. Powerless is from the pit of hell. It is not from a gracious God. There is always a resource and a tool being available. It means that we step outside of fear and we step back into love, because remember, fear puts us in lower brain, fight, flight, and freeze. And the Bible says when we are in fear, he says, there is no fear in love, because perfect love drives out fear. When we
Amen.
move into his abundance and into love, it's then that we are open. We get back into the space of creation. We are co-creators with Christ. And then we begin to see, okay, there are alternatives. There are resources. There are choices. We've got to remember that in the midst of this tyranny, we are not victims of Satan. We are victors in Christ, and we together will take our power back. Support this initiative. GiveSendGo.com/freedom to choose. Mark Anthony.
I'm just smiling back over here. I love it when you get on that task. I mean, we talk all the time about what God's love is, and a lot of people, it don't directly affect them, so they don't have any. It's like yeah. But the reality is, God's watching. We're all His people, and I always think, I want to push in that presence of being with God and whatever I can do to help.
Yes.
And I've put myself out before. I mean, you have too, Kim. I've watched you put yourself out, just to know that God was in it that far. And I think that you can tithe to the church. There's not any much difference in tithing to a good cause as well. So I think that we just need to go back and reevaluate who we are as people, and say, hey, what do I need to do? And ask God to kind of lead the way. So, yeah.
100%. Mark, I really wish that when all of this took place, that we had things like this website in place. freedomtocchooseusa.com, because if I would have known the vault was available, right? And I'm sure none of us knew any of this was going to happen. So of course these things weren't in place, but if things like the vault at freedomtocchooseusa.com were available, then I would have known how to really help a lot of the family members, right? And people out there, because there were a lot of people reaching out to us. We did the best we could with the information we had.
Right.
Having a resource like this is so important. So I'll tell you what, the next time these guys come at us, the global elite, which really is the satanic cabal, comes at us to destroy God's creation, we have some tools in place. And I think one of the number one tools that we've always had is the power of prayer. So you know what I'd love to do right now, Mark? I think we'd do this space a disservice if we didn't take time to pray today. Take time to pray over this, pray over all of those families. You want to dial and I'll hang up?
Well, here's what I want to say to that. Let's wait on good old Scotty to get back in here, and let's do it all three together, just like we did back in the good old days.
Awesome. Love it.
So I think that's good. and prayer has helped us a lot. And of course, we ask God and the Holy Spirit to help guide us in everything that we do. And I have to say that everything that we have touched as a group, and we knew that God was in it, has prospered, tremendously. And I believe today, listeners that are going to listen to this are going to see it and they're going to give. I'm claiming it. I'm
Yeah.
declaring it in Jesus' name. So,
In Jesus' name, come on.
so it's one of those. It's just really heartfelt. I work with children, um, and I've watched some of probably the most horrific things that anybody never wants to see, across the board, on the border, in the in the townships, in the states, and so forth, so on. But that's not what this show's about. What I want to say is we have to come together. The country's still so far divided, but on an issue like this, we should all be standing side by
That's right.
side, demanding accountability and helping.
Yes.
Look, there's what, 3.3 billion people in America.
Yeah.
Is that what it
Yeah.
is? And you take what the adults out of there. If everybody just gave $1, we could end this with one stroke.
That's right. Oh my gosh, that would be phenomenal if everybody gave $1. That's huge. Isn't that funny? Just that little bit, it goes such a long way. Mark, I was thinking, well, givesendgo.com, guys, freedom to choose / freedom to choose. I love GiveSendGo. They're amazing. They've hosted our Take Our Border Back platform.
Great folks.
We love them. Givesendgo.com / freedom to choose. I was thinking about when my kids were little, Mark, and if my kids were little in the midst of COVID, Mark, I would not have necessarily known the right thing to do. I may have, if I was in the school system, I may have been one of those moms that said, oh my gosh, I don't want something to happen to my kids, nor do I want something to happen to the other kids, right? I may have bought into that narrative. I may have drank the Kool-Aid, the lies the media was pouring out. I may have been one of those moms that got my kids vaccinated and got myself vaccinated. So I am so grateful for these guys that are educating the people. I'm so grateful for the people that stood up now. I could imagine there's moms listening and dads listening right now that are feeling guilty as anything. They're feeling guilty because they did drink the Kool-Aid. They bought the narrative. And if you're one of those parents right now, one of those family members right now who ended up getting that vaccine, you were coerced, you felt like, hey, I'll just take the hit for my family. I got to bring money in. And you're dealing with the side effects of that. Maybe you're dealing with the guilt and the shame. I'm going to cancel that right now in the name of Jesus. We are going to cancel that. Okay. You are not a victim. We are not victims. Okay. We do the best we can with the information we have. This is where grace comes in. So I'm going to encourage you to release that, guys, and surround yourself with those people that are going to encourage you, that are going to spur you on. And here's the great thing. These are all learning opportunities. They say our mess is our message, our test, our testimony, our pain, our purpose. So throw out that guilt, get involved. And if you're somebody that was harmed by the vaccine, if you know somebody that was harmed by the vaccine, now is the time that you can join us in the fight. Every dollar that is donated here goes for the fight. We are going to win this case in LA. Oh yeah. And Newsom will be held accountable, and everybody that was involved in this tyranny. Guys, support the mission. Join us in this mission together. Just like you said, Mark, it's about us coming together. And this and the children, man, it's like we can't argue about that. We all agree when it comes to this, right?
Right.
So let's give $1, $2, $10, $5, $50, $100, $1,000. If you can be a big donator and donate that $100,000, guys, that's huge. That right there will push this case through and give us what we need to win. Go to givesendgo.com / freedom to choose. You get to choose. So choose powerfully.
Kim, we talk about the kids and stuff. There were a lot of private schools that demanded the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
So a lot of children were affected by this. Not so much, we talk about the adult side of it, but they were a tremendous amount of children that were affected by it, and there were children that perished because of it. So, and there's a lot of complications even still today with people that we know that are still dealing with the after effects of it. So, it's across the board of what that looks like. I know that when we talk, it sounds like on an adult level, but it affected our children. And listen, when you start affecting those children, then the fight starts with me.
100%. I've got a new grandbaby on the way. I'm so excited. Like my second grandbaby. I mean, I'm 55 years old, 4 children, a little grandbaby, and 1 more on the way. And so Mama was in the film industry. Mama was on a TV show, and Mama couldn't finish up her TV show, and her show was paying her about $20,000 a month easily. Right. So she had this real battle. She's like, I can't keep my SAG membership. I can't stay on the show unless I get the vax. So she got that vax. And I'll tell you what, I pray for her. I pray for healing in Jesus' name over her, healing over my grandbabies, that there'll be no side effects, right? That the blood of Jesus just washes away that junk. Now she's doing a lot of, the protocols that I put people on to detox those heavy metals out of the body. She's taking in that nutrition so it absorbs, getting the inflammation down in the body. She's doing the right things, which is great. But I know there's a lot of families out there who probably are in the same situation. So God hears our prayers, and we have to remember that.
Absolutely. It's what we run on. That's our people can stop at the gas station. We stop at the prayer station.
It's true. Okay, so last night. Okay, so check this out. All right, so I was at the governor meeting last night, right?
Right.
The governor meeting last night. Oh, and by the way, in the back end, the team is saying, are you kidding? SAG pushed that? Well, they may not have verbally come out, but she couldn't work her job. She could not work her job as an actress on a TV show unless she was vaccinated.
Right.
So did SAG push it? We need to all be asking that question. That's for sure. So last night, here I was at the CRA meeting in San Bernardino yesterday. And so the interview that I did with, with Chad Bianco, Sheriff Chad Bianco in LA, who's running for governor, it has gone. I walked in the room and everyone's like, oh my gosh, you're the one that did the interview. You were the one that did the interview, right? And Zachy was there. And then we've got Serpa that's running for governor there. Markham was there. It was amazing to be able to be there. And California, I share this right now because we are taking our power back all across the board in the state of California. Yes, it's really red. Okay. And it's a matter of us coming together and taking our elections back, taking our power back in the state of California with this case right now that you all can support at givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Guys, go and support. So last night after I left that event, it was an amazing event. We got to powwow. We've got the next show with Steve Hilton coming up on May 8th at the Take Your Power Back show. What ends up happening is I see this guy coming up to my car. Now I have my Take Your Power Back show signs on my red FJ Cruiser, right? So I'm pumping the gas tank, getting ready to make my drive back to San Diego. And this homeless guy, it was freezing there, by the way. He's all bundled up and he's got his bags and, he seemed pretty kind of coherent. And he's like, hey, he's trying to talk to me about my sign. And so I'm back in the car now. And so I unroll the window and he's asking me questions about the show. And God says, what are you going to do with that food that you just had that you're bringing leftovers to your kids? What are you going to do with that food? Are you going to keep it in the car for the next 2 hours? Or are you going to feed this man? It was really cool. It's how awesome God is. I'm like, okay. So he ended up, walking away. We talked for a moment. He ended up walking down. I drove my car over to him and we had a conversation. And I just really, what was on my heart was that he gets connected with the Dream Center, because I know the Dream Center loves Jesus and I know that they're going to help this man get back on his feet. So I gave him the information to that. And of course, you got to give them what they need first, food. So I gave him the food, and it's like this stuff we feel good about ourselves. Of course, when we give generously, just like people are giving today, givesendgo.com/freedom to choose, right? We feel good about ourselves, but here's the thing to really look at. God sees where we're giving. God sees our heart. And he says, well done, good and faithful servant. I sent over my angel dressed in homeless gear to see if you would give generously. Well, today, our freedom to choose is that homeless guy dressed up, right? And God says, you have the ability to give generously today. I see your hand. I see what you're giving. Give generously. So for Mark and I to be here today, Mark, for us to be here, we took time out of our schedule. We don't get anything from this. Yeah, we
Never
do.
happened.
Yeah,
Well,
we
we
do.
get
Do you know what
we
we
get the
get? You know what
satisfaction.
we
We
get?
get the
That
yeah.
we're
We
doing
get
God's work, Mark.
right.
We get
But
tons from that.
we've never taken anything monetary ever.
Nothing. No, not for the whole Take Our Border Back movement. It cost us a lot monetarily, but the
But
joy.
because the American people, God's people, was important to us. I
That's
mean,
right.
I tell people, all the time. I took a lot of money out of my 401k, my savings, to help
Yeah.
us push along through, the beginning all the way into Take Our Border Back until current today. People said, "Well, why did you do that?" And I said, "Well, God will bless me," and He has,
He is
as well as
abundant.
we won't talk about it. But every time,
Mhm.
every time I do something, God blesses me because there's nothing that I'm just doing it because I'm being forced, but
Yes.
I'm doing it out of the love that's in my heart for God and His people,
So good.
and that's the whole key.
Yes. Yes. There is this wonderful example of generosity, right? So these are all very biblical, biblical proverbs. They're biblical teachings to give generously, right? And so when we give, there is this example that our Pastor Jurgen at Awaken Church, absolutely love him. He's my pastor. So he uses this example, Mark, of the Red Sea versus the Dead Sea. The Red Sea is filled with fish and life and abundance, right? The Dead Sea is dead. Yeah, there's stuff in there, but it's pretty dead. So it's kind of like this. This is how generosity works. It's kind of like you've got think about what happens when a storm happens. The rain comes down, right? And then you've got all the precipitation, everything picks up. It's this flow. It's the cycle. It comes down, it comes back up. It's the cycle, the whole weather pattern. It's a cycle, right? Generosity is that cycle. It comes back to us over and over and over. Generosity is like the Red Sea or like the sea. It's full of life. It comes back to you. It feeds you. It fuels you, right? The Dead Sea is exactly what it is. When we are not generous, it's dead. There's no life in it. The only way, it's a natural, he does such a good work. I got to get his sermon out there because it was just so good the way he says it. But it's the way life is meant to work. When we give generously, we are blessed generously. Now, do I give just to be blessed? Well, I don't give just to be blessed, but gee whiz, God's blessings are better than man's blessings. I want to give because I know God gives generously. So, our last call to action before we get ready to pass it on over to Tammy Garcia, I believe her name is Tammy Garcia, and Scotty back in the room, is guys, go and give today. We are so excited that you're here. We're so excited that Scotty's back, but we want to encourage you to give generously. If you haven't given yet, go to givesendgo.com, freedom to choose. You don't want to walk away from here going, oh man, I said I'll do it later, but then you forgot and didn't do it. You don't want to walk away from here saying, meeting somebody a week from now who's been injured by COVID and going, oh man, I should have given to that, right? You have the opportunity to give. Go give. givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. You get to choose. Take your power back and support this freedom to choose.
Welcome back, Scotty.
Hey guys, when I do these, this is the second telethon, of course, where I figured I'll take 1 hour off in the 12 hours just to eat and thank you. I just ate, feel a lot better. But when I think about who do I have fill in for me, beyond the trust that I have with you, Kim, and of course you, Mark, I know you're the best promoter. I mean, you just promote the heck out of in a genuine way, and you understand why people donate
Yeah.
from a God perspective. And
Yeah.
I mean, it is really, this is a chance to hold them accountable.
Yes.
You know, I'm not picking on anybody. We all bitch, moan, and gripe. We all have beefs, but there's a lot of people out there. I'm not necessarily saying just this audience that bitch, moan, and gripe about nothing's going on. And we don't have accountability. And where are the arrests? And where's the RV? What's happening with the NAR? Bob, on and on and on. Well, guess what? This is a chance to actually be a part of something and do something to create that accountability.
Yes.
And you know, we can't just rely on Trump and Scott Bassett and Pam Bondi and
That's
Cash
right.
Patel and General Flynn. We have to be a part of the fight. They expect us to be a part of the fight. Mark, you know
Yes.
that. Mark, you're pretty close to the circle and from a security and intelligence point of view. Don't they expect us to be a part of the fight in a big way?
Absolutely. You know, they're waiting on us. I mean, I keep, I just had this conversation yesterday. You know, they're waiting on us. It's like Sean Taylor. Sean Doge is doing, into the trillions of dollars, and we got cases that's worth, are in the billions of dollars, and we got cases in the trillions of dollars. And I'm saying, hey guys, what are we waiting on? We're waiting for the American people to reach out and grab each other's hands and walk together and fight together, stand up, ask for accountability, and take their power back. So if you want to take your power back, this is the way to do it. This is fighting the cabal and winning. This is how we do it. Stop being a part of the problem and be part of the solution.
That's right.
And I know money's tight for everybody. That's why
Absolutely.
I say even a dollar. It's not how much, it's the act of giving.
Act of giving.
And it's the act of participating in the fight and standing for freedom and being a warrior. And we could go on with the adjectives and superlatives, but I thank you guys. Kim, you're a much better promoter than I am.
Oh, you do a great job. It's always an honor, Scotty, to be in a space with you and Mark, two of my most favorite people in the whole universe.
I mean, we had such a good time working together with Take Our Border Back and Take Our Ex Back.
Yes,
and you know, after our first event, I remember doing some rough numbers. Remember, I came to you guys, said we had close to 100 million impressions.
Amazing.
From our promotions. We were on every show, even Tucker Carlson.
Because CNN, hot mic to CNN, 14 hours. We're nationalist Christians.
We hit every podcast, and Glenn Beck was talking about Take Our Border Back. Tucker had Doc P. Chambers on. Hope he's doing well. Shout out to Doc Pete. He's always doing great things. He's always out saving the kids. You remember when he showed up to the event, he swam across the river? Didn't he swim across the river to show up at one of the events, Mark?
Yeah, he did. It's a long story. We can't go into that on the screen, but yeah, he did. He's a warrior, and he's gonna be with us at the Rev 17 up in Northern California, speaking with me and Kim coming up soon. So we'll love Doc Pete.
Out saving kids, probably, right? Probably saved 3 little kids before he swam across the river to show up for our event. It's like, I'm here. We all drove in. He swims across the channel, so to speak. Really great guy. Just such a warrior. Kim, tell everybody where they can find you. And Mark, I don't know where you're directing people this day, but Kim, go ahead and tell our audience where to find you. Your URL's on the screen. Obviously.
You can find all of my shows when you go to takeyourpowerbackshow.com. That's takeyourpowerbackshow.com will direct you to my Rumble, Take Your Power Back Show, my X at Real Kim Yater, or my Facebook at Real Kimberly Yater and the Take Your Power Back Show. We love you. And I just want to say to all the listeners today, all those warriors, you have a lot of warriors that led today, Scotty. an honor to be with you and an honor to come together. And Scotty, we would not have done what we did with the Take Our Border Back movement if it wasn't for we the people and all the patriot warriors that stood with us on this next leg of the race and us taking our country back, because that's what it's going to take. Local action equals national impact, like General Flynn says. It's going to take all of us powerfully uniting.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is we need to be in the fight. We know it's at a local level. None of us have the wherewithal and the power and the might and the money to impact globally or even nationally, but on a local level at the school boards, county boards, city hall. How many people here even know the name of their county board members or their school board members? Not too many. And that's not a criticism.
Yeah.
That's just an accentuation point of why we need to get involved at a local level. So,
That's right.
Kim, thank you very much. I understand you wanted to pray. I want to bring somebody in
Yes.
before you pray, because he's our next guest, and I
Yeah.
think you guys are going to recognize this gentleman. I
I
think
love
you
it.
would recognize this man.
Oh, I love it. One of my favorite people. Hold on. I have a signed copy right here from you. Hello, it's good to see you.
Everybody knows this man if they've been around the freedom movement.
Yes.
2009, I picked up that book and read it. I was pretty green. I, like many people, thought the Federal Reserve was part of the government. The U.S. must be run by the Treasury. Well, we now know there's nothing federal about it, and there's never been any reserves, the way they rehypothecate money. But this man opened more people's eyes truly than anybody I know. Anybody that read that book understood it all revolves around the Federal Reserve. We're going to talk about that, but I wanted him to sit in on your prayer because I know he's a man of God too.
It. Well, before we pray, Mark, where can people reach you?
They can reach me at veteransforchildrescue.org, or you can follow Kim. I'm usually somewhere in the midst of the background, or Scotty.
Yep.
So I'm somewhere between those. But like I said, veteransforchildrescue.org. They can find me there.
Come on. All right. So who's dialing? I'll close us out, but who's dialing in?
I'm going to let you dial us in, Kim.
Go ahead.
All the way. I want you to reel it in all the way. We listen, even Take Our Border Back. I mean, we were always like, Kim. She's just she's a great speaker, and she's just really heartfelt, and she just does a great job at it. I wonder if she sits in the closet the whole time like this, giving her prayers.
So awesome. God is good. Now, what we have to remember is our words have the power to bring life or death. The words we speak are the choice morsels we declare. There is something I want to share with you guys before I pray. It says, mistakes, errors, or seeming loss are all learning opportunities. They cause us to outperform ourselves the next time. They motivate us towards our goal of doing God's work, our goal of excellence. And the scripture is Isaiah 61:7. Instead of shame and dishonor, you will enjoy a double share of honor. So those that have been wounded, you're going to get a double share of blessing. You will possess a double portion of prosperity in your land. What the enemy has taken, God will give you back over and over, and everlasting joy will be yours. Father, we come before you in the name of Jesus. Daddy, Abba, Father, I am. We come before you and we honor you. We thank you. We praise you. We are here on this earth for such a time as this because you have chosen us. You've intricately designed us, knit us together in our mother's womb. You've allowed us to go through all the challenges that we've gone through so that we can be used by you. I pray in the name of Jesus that all listening right now, they will be reminded that they are the hands and the feet, Father, your hands and feet. They are the mouthpiece for you. We are the mouthpiece for you, God. Give us eyes to see so that we are not deceived, but awakened. Give us ears to hear, to discern the truth, that wisdom and the discernment, Father God. We pray for all those who took the jab or were vaxxed. I pray right now, I speak to every cell. I speak to every organ. I speak to every muscle. I speak to every neurotransmitter. I speak life. Jesus is the great physician. I speak life. Jesus is the great healer. I speak life and healing in Jesus' name. I pray for this court, for this mandate, for the freedom to choose. I pray for everything going on in the courtroom right now, all the funding coming in for this, Father God, the $100,000 raised right now in the name of Jesus. I pray that this falls on the ears of the judges, the courts. It falls on them as truth. They can see the truth, Father God. They hear the voice of the people, Father God. Justice is served, Father, in the name of Jesus. Father, bless the family that put this together. Bless Kimberly and Neil. Bless Betty. Bless the whole backdrop. Bless Scotty as it continues on today, as well as G. Edward Griffin, Father. Bless Mark and I as we go. Father, we love you. We praise you. We thank you that we get to be alive right now. May the patriots, may the warriors come together unified, Father. We love you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Hey,
Amen.
Scotty,
Thank you, guys.
just as being, me and Kim are speakers and it's not normal, well, I guess it can be normal, but we're going to donate $500 to the people of California. So,
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, guys.
okay.
We really
So we love
appreciate
you.
it.
We love you
We
guys.
love you guys both. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your Sunday. And we'll talk soon, of course.
You too.
Absolutely.
We'll
Thank
talk to you
you.
very soon.
Thanks for having
God
us.
bless
Thank you, guys.
Bless.
Thank you, Mark. Oops, got to add him back. He's the reason we're here the next hour. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, he probably doesn't need an introduction, but I will say that in 2009, I read the seminal book, the preeminent book about the Federal Reserve System, the fiat money system, and how the central bankers control everything. So appropriate to talk about the Fed and the bankers today when we're talking about the COVID agenda, the jab, and their Bill Gates' plan, which he is openly on a TED Talk talking about eliminating 10 to 15% of the world population if they do a good job with jabs. This man was warning us in 1969. I found videos online of G. Edward Griffin warning America of the CCP in particular, of the one world government, so to speak. I don't know if they called it the New World Order back then. And then you started something in, was it 2020, your first Red Pill Expo?
Was that 2017?
17. Okay. I couldn't remember. I went to the first one. I said, if I ever get a chance to meet the man in person and shake his hand, I'll go, and wherever that may be. And there it was in 2017, the Red Pill Expo. In 2020, that's the date I had in mind. Couple of radio executives, G. Edward, didn't know anything about the Federal Reserve. They were running big radio networks. They didn't understand anything. They didn't understand the COVID agenda. So I started educating them. They said, well, we're going to give you a microphone. We want you to tell our audience what you told us about the Federal Reserve. And guess where I learned every bit of it? From you, of course, in your book. So detailed, so well written. It's like a mystery movie, a thriller, so many things. Where did it all start for you? Would you tell everybody, where did you get this impetus for digging in, rolling up your sleeves, like a super sleuth, and uncovering the and having the guts to come out and say it all?
Well, that's a good one. I get that question asked a lot. And I have to say, in all honesty, that my answer is different every time, I guess, depending on my mood, and also depending on my memory, and depending on how you look at it. You know, you can cut a piece of wood this way and look at the grain, and then you cut the same piece of wood in that angle, and the grain is entirely different, but it's still the same piece of wood. So there are authentic answers to this question that are different. So with that as a preliminary excuse as to why what I'm about to say may not line up entirely with what I've said before, it's all part of that same piece of wood, Scotty. most most of the questions like that I get are based on the assumption that there was some kind of a major event, like I got struck by a bolt of lightning, or someone presented me with a piece of evidence that I could not bear to watch, or something, and it changed my life. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, that's not the case. I eased into and continue to ease into my position that I am in now, and my understanding of what's going on in the world. And every day, almost every hour of my life, I learned something more that adds a little more understanding to what I had previously. And so it's a long journey, but nevertheless, it's an honest question, and I think my experience might be encouragement to a lot of people who are in the position of saying, well, how many times do I hear it? But what can the average person do? You know, they become aware of what's going on in the world a little bit at a time, like we all do. But as it builds up, they finally get to the point, oh my gosh, these people we're up against, whoever they are, however you want to describe them, and we might want to come back to that issue later on, but whoever these people are, they own everything. They own the money system. They create the money. These are the bankers. They're crooked. I thought they were honest people, but they're crooked. They own the politicians. They run the government. They run the schools. They have the armies. They control over the armies. What do you think I can do about that? What can the average person do against that? It sort of descended on me a couple of years ago. I hadn't planned on the answer. It just came out, and it was this. It says, well, there's nothing that the average person can do. You're licked. You can't beat all that. So if you really want to see a change, stop being average, you know, do something and become a little above average. The average person doesn't want to learn. They don't want to know about these facts. They don't want to take the time to become involved. They don't want to spend any money on solving the problem. They don't want to spend time. Books bore them. They rather watch Dancing with the Stars. They don't want to hear bad news. They don't want to be unfriendly to their associates. They don't want to speak the truth because it's unpleasant. They want to maintain their social status. They surely don't want to endanger their job. They don't want to rock the boat. So that's why the average person can't do anything. So if we really want to do something, we have to stop being average, which is kind of a reversal of what we were taught in school. We go to public schools and they teach us to be average. They say, you know, be a team player. You know, go along, don't rock the boat. Respect authority. Well, that sounds pretty good, but that authority means don't question. That statement means don't ask questions of people with authority. You're supposed to take them at face value. You're supposed to trust your leaders. In other words, we're taught in school, which is a very bad idea. On that topic of trusting your leaders, how many of us really were taught that in school? Not necessarily directly, but indirectly, you know, like respect your parents. It's kind of like that, you know, trust your parents. Well, sometimes you can't trust your parents, but if you can't trust your parents, who can you trust? And the answer is nobody, really, when it comes down to really important issues. And when you have people tinkering around with your liberties and your freedom and your money and your lifestyle and what you can say and what you can think and all the things, you better be very careful of those people. I would trust them if I were you, because I think Thomas Jefferson, I'm going to come back to your question, by the way.
Okay.
You'll find out, if you don't already know, I digress quite often, but I'll come back to your question. But this idea of trust makes me think of that famous letter that was written to Thomas Jefferson shortly after the ratification of the Constitution. The first Federation was turned into the Congress of the United States of America. And Jefferson got a letter from a friend of his who was the doctor. And the doctor said, well, Mr. Jefferson, and by the way, we know about this letter because it's in the new Constitution. And I think in the letter, he actually called it correctly. Now that we have this republic, how can we be sure that only good men are in positions or in office, government positions of authority. And Jefferson's answer is the key to this whole thing. It was almost irate. He said, this is a paraphrase, he said, let us not speak of good men in office. Let us not speak of good men in office. Rather, let us bind men down with the chains of the Constitution. And there you had it. Because he had the wisdom. If he were saying that today in modern vernacular, he would say something like, good men in office? You got to be kidding. Because he knew what we should know. And that is, whenever you have any institution that has a concentration of great wealth and authority and power over human activity, whether it be governments or schools or media or whatever it is, even churches, organizations, whenever you have this concentration of power in the form of influence and money, that institution becomes a magnet to the predator class. And all the con artists in the world want to go into government because that is a safe harbor for them to do what they want to do and get away with it. And they're the ones that put other people in jail. They're the ones that did pass the rules. So it's a good, safe place to be. If you want to violate the rules, well, you write the rules, then you enforce the rules. So Jefferson understood that. And so you come away from that understanding and you realize that politics is not a place where you look for people to trust. I have to laugh every time I'm driving down the highway and I see a road over there that says, vote for John Jones, a man you can trust. Just because they say a man you can trust, what does that mean? Probably means maybe you should question why he's telling you to trust him. He's not asking you to trust him on the basis of his actions or anything, but just trust him because it says so on the sign. Well, anyway, I digress on that, but I think that one of the keys to understanding my path in my awareness and development of how I started and where I am today is a gradual appreciation of the wisdom of that little bit of knowledge. And one of the things that struck me in the beginning of all of this was how little I really knew. I was born and raised into the America that I thought was the country of our forefathers. I thought we lived, when I was born, which was 93 years ago, when I was born, I thought I was still living in the world where the principles of our founding fathers were understood and venerated, and they were respected. I didn't realize that already, even at my birth, most of that was gone. This predator class had worked its way into our social systems and our governmental systems and our media, everywhere. And they had gradually eroded all those original principles. It was like an eggshell that had been emptied of the inside of the egg through a little tiny hole. And you look at it, it looks like the original egg, but it's empty. And I didn't realize that when I was born into this country, this facade of what I was taught was the America that I dreamed about, I revered and still do, by the way, was an empty eggshell in many cases. It's even gotten emptier since then. But anyway, now we get back to your question. I'll try and make this short, having gone through all of that. I started off as a young man, like most young people in America. I was totally wrapped up with myself. I hadn't really considered much other than how am I doing? What am I going to do when I get out of school? Am I going to get a good job? Am I going to find a beautiful wife I can marry? I'm going to have some kids. Can I make a lot of money? Can I live in a penthouse? Can I have a yacht? Or, what? It's all about me, and my family and so forth. It wasn't until I picked up a pamphlet one day, a little blue pamphlet. And as I recall, the title of it was The Truth About the United Nations. And I read it, and it shocked me, and it made me very irate, because this was a college professor from some unknown, to me, some small university in the Midwest somewhere. And here's this professor had the audacity to say that you shouldn't trust the United Nations. He has all this money and all this power, but you should trust them. And he was saying that I mean, I was taught you should trust them, but he was saying, no, don't trust them, because what they're really up to is not what they say they're up to. It's all deceit. And I was irate because I had been taught in school that the United Nations was our last best hope for peace. So I was very irate. But I started to check into it, and I'm going to condense this story. I went to the library, read a few books written by United Nations personnel, and I got it from their perspective. And they openly admitted in some cases that their job, really their primary job, was to fool the public, to make them think that they were doing things that were popular to talk about, when in reality they were doing things that they thought were necessary, but which would not pass the approval of the general public. And so the art of government, I was learning from people inside the United Nations writing about this. The art of government was to deceive the people. I thought, wait a minute, okay. This idea of, for the greater good of the greater number, you can do anything. I discovered that was the mantra of what we're up against. It's called collectivism. But I didn't know any of that at the time. So I read this booklet and that jolted me. So I started to read some more material. And it took about a year before I got to the position where, my gosh, what I thought I was living in was a dream. It was a myth. And I was concerned about the future of America. I didn't think about vaccines, for example. I was just thinking about general liberties. The idea to reject a vaccine would be an impossible question. I mean, everybody knew you can't force someone to take an injection against their will in those days. That's not what America is all about. Who controls your body if it's not you? So I wouldn't even consider such possibilities. But even what I was able to consider on the basis of what I was reading was that America was in trouble in the future. So I decided to quit my job with a large corporation. It was a good paying job. I was on the corporate ladder. There was no question in my mind that I was eventually going to be that vice president of a big company, or maybe the president, live in a penthouse and have all those materialistic dreams come true. But suddenly I discovered that I had a crusader gene. And I decided to think about outside of my skin. What about the future? What about other people? What about people around the nation? What about people in other countries? What about humankind? What about our great-great-grandchildren? What about this? And I became a different person. It seems like it was almost overnight when I started to think outside of my skin. So I quit my job, and my poor wife thought I was insane, which I was. And she said, well, how are we going to put groceries on the table? I said, I don't know. We'll figure out a way. So that's when I started to produce little low-budget documentary films and to give speeches on various topics. And to me, it was a big event. If I could stand in front of some group of 30 or 40 people in a living room that a neighbor had put together and got their friends together to hear me talk about the United Nations or some other topic of interest in the tone of which I'm speaking, I thought it was a big deal. And then I finally realized the day came when it was time to make films rather than to just give speeches, because you can't change the world by talking to 30 or 60 people a night. And you wear yourself out besides traveling around and all the rest, which I did. I wore myself down pretty far. That's when I decided to really go into the motion picture business. I had studied that in school. And radio, I was kind of worked my way through school in radio as an announcer. And so I went into that, and I tried to use that media to project the ideas to a larger audience the ideas that I was learning. And then somebody asked me, a publisher asked me if I would want to write a book on the United Nations, because my speeches on the UN had become fairly well known, and a lot of people were inquiring and asking me to give those speeches. And so this publisher contacted me. I was very ill at the time, by the way. I thought I was paralyzed, and the doctors had told me I had multiple sclerosis. So I thought I was on my way out. So here was an opportunity to write this book on the United Nations, and I at least would have a way to earn some money in those last few months or years of my life. So in a very maudlin way, I accepted it. Yeah, I didn't think I could write at all. That's not my field. I don't know how to write. But here was a chance to make some money and put food on the table, as my wife would say. So I said, oh, no problem. So I proceeded to gather all this information that I had already gathered from my speech, but now I had to document it. And it took me, I don't know, probably about a year, 9 months to a year to get that phase done. And the day came for me to start to write the first page of my first book. And I knew I couldn't write. So if you've ever seen a movie where they depict an author who has writer's cramp and he can't write, he'll type something and that's no good. He wrinkles up the paper, throws it away, and he's hovering around. I can't write. I can't get this out. That was me in real life, in real motion. And finally, I got to the point where I said, I can't write. I'll just do something like Mersey Doge, little, A, B, C, D, E. I write anything. And I started to jab at the typewriters in those days now, not computers. And out came this gibberish. And then I found myself writing the following phrase. I said, how can you describe or even introduce something like the United Nations, a topic that is so large and so huge and so misunderstandable, so complicated? It's like trying to grasp a huge glass ball, so large that you can't even feel the curvature around it. How can you grasp it and lift it? It's just impossible. And I read it and I said, that's kind of graphic. Maybe I'll use that. And then my next sentence was, well, it's like you have to, if you want to cover a topic like this, it's like you have to move a mountain. Okay, let's move the mountain. This is the first shovel. That's how I started my book. After I got past those two sentences, I kind of enjoyed it. That's kind of picturesque. I could do that. And first thing you know, I was on page 14. I discovered in that moment of anguish that I could write. Not only that, but I enjoyed it. And according to the sales of my books, that people seem to like it also. That's how I got into writing. And then one thing led to another. I had a great educational path ahead of me. And Scotty, the bottom line to all this is that I'm not alone in this. I think most people are like this in their life path. We start off in one direction, but that's not where we wind up. We run into obstacles. And those obstacles, even though they are painful at the time, in my case at least, every one of the major obstacles of my life, like that being ill, for example, and having no other option except to learn that I could write, that was an obstacle. It was a horrible thing. Fortunately, obviously, I didn't have multiple sclerosis. The doctors had misdiagnosed me, but I thought I did. But it forced me to take a right angle turn and do something I didn't think I could do. And it happens to be the thing I was pretty good at doing, I think. And others agree with that. So had it not been for that and a whole sequence of other obstacles thrown across my path, I wouldn't be the person I am.
I think you did a pretty good job with 500. I think The Creature of Jekyll Island is 500 plus pages, isn't it? I remember I read 500 pages.
You read 600 pages, exactly. Yeah.
So thank you. So for a guy who didn't think he could write, boy, did you let it flow.
Well, that was 3 books later, actually, when I wrote that. My first book was The Fearful Master, a second look at the United Nations. And that was only about maybe 350 pages or something. But after I got into this swing of it, it came pretty fast. I had done all the research. Now it was just a matter of figuring out how to explain it in such a way that it's not too convoluted and the people could understand. So my takeaway is that obstacles are not to be feared; should be welcomed. That's been the story of my life, and that's about it. I have no milestone along the way. Each step was incremental. Every year that went by resulted in what I consider to be more enlightenment. I'm still in that process. I'm learning things today and this month that I never dreamed would be possible, especially with the advent of the new technology that's around us. We couldn't imagine technology like artificial intelligence, something like that. I used ChatGTP last night to get an answer to a very tough question. I couldn't believe it, how accurate it was. And I even double checked the references. I mean, it would have taken me 6 months to do what that AI program did in 10 seconds. And so I couldn't imagine that. And maybe many people today still can't imagine that. We're heading into an era they still work, no doubt, but maybe they work in a different way. And we can't be so cocky that we think we know everything, because times they are a changing, and what we know that worked last year may not work this year. So that's it. How did that happen? It was about education, but it's been a long journey, and I'm still learning, and I still have much more I want to say.
Let me ask a real simple question. I watched The Wizard of Oz a whole different way after reading your book. When Toto pulls back the curtain to reveal the wizard, isn't that the Federal Reserve?
Including the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is part of it. It's probably, I won't say it's the most important part, but it could well be. It's a very important part of the whole power structure of this hidden enemy that we don't nobody knows how to describe it. I think I do, but that's because I'm cocky. I think I figured it out. But the Federal Reserve is the way in which this group of people finances what they do. It's a very expensive operation because money is at the root of most of what they can accomplish. They get people to do things they don't want to do simply by giving them huge amounts of money. Well, I can't turn that offer down. They will get people to go against their conscience. How many people are working for a corporation right now that they don't like, that they think the corporation is evil, but they're working for it, aren't they?
Sure.
Because their paycheck comes down. And they can't imagine how they would make a living if they would quit their job, as I did, and try and get a job somewhere else where maybe the corporation is also in the same category as the one they don't like. So this hidden cabal uses money as its means to accomplish its goals and to enlist the services of other people, which is what they do. That's how they can buy politicians. That's how they can buy the important positions in government. That's how they can buy positions in educational institutions. You want to take over an educational institution? Easy. Donate $5 million to it and say, by the way, now that I'm giving you this $5 million with the promise of another $5 million next year, you wouldn't mind if we put somebody on your board of directors, would you? Just to see if our money is being spent wisely? And of course, oh, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, we'd be happy to put somebody on our board of directors. And then next year, another $5 million. How about John Philip Jones? Why, he's a great guy. Do you have room on your board for him? First thing you know, the old timers are dying off, and the new ones are getting nominated with lots of paychecks attached to it. And the first thing you know, it takes about maybe 8 or 10 years, and the university is now in the hands of these people through the board of directors. It happens that way. I didn't know that. I know that now. Most people don't understand that. So, yeah, the Federal Reserve is the way in which this group, this cabal, can fund all of that. They can buy up people. And because they make the money literally out of nothing. Well, it's worse than nothing. They make it out of debt. Now, we can go into, I don't know. It's up to you. Where do you want this conversation to go? I know you want to talk about vaccines or
I want to ask you
mandatory vaccines or the principle behind it.
Can we draw a straight line between the Federal Reserve and the jab mandates that we're fighting against? Is there a straight line to be drawn, connection to be made?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a straight line. I'd say it's a little jagged line because it's hidden through money. It's the money connection. Now, that's usually not a straight line. It sort of filters around, and the money flows from here to there and around and comes back. But it is a line. Why do you suppose? Okay, how do I back off on this and come into it fresh? When this COVID theater was played for us back in, what was it? Was it? I guess it was. I was not prepared for it. I thought I was pretty smart. I thought I could predict the future. Well, I never predicted that one for sure. I hadn't seen this biological connection. Anyway, when that was dumped on us, everybody was impressed by the severity of of the threat, as we were told it was a severe threat. All of those stories and statistics were being arbitrarily created for our benefit. But at the time, we were convinced that was all valid. People were on the streets and everything. We thought it was all real, and we thought, oh my gosh, this is a pandemic. And also the next thing that happened is that all of the countries of the world, I repeat, all of the countries of the world, all of the states in the United States, all of the major cities within the United States, the people in positions of authority in those political institutions, all at once, overnight, came up with the same sentences, word for word, to describe this pandemic. It was somebody obviously had written the script and distributed it to all the power centers at the very top. And it all came out at once, regardless of the differences in culture, political persuasion. Somehow it was like waking up in the morning after a gentle rain, looking out your window and seeing that your whole lawn is covered with mushrooms. They weren't there when you went to bed last night, but in the morning when the sun hit them and the moisture was there, the mushrooms came up by the thousands, if not the millions. They were always there underground in the seeds or the spores. But when the conditions were right, they all became visible at once. And I use that as an analogy because we saw all these mushrooms come up politically everywhere in the world, all with the same line, the same words, the same ideas, and the same demands, the same solutions. Vaccines, vaccines, vaccines. And finally, mandatory vaccines because people were not going for it fast enough. And so now that's the connection. How did that happen? Those people, those mushrooms, those spores, let's put them there, were in many cases planted there decades ago. And it was a long-term process that we were not aware of. I became aware of it back in the 60s, as you pointed out, but none of my friends, or very few of them, were aware of it. If I tried to describe it to them, they'd say, you're out of your mind. That's not good. This is America. That couldn't happen here. And but now we can see it. And those people were selected. Many of them were given scholarships to go to certain universities and get certain degrees. And if they got the correct degrees, they were given the proper handshake, so to speak, to get a job and work their way up into positions of authority in various governments around the country, around the world. It became the topic of educational promotions, it became a topic of seminars, conferences, books. The whole system, if you look under the surface, you can see was pushing toward this direction. And all of it required funding. And that money had to come from somebody that got it real cheap or real easy. And that's where the Federal Reserve System comes in, because the Federal Reserve has the power granted to it, stupidly granted to it by Congress, to create money out of debt. So if you want to fund something like this, just go borrow some money. Tells you that you don't have to pay it back. We have ways of covering it if you default in your loan. That's basically what goes on. You get the money. You aren't really going to be seriously punished if you don't pay it back. And there are ways that there are government grants that can help you pay it back. All of the time, the government is getting its money from money created by the Federal Reserve. And if you chase it back, you find out the Federal Reserve System and its ability to make money, huge amounts of money, endless amounts of money, simply by loaning it into existence. Now you understand how all of this can be funded, because governments are the first ones up to the trough to get those kinds of loans.
So I look at Operation Paperclip, bringing Nazis back to the U.S. after World War II, Operation Mockingbird Media, infiltrating the media with CIA operatives, Operation COVID-19 and the jab, all funded by the same people, all planned. When I told the radio executives the COVID thing was probably planned at least 20 years out, longer, when you made that video in 69, you focused on the CCP, but your overarching premise was there's a much bigger force here that's infiltrated our company. And it all, for a lot of people, COVID-19 was the Great Awakening. It's on the backside of it. They woke up. They didn't understand Operation Paperclip, even if you explain it to them. Operation Mockingbird Media, they didn't live through it. They lived through COVID-19. They lost people. And so it really was part of the Great Awakening. You were just 50 years ahead of the curve. And so I'm curious, being so far ahead of the curve, as you look at the landscape today with the judges. Now, we're facing some pretty unfriendly judges in the California courts with our jab mandates. We see what the judges are doing to slow down Trump and his deportations. What's your take as you look at these judges today who you're their patriarch? You are far more life experience than most of these judges have. What would you say to a judge if you could sit him down and talk to him?
Well, I suppose it would depend on the judge a lot and what I think are his motivations.
Let's say it's one of the corrupt judges that we see. One of the guys on the wrong side of the war. Let's put it that way.
If it's a corrupt judge, and there are many of them, they would be corrupt in our world, but in their world, they're heroes. You understand? So we
Good
call
point.
them because they lie. They pretend that they will uphold their oath to defend the Constitution. They all have to do that. But deep down in their hearts, they know, are you kidding? Uphold the Constitution? That thing has got to be gotten rid of. That thing has got to be rewritten, has to be eroded, has to be compromised. Would say, yeah, what we have to say. In other words, they're Leninists, and that's another story. But Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, was the great teacher of this style of coming to power. I happened, in preparation for that series of videos I did in 1960, I used to hang out at the Communist bookstore for several months, and I wanted to find out how these people thought. That was an interesting experience in itself. Anyway, here I am, a corporate guy, walking with a suit and a tie and everything, and walking to the Communist bookstore. It's the People's Bookshop down in Larchmont Street. These guys, most of them are more like a hippie than like a businessman. And they were very suspicious of me, as I was suspicious of them. But we got along fine, and they tried to recruit me. I think they thought they had a live wire there. And I was interested in what they believed in, and I bought most of their books, including the collected works of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Everybody's read Karl Marx. They've read Das Kapital and Communist Manifesto, but that's child's play compared to Lenin. Marx was a philosopher of political philosophy or economic philosophy. He talked about the economics of human nature and so forth. And his book is mainly a compilation of good sounding slogans, like from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. It's a slogan. It sounds good. Sign me up. What's wrong with that? Isn't that the basis of Christian charity and so forth? So I read all of the slogan books by Marx, and then I got to Lenin. And Lenin, of course, is the originator of the Communist Party. His message, by the way, was he wrote a lot, but almost all of his essays were based on the single topic, believe it or not. And I'll paraphrase that topic as this. It's this. He said, comrades, if we go into a country and we want to conquer it from the inside, not invade it from the outside, we're going to take it over from the inside. How do we go about doing that? Do we stand up on a soapbox and say, we are communists and we want to take over your country and we want to change your political system, your legal system, your culture, your language, your everything about you? You get rid of your nationality, join it with an international movement. Of course, we don't do that. Well, they would not listen to us. They would probably throw us out of the country. We tell them we are anti-communists. We tell them what they want to hear. We praise their institutions. We praise their national history. We praise everything. Whatever they want to hear, we will tell them better than they know how to say it themselves. And they will be so impressed by us that they will elect us into office and make us their leaders. Now, once we come to power, which is our sole objective, and this is the part I want to emphasize, Leninism says, we are not here to win debates. We are here to come to power. Now, one of his better known quotes is, promises are like pie crusts made to be broken, quote unquote, not to win debates. Once we come to power, we don't have to worry about winning any debates or convincing anybody, because if they oppose us, we can shoot them. This is Leninism, okay? Now, I mention it because if you don't understand Leninism, you don't understand what's going on in the world today. Everybody who says they're anti-communists are really anti-communists. And by that, this takes a little explanation. What is communism? What is a communist? What's the opposite of communism? These are the things I was learning when I was in that communist bookstore. What's the opposite of communism? I said to myself. I thought, well, in school, they taught me it was fascism, Nazism. You've got the extreme left, communism, you've got the extreme right, it's Nazism, fascism. So the opposite of communism, we were told, and still are, by the way, is fascism, Nazism. Oh, well, maybe if you want to be opposite, if you want to be an anti-communist, does that mean you have to be a Nazi? Well, that was the implication. A lot of people in the beginning said, if you're not a left-winger, you got to be a right-winger. I fell for that even. I can remember the day I said, well, I'm on the right wing because I didn't want to be on the left wing. And I thought, because of the way the media was twisted and everything, that my only choice, if I wanted to be an anti-communist, I had to be on the right wing. Well, it turns out I went and got a copy of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf, and I read it. And I started making notes of what it is they believed in. What are the points? I compared it with the notes I had made. Is what did Lenin believe in? And lo and behold, still is. The right and the left, by definition, are opposed to each other, but in reality are not. They're the same ideology, point by point. And I want to emphasize that. That was the most important thing I probably ever learned about this whole crusade that we're involved today, because we don't know that we're being given a choice between what we're told are opposites, but when you analyze what they believe in and what the end result is, they're not opposites, and they're both controlled by the same source, so that the public, the gum-chewing public, can be given the impression that they have some voice in their own political destiny, and this is a fight that's going on. Well, it's a fight, all right. In World War II, the Germans fought the Russians, the communists fought the Nazis, and killed each other by the millions, right? Did that mean they were opposites? No, they were the same. Then why would they fight? They were not fighting over ideology or what they believed in. They were fighting over territory. They were fighting over who's going to control, who's going to be the top dog, give the orders, and who's going to take the orders or implement the orders.
Power. It's all about the power.
It's all about the power. And if you don't understand that, you're going to fall for some of these political tricks that are going on today. I hate to say this because this could upset some people, but just because somebody says they're an anti-communist or points to those bad left-wingers, that doesn't make them heroes. That doesn't make them angels. Find out what they believe in, and in many cases, you'll find out, oh, they believe the same thing, except it'll be them instead of the other guys. Now, this is a harsh lesson, but you have to read and understand Lenin and others to understand that this is the reality of the warfare we're facing today. Now, I've digressed, of course, because I couldn't resist that. Without an understanding of this false choice that we're being given, and we think that we have to be extreme on the other side. If we want to be an anti-communist and all these left-wingers, that means we have to be a Nazi or fascist or something else. Let's call it an Americanism. I don't care what you call it. If you look at what they stand for, the principles, are they upholding the principles of now we get to the real battle. The only two ideologies that exist in the free world today, where there's an honest debate, is a conflict between two ideologies of this: individualism on one side and collectivism on the other side. And all of these isms that we're talking about that we don't like, communism, fascism, Nazism, socialism, any ism, I don't care what you call it, they're all variants of collectivism. And the only opposition to it is individualism. And in our political world today, all of the options we're being given, we are being given options. If we have an option that they don't like, it doesn't wind up in the discussion. It's not on television. It's not in politics. We go on the basis of what options are given to us. Are you a Republican or a Democrat? Period. Well, what's the difference? Really? Now, they fight each other, don't they?
Two wings of the same bird.
There's two, the left and the right wing on the same ugly bird called collectivism. Now, once you understand that, now you can look at politics today and yesterday and tomorrow much differently. Don't go on the basis of promises. This whole political thing is a trap. I am on the side of my founding fathers. Jefferson, Washington, all of these guys spoke against political parties. They said, we must never have a political party. Well, we got one right away. It was, I think, the third session. All of a sudden, we had political parties in America. And it's a natural thing because people do join together for their mutual goal. And I've decided, okay, political parties are here to stay because it's part of human nature to join with others of like mind and gain force from that. But that doesn't mean you have to trust them. That means you have to get back to my original statement. Don't trust them. Be suspicious of them. They're fiddling with your future, with your life, your freedom. Don't trust them. Ask questions and see how they perform, not what they say. Now, I digress, but maybe that was my main message I had hoped to deliver today. So I'll just stop there and before I offend too many people.
I have one more question, and then I'm going to ask you to give freedom to choose the 5,000 plaintiffs and the board of directors a little pep talk, because who better to give a pep talk to people about freedom than you? But my final question, 2021, you came on my radio show. You were one of the first guests I wanted to have, and took a few months to, get your schedule right. But I asked you then, how far along were the globalists in their new world order to control the world? And I had alluded to Saul Alinsky telling you, I believe 8 out of 10 of his principles were met already. So I said, are they 80% there? And your answer was absolutely. They're maybe even a little beyond the 80%. So fast forward to today, with the COVID and the jab, a giant leap forward for their power and control. But then they had 4 years of Trump in between, and they had a little setback. So where do you think they are from 2021 to 2025? Where's the control? How close are they to that new world order, one world government?
Well, I hate to put numbers on it, but I would just say they are close. We are closer now than we were then. A lot closer. That could be very discouraging. And in fact, it's very hard to deal with because there's a temptation to just give up. Say, well, you can't win. But that's not necessarily true. Battles for liberty throughout history have often been won by the side with the least chance. The American Revolution is a classic example of that. There was not a chance in the world that the colonists were going to defeat not Great Britain, but England, and the most powerful army in the world. There's no way in the world that could happen. But it did happen, primarily because of the crossing of the Delaware, that surprise counterattack on the last minute of the last day of even having an army. But it did happen. And so things, I hesitate to give my honest appraisal of how far things have gone, because there's a tendency for people to give up and despair. They think there's no hope. I'd like to remind our audience of the wisdom to be found in a book that was written not as a book, but the papers were compiled in 500 BC by a Chinese philosopher and military strategist called Sun Tzu, called The Art of War. And one of the main principles that Sun Tzu explained to us was something like this. I think he said, supreme excellence in warfare is to defeat your enemy without having to engage him in battle. That means to discourage him from fighting, to convince him, if you're a Star Wars follower, to convince him that resistance is futile. That's the whole idea. And so we don't want to give in to that, because that means that they beat us and we just gave up our last chance of winning. And they would love to have us do that. I'm not prepared to do that. I'm not prepared to say it's impossible, because I know that it is possible if certain things, to be realistic about that.
Kimberly, I brought you back in. I want you to meet G. Edward Griffin. G. Edward, Kimberly Stiller is the founder, and her and her husband created Freedom to Choose in 2021. Jason with us is one of the defendants. I brought them in so that you can leave us with a little pep talk, some words of encouragement for the folks that are in the trenches fighting to win the jab mandate cases. The only cases in California are right here with Freedom to Choose. So what kind of pep talk did you give them?
Well, I think that...
Go ahead, Kimberly, jump in. I know you want to say something.
Okay, I'll take that moment to think about how I'm going to answer the question.
All right, good. Hi, Neil. Neil and Kimberly Stiller, ladies and gentlemen. This is the couple that started Freedom to Choose. This is the man who said, I'm not going to put up with this crap. And he texted his buddies. He had 8 people respond. Yeah, we'll stand with you. Then a few days later, he had 800 people standing with him. And of course, it grew to 5,000 plaintiffs, and Jason Garcia being one of them. So, Kimberly, that said, jump in. I know you want to say something to Mr. Griffin.
First of all, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Griffin, for joining us. Thank you for encouraging us. Thank you for broadening our perspective and giving us kind of a 60,000 altitude or 60,000 foot altitude view. We know that we're not alone. We know that we are, being found faithful in our battlefront, and we are not willing to give up. And that's why we're still in the fight.
How's it going, everybody? Hey, Scotty, how's it going?
Hey, Neil, how you doing? G. Edward, he says he digresses a lot, but there's always some golden nuggets. Most of the time when my guests digress, I have to cut him off. I just let him go because we get a lot of good golden nuggets. And Kimberly, you're right. We get that 50,000 foot overview. All right, I'm going to turn it back to you for a little pep talk. Leave us with some encouragement for these great people that are fighting the fight against the behemoth, against the NGOs, the judges, the cabal, the Federal Reserve. And by the way, thank you you came to mind today. I came to my mind as you were talking about the UN. That was their blueprint. Their poster child for an NGO was the UN. So what would you say to these folks to leave them encouraging words?
Well, the encouraging words are, again, you can cut the wood from different sides and it looks differently, but it all comes back to the human spirit. Everything is possible if you're free and you're healthy. No point in being free if you're on your sick bed, and no point in being healthy if you're a slave. So you've got to worry about your health and your liberty at the same time. And as long as we have our health and enough of our liberty to speak and organize and act, we're the luckiest people in the world, because we are living in a time where we can actually make a difference. If we were born in some prehistoric time where nothing was going on, there's not much difference we could make. But things are moving pretty rapidly right now, and some little thing we might do, any one of us, could trigger something that grew very quickly because of the momentum of events. And we could literally change the world, which is an invigorating opportunity, I think. I would rather live in this period of uncertainty and rapid movement and danger and peril to our personal lives. I would rather live now than any other time in history. And I remember when I was a young man in this battle, let's just put a year on it, say 1965 or something like that. I talked to the old timers in the movement, and they'd say, "Well, don't forget, Ed, this is a long-term battle. You know, you're not going to get things done by the next election. You know." And I remember thinking to myself, "Ah, you old timer, what do you know?" Yeah, I'm going to get it done by the next election. You better believe it. I was determined we could do that. Well, now I'm the old timer, and I realize the wisdom of the fact that this is a generational battle, and we aren't going to get it done by the next election, if we have a next election, which is another question, the way things are moving. But nevertheless, it's we have the opportunity to build something from the ground up. And in spite of this pessimism, I guess you could call it, recognizing that I'm not going to, in my lifetime, what of it that's left, I'm not going to see of our mission of regaining liberty and going beyond even where we were. I'm not going to see it in my lifetime. But instead of being filled with despair with that thought, I am greatly charged, because every night of a movement that inevitably I know that I'm part of something that's going to go on beyond my lifetime. And that's really what we all are about. And that the older you get, the more you come into realization that you are a connection to the future. As a young person, you are it. You're everything, you know. But as you get on, you realize, well, wait a minute. You start thinking about your kids, your grandkids, and you think about future generations and what it's going to be like. And you realize that when we were born, we already had built into us, into our genetic code, we were given the responsibility to affect the future. We are part of a continuing chain of life. And once you get that larger 60,000 foot elevation view, it makes it very, very pleasant to live in the present time today. But now, recognizing that this is an opportunity to really change things, let's get to work. Let's not quit. Let's just not talk about it. Let's not just, not just raise money, and that's important. Gosh, we don't make this stuff. We have to earn it. But let's actually do it. Put the boots on the ground and get people in action to take control of working control of the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Education. Make sure we got the right sheriff's office filled. Build from the ground up. That's how you build a movement, from the ground up, not from the top down. That's how they get us. They want us to focus only at the top, and real action is at the bottom.
I prefer to think of you, rather than an old timer, as a patriarch. And I like to say to you, you're a patriarchal patriot. And you have your name etched in history as far as educating the world about the Federal Reserve. No one did it like you. That 600 pages has opened, I think, unarguably, unquestionably, opened more eyes to how the Federal Reserve was formed, how it operates, and what the evils around it are that really extend to this whole jab mandate. So we thank you so much, J. Edward Griffin. It's always great to see you and talk to you. Where can we find you? Where can our audience find your great work?
Oh, well, thank you for that. I always forget about that. My team is always complaining, you forgot to promote our website. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Well, we have a big event coming up in July called the Red Pill Expo. And we don't have time to go into all of that right now, but look it up on the internet. It's redpillexpo.org. redpillexpo.org. You'll want to attend, either live stream, which is entirely free, or better yet, to come to the actual live meeting in Tulsa, Oklahoma on July 12 and 13. You'll see who the presenters are and the topics we'll cover and the activities we will have underway there. And you will want to be a part of that. That's the place to begin to build this local resistance, the boots on the ground I was talking about. The branches, the local versions of our Red Pill University, the campuses is what we are calling them. They're not campuses for study, they're campuses for action. But anyway, we're actually building a boots on the ground movement from the ground up. And you'll find all about it there, starting at redpillexpo.org.
I went to your first Red Pill. Amazing events. They're only getting better. I have a memory of you and I and Jeff Berwick standing alone in a hallway for about 15 minutes having a conversation. Boy, is he a character, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
Jeff
a character.
Berwick. Yeah, he's a real character. So
Yeah.
Red Pill Expo, everybody check it out. J. Edward Griffin, thank you so much. What do you want to show us?
If I could steal another 3 minutes or 2 minutes.
Of course.
There's another thing I forget to do. We were talking about collectivism versus individualism. I think that, in my opinion, is the core of understanding we must have if we're going to win. If we don't have that, we're going to fall for another version of collectivism or another version of communism, another version of fascism under another name. Maybe they'll call it New Dealism or Americanism. Who knows? If we don't understand these principles, we're going to fall for it. And they're counting on it. So I put together everything I know so far. This is mainly the guts of my future book. I want to give it away free because I don't know if I'll ever finish my.
Awesome.
If you want a free copy of this, it's called The Chasm, Collectivism versus Individualism. .realityzone.com. Chasm.realityzone.com, and you'll get a free copy of this 50-page document. And it's everything I have to say on the topic for whatever that's worth. So thank you for inviting me, and good luck on your mission.
And thank you for offering that 50-page book for free. If it's the first 50 pages of your next 600-page book, I'm all in.
It's all yours.
Thank you, G. Edward Griffin. We appreciate you. Have a great one.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
I'll have you back on the radio show to talk about the Red Pill Expo. Thanks.
All right.
All righty. Well, that was always fun to talk to G. Edward Griffin. Kimberly, I am going to bring our next guest in, and you and Neil stick around. And of course, Jason, thank you for coming back. Our next guest, recently I visited with here in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. She and I spent the afternoon together, walking down the Malecon, the beach, the ocean, shooting the bull. And she had a friend with her that was not particularly awake. And Lisa and I spent the afternoon red pilling her. Take her to the Red Pill Expo, Lisa. It'll blow her mind. I want you guys to say hello to Lisa Schermerhorn. Hi, Lisa.
Hola.
¿Cómo está? You're looking great. You have been in the truther media. You're an interesting, would you call your show a cross between hardcore truth and spiritualism, maybe?
Yeah, and healing. It's a combination of all three, because we are in a spiritual war. People forget that. It's and what's interesting is I got into this whole thing because as soon as I heard the word COVID, I was like, no, that's not a thing. It was just this intuitive hit that I got that I was like, no. And so when the jab started coming out, it was just a flat no for me. It wasn't even and I was shocked at how many people kept going, along with it, and I kept waiting for people to figure it out, and they didn't. And so that's how it started for me, because Vermont, where I live, Bernie country, is one of the most corrupt. I think it's been now ranked the #1 corrupt state in the country, and one of the most liberal. And there were a group of 100 of us that kept going to the state capitol to protest. And we were all like, we had no one to talk to, and everyone was scared because people were kind of disowning them and not allowing them to come to their house anymore and disinvited for holidays. So I formed, helped with other people, Vermont Stands Up. And so we were meeting at my house every other week and some other people's houses, and created a grassroots network. And from there, I've always been a hypnotherapist and a healer. and I had some loved ones who got vaccinated. And I started doing something called a quantum healing on people. Um, and I wanted to prove whether or not that worked. And so I spoke to a friend of mine who is a functional medicine specialist, and she recommended dark field microscopy. It's a live blood analysis that's done, and you can look at it through a microscope. And I know it was last minute, but I sent you some two texts of before and after. I don't know if you can, put them up or not. Um, so what I did was I had in the state of Vermont, it's illegal to look at your own live blood. Those microscopes are illegal. Yes, in certain states they're illegal. Yeah, explain that one to me. And I live near the province of Quebec. I live near the Canadian border, and it's illegal in Quebec to use those microscopes as well. So I was able to find a friend who was vaccinated against her will, and she was in Tampa, Florida. And we had her blood looked at, and then we did the healing on her, and then 10 days later she checked, and it was night and day. So imagine red blood cells that were all stacked together and sticky and look like coins, stacked together, and they're supposed to be round and swimming around. And she had not been feeling well. So we checked her blood, and then 10 days later, her blood cells were normal under the microscope. And I want to preface this because I'm not a licensed medical professional or a mental health professional. I'm a certified hypnotherapist and worked in the energy medicine field. So I rely on the medical professionals to give me information. So I have been on a mission helping people getting this out of their blood, getting this vaccine, helping people heal. And it's been quite profound. So that's a little bit of my quick background story.
Thank you, Lisa. You wouldn't be here if you were quacking, quack, quack. You would not have been invited to this stage, I guarantee you. And you and I know each other. I was booked on your show a few years back, and we got to know each other. And then, of course, it was great to spend some time with you face to face here. I want you to say hello to Betty Camp. She came in while you were talking.
Hi,
So
Betty.
the
Hey,
way
Betty.
we ended up with 6 people, it was not intended. Was Jason was supposed to be on earlier. We pushed him back. Neil and Kimberly, you can come on anytime. This is your diamond, your dance floor, as far as I'm concerned. And Betty, you were scheduled for this hour, so we're having a freedom to choose party here. It's a party, but nobody's going to cry if they want. Even if they want to, nobody's going to cry. We're all going to stay optimistic, and as we head into our last hour coming up with a mutual friend, Brad Wozni of Lisa and I's. Lisa, you've worked with people who have had the COVID jab, and you've done the blood test, and I think you showed me some pictures. Didn't you show me pictures of the blood?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I texted you
Yeah.
some before and after on your phone.
Yeah.
So what happened was that the one woman I was telling the story about, she had a friend who had 4 jabs. He was a first responder trying to do the right thing and had a vaccine and 3 boosters, and he developed symptoms of multiple sclerosis. And he had collapsed on the floor in his kitchen for 11 hours, unable to move. And I brought him in, and we checked his blood. His blood was an absolute mess. And then we did the healing with him. And here's something interesting. So the way it works for me is I go into a trance state and I send energy, and then I just see the energy moving around people and them healing. And I was visualizing water moving through his body, cleansing his organs and going through, but it seemed to get stuck around his abdomen, and I was trying to push it and move it, and I wasn't having any luck. And to preface this, I was raised Jewish, and I get this nudge next to me energetically. I see it in my third eye. Jesus is standing next to me, and he starts helping me push this water through, and the block released, and we see the water flowing through. And when I checked in with this client, Tom, 10 days later, he said to me, I don't know if this is relevant, but 2 days after the healing session, I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning and I couldn't stop vomiting clear water. I didn't have any water before I went to bed. I didn't have anything through the night. I have no idea where all this water came from, but it was a tremendous amount of water. And so I told him what I had visualized, and he said, that's interesting because during the healing, he saw murky water turning clear in his mind's eye. So I do this individually to help people and also in groups. So I have a monthly group that meets with Honey C. Golden, who's another healer. We did a sample the first time with some doctors, some naturopaths out on in the Pacific Northwest, and we had 30 people. Every single one of them had their blood checked before and after, and 100% of them had major shifts and changes with their blood. And in the case, this is what makes it quantum. So if you think about time, that there is no time. Part of the dark field microscopy is to check the live blood, but then they do 4 samples of blood where they take fingerprints with your blood and they let it dry. And it's like the rings of a tree. And you can literally go back in time in someone's life and say, in your 20s, you had an issue with your kidneys. In your 30s, you had, some trauma here. I don't know how to read that, but these doctors who are trained in it. What was interesting is there was one fellow who had 3 out of the 4 layers had considerable prostate issues, is what they called it. After the healing, there was no trace of the prostate issue in any of the layers, which means that the healing went back in time and healed him.
Wow.
Wow.
Your track record has been very good. And can this be done online, or does it have to be done in person?
I do almost all of it online.
That's what I just wanted the world to hear that. I remember you saying that. And
Yeah.
it used to be that people wouldn't try that unless they were sitting with somebody, but now that's part of the whole quantum world. I want to go to Jay. Go ahead.
And that's why it's quantum. Quantum doesn't have the space-time continuum like we do.
Right.
So energy can go, from molecule to molecule to molecule. You just have to direct it.
Absolutely. And everything is energy, and energy is everything. The water that he released from his body was energy, right? That's all energy. I want to go to Jason because he's been patient. Jason, as you sat today and listened to G. Edward Griffin. Oh, by the way, did you know who he was before today, G. Edward Griffin?
I did. Yeah.
You didn't.
Yeah.
Curious. Do you look at the jab and the COVID pandemic as I did with trying to figure out who's behind it? Was that part of your makeup as a defendant, or did you just say, I don't care who it is, I want retribution and I want to get even? Or do you worry? Do you think about, not worry, do you think about who's behind it? And G. Edward kind of touched on who is behind it, actually. What do you say about that?
So I'll tell you a little bit of my background. Yes, I knew what was going on with COVID before it pretty much happened and they shut the world down. And the reason why I knew that is because my son had gotten injured by a flu vaccine when he was 2. And we didn't know what it was at the time. So we were complying with the whole medical system up until then. My daughter was born premature. They feared us into getting the flu shot because they were telling us that if she got RSV, she was going to die. And so they convinced us into getting a flu shot as a family. So my wife and I and my son got it. He was 2 years old, and then he started to bruise from head to toe. And so because of that, let me turn my noise gate down a little bit. because of that, we knew what was going on. So that happened in 2006. So 2006, we literally healed him through nutrition, holistic nutrition, and prayer. And the reason why we found out about what was going on with him is because when we were in the emergency room and they were telling us they were going to do all these tests for leukemia and all these different cancers, I didn't accept that. So I went home and I started studying what was happening with and what it could be. I figured out that it was they called it a virus, which I don't believe in that anymore, but they called it ITP. And then what had happened was ITP was a situation that was happening at multiple Native American reservations. That's where it was happening. It wasn't very common out in kind of the suburbs or the cities, but it was the American Indian reservations. So the reason why I started to really understand why it was the vaccines, because we started researching and we started tying everything together. So that's how we knew what was happening with that. And that's happened in 2006. So it's starting in 2006, because I did research on what was happening with my son, it led me down to every other dark, deep rabbit hole you could possibly imagine. So for a year, I was completely
absorbed.
I was just completely dumbfounded and shocked by what I was discovering. And it took me literally a year for me to process everything, but I was studying every day. And then in 2007, I really understood what was happening. And that's when I started to reach out to people, and I started to explain to my family what was happening. And then from there, we just kind of laid low. We knew what was happening, and I was doing all this research into energy and everything that was going on, everything that they were lying to us about. So when COVID hit in 2019, we were like, it's going to be a minor thing, no big deal. And then when they started to make it a situation in America, and they started to play these fake videos of people falling over, we knew exactly what was going to happen. So what I had told my friends and family was going to happen was they're going to implement a vaccine. It was going to be the kill shot that Bill Cooper had talked about in the early 90s. They were talking about it back then. They thought it was going to happen in the year 2000, but it didn't. So I knew that it was going to be a way that they were going to be able to get into everybody, to be able to track and trace them. They were going to use a vaccine. It's before they announced that they were going to come out with the vaccine. And then I knew it was going to lead to, eventually it's going to lead to this digital ID, which will lead to universal basic income, because they're going to make the way for the transhumanism to come in. So we knew all of that going into 2020 before March, when they closed everybody down. Because we knew all of that, because we were studying for so long, we started to we were just starting our podcast in with our media company at the time. At the time, I was running a medical logistics business. I had 50 employees, and they were trying to make me mandate on all of my employees, which I refused, because I knew what was happening. And so we were the first ones to offered in December of 2020. I told everybody I knew, don't get it. The whole year we were interviewing people like Dr. Lee Merritt and all these different people that didn't have a platform at the time, but they were telling the truth. And that got us completely censored and shut down off of social media and pretty much everywhere. So then we went into terrestrial radio, and we started holding big events, health events. The reason why we did that was we were trying to meet like-minded people throughout the state of Colorado and throughout the country. So we knew what was happening. I was familiar with all of these different people, and G. Edward Griffith, Al Jones, everybody. And so right now we're just fighting the good fight, grassroots, doing it on the ground. We hold these events. We do hold retreats. We have a radio show. We have podcasts. We have a platform, and doing everything we can to get the word out to try to save people's lives. And I think, we definitely saved people's lives from getting the jab, but, we could have done more, but then they shut us down. So right now we're just staying true to our message and doing our best to get people to turn to real solutions for health first, instead of going to, the medical mafia, which is what we call it.
All right, so I stand corrected. I'm going to correct anybody who heard me say that Jason is one of the plaintiffs. He is, in fact, the husband of Tammy Garcia, who I thought was coming on, and I didn't connect the dots between you and Tammy. So I'm glad John texted me and straightened that out. I know done some reading of your website. I listened to a couple of Tammy's podcasts. You guys have built a pretty big following with your health conferences and your summits, and I think you're more than qualified to talk about the effects of the jab. Between you and Lisa, you could probably talk for a couple hours what you guys have seen post jab. Jason, explain to Lisa a little more about. I want her to hear about your platform and what you guys are doing, and you guys could probably benefit from having each other on your shows.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to meet you, Lisa. It's great to meet you. So, we started off doing podcasting. It was just going to be about natural health and just some different solutions and different modalities. And then COVID hit. So then we, at first, we stayed away from the vaccine in 2019. Then COVID hit and we got into it. So basically what we do, Lisa, now is we have a 2-hour radio show. My wife is the host and I'm the producer. So the other thing that we do is we have a naturally inspired health summit that's coming up in June. It'll be June 28th, 29th this year. Dr. Judy Mikovits will be there, Dr. Lee Merritt, Dr. Carrie Mate, Dr. Henry Ely, Dr. Roger McFillin. We're talk to Dr. Mackus. So what we do is we bring in leading health professionals, and then we offer a chance for our local practitioners to speak. And then we'll have about 55, 60 vendors there of different businesses. And the first year had about 1,000 people there. Second year, a couple thousand. And this year it'll be a 2-day event. And so what we're trying to do is make it a community event, so we can get the community to work with people like you, Lisa, and know who to work with in the area, and get them plugged into the right solutions with supplementation and things. And what we found out in 2023, we were getting ready to leave Colorado. Quite honestly, we were getting ready to leave, and then my wife said, "You know what? Why don't we throw an event and see how many people we can bring together, so we know who to work with in case they shut us down again?" Because we were fully prepared to shut down in 2023 again, because they were doing the threat of all these different viruses coming out. And so because we did that, we formed a community of a few thousand people, of like-minded people. And it was one of the best events we had ever been to, because the energy was amazing, because people were just ready to get out and kind of have this one-on-one connection. So that's what we do. And we're steadfast. We're staying steadfast with that message, which is introducing people to real solutions for health. So energy work, supplementation, functional medicine, massage, acupuncture, Ayurvedic medicine, all the different things that people know about, but they don't quite understand. And that's our mission, is to connect them to go there first and not the medical model first, like they've been doing. So we're trying to come up with ideas of how we can create health plans for them, because so many people pay into insurance, and it's not the insurance doesn't cover real medicine. So the problem that we're running into is, by trying to connect them to the real medicine, real solutions, they're wanting to use the $1,000 that they invest every month into their health plans. So we're trying to look at how we can deal with that, and how we can actually provide a solution for that right now. So many things that we do, but it's great to connect with you, and would love to continue to connect and see how we can collaborate on things.
Well, it's interesting. You've got Dr. Carrie Madej. She's a good friend of mine, and I've actually worked with her and done healings on her. And she's one of the people I've checked her blood with.
Oh.
So she's very familiar. And also Dr. Northrup, Christiane Northrup.
You guys don't have 6 degrees of separation. You two have 1 degree of separation, I guarantee you.
Yeah, no, I would love to talk to you. I might even come out in June. I have to see if that works in my schedule. So let's talk after this, if I get your contact information.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can put you guys in touch. So here is the plaintiff that I thought Jason was. I brought him in. He's remaining anonymous for some obvious reasons. So anonymous freedom fighter plaintiff, thank you for joining us. Why don't you tell us your story? Why are you in the fight with Neil and Kimberly and Betty and the Freedom to Choose movement? What compelled you to get in the fight?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, evening. Thank you so much. I feel so privileged. Honestly, I've been listening as much as I can to the entire program, and I can't help but feel like, what in the heck am I doing here? But I met Kimberly and Neil, and that's the story that I really wanted to share because this really is good versus evil. It really is. And this is the reason why I say that. Unbeknownst to me, I'm in the fight at work completely. I work for the state of California, completely clueless, willing but clueless, not knowing what to do. I go to church and I happen to run into a couple friend of ours that I knew back when I was living in LA. Out of nowhere, she approaches me and we start talking, and she tells me about what her husband is fighting and his connection to Neil, and well, Neil primarily because he too works for the Department of Water and Power. And that's how I got connected to Neil and Kimberly and to our amazing attorney, Sunny Wise, as Kimberly said before. And so I knew from the gate, I knew from the gate, I don't have a college education. I'm not ignorant by any means, but I don't hold degrees by the world standards. I'm the foolish things of the world. But I knew from the gate that something was wrong. I knew it and I felt it, didn't know where to start. Like Gabe was saying before, I was provided the notice of deprivation of rights, which I presented to my employer. That's how my fight began. Went through just hearing and seeing the illegality of it and how it was impacting my coworkers as they came to me and trying to just literally vomit on me about them having being forced to retire early, their lives being flipped upside down and being threatened, coerced, and harassed into submitting to this scamdemic and this jab and all of that, and feeling like their backs were up against the wall and they had nothing to do. They couldn't do anything about it. And I knew enough, even though through Kimberly and the Freedom to Choose movement, I too learned about my constitutional rights. I already had the power of God's word in me, which coupled with the knowledge of my constitutional rights, just, oh my gosh, I felt like standing tall like Goliath, like I had all the power that I needed to defend myself and to help my coworkers as well. So along with another little group that we formed there where I work, we helped many staff. We held many meetings at a local restaurant that they were dealing with it too. They allowed us to come and have meetings in their restaurant. It felt kind of like black market secretive stuff, and so they allowed us to do that. We informed a lot of staff. We were able to do religious exemptions and fight hard. Many staff kind of fell off. They decided not to continue on in the fight. But speaking of victory and success, for me, the victory is already mine by the mere fact that I keep standing up because I know that it's wrong. That's what propels me. It's never going to be right. And that's the question that I always ask myself. At if I reach a point where what they're doing is right, then I feel like that's when I stop. And that's why the fight keeps going, because none of it is right. None of it. And it wasn't just for me. It was not right for everybody that I worked with, whether they wanted to fight or not. Like Kimberly said before, whether they were vaxxed or not. I saw the effects of division. That's how I knew it was demonic. That's how I knew it was the powers of good versus evil, because the enemy divides and conquers. A house divided cannot stand, like God says in his word. And I already knew that. And I was seeing it real time. And so we decided, our little group, very early on, that we were not going to, and we were harassed. We were discriminated against. I mean, it really riled our flesh, what the extremes that our department was going through to put a scarlet letter on us. And we refused to let that happen. And thank God for that, because now that the blinders are being removed, I have many staff, many say that they regret, and they see things for what they really are. which I have to be honest, in my flesh, I feel like I told you so, like we were trying to tell them, but I can't blame anybody because the level of fear that they implemented, like everybody was saying, at the thought of losing your jobs, your livelihood. These are where I work, these are staff members that work doubles and triple shifts. Their everything relies on this job, and now you're telling me that I could potentially lose my job. I understood there was no shame and no judgment for absolutely anybody. And lastly, I will say, I often thought, in working for the state in this particular department, I often wondered, why, God, why did you put me here? Because I did apply for the job, but it wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't, I just did it out of a need to find employment. But I, from the beginning, felt that God put me there. And I really feel, in a very small sense, that I feel in the spirit of Esther, that for such a time as this, because while I'm not excited, wasn't excited about the thought of losing my job, I felt like the least to lose in that moment, so I could stand up and I could speak up.
Very good story. I think you shed a light on a lot of things, and I'm going to turn it over to my co-host Lisa to ask questions. For those of you who are just joining us, you are obviously watching our Freedom to Choose Never Again telethon, because we ain't never letting them do this again, and we're here to raise funds for Freedom to Choose USA as we see them fighting in the court system. The only alive cases in the California court system, over 100 defendants, and it's not an easy fight without money, folks. So please go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Givesendgo.com freedom to choose. With us now is Neil and Kimberly Stiller. They are the founders, creators of Freedom to Choose. Jason Garcia, host of Naturally. Tell me again the name, Jason. Naturally.
Sure, it's a naturally inspired media, but the radio show during the day is naturally inspired radio.
Thank you. Jason and his wife Tammy have built a health platform. They have an event coming up, which we'll let him talk about before he goes. Of course, we have Betty Camp. She is one of the board members, one of the spokespeople for Freedom to Choose, and a great, great warrior. And my co-host joining me is Lisa Schermerhorn. Lisa, talk about your show for a minute, and then I'm going to let you ask questions of any of our guests.
Well, I started a Rumble channel for those people who know Kevin Hoyt. Kevin Hoyt is a good friend of mine. He's a fellow Vermonter who's been through a lot, and he started a network called the Grassroots Warrior Network. And he said, I need someone to, start a show. And so that my show is called Where Truth Lies. I wrote a book called In Every Belief is a Lie. If you look at the word belief, LIE's in the middle of it. I work with people's unconscious minds, and I talk about how we are all programmed. And I literally watch the programming happening through the media, through our computers, through social media. When you talk about, how everyone was so entrenched and fear-based, that was what was being done to all of us through the media. So I completely understand that. One person who I haven't heard talk since I've been here is Betty. I was curious about your story and how you got on the board and got involved in this fight.
Kimberly and I met when I was teaching a Bible study in Southern California, and she was my hairdresser. And as it is, as a friendship, sparks flew because we are two very powerful women. And so she asked me to be on the board. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am an educator in the San Francisco public school system. So yes, this mattered. Thankfully, I did not have to get the jab in what I was doing at the time. So I skated right under that. I would have quit anyways. There's no way I was going to do it. But that's who I am. I'm a believer, a friend of Kimberly and Neil's, and I'm an educator. Yep.
Wow. And it's hard, you know, you're on the left coast, I'm on the right coast, but we're both in communities and states that are very, very progressive and far left. And it's a hard road. I would imagine in San Francisco too, of going through this whole process with people who are so vehemently angry. And JD Vance came to the ski mountain where I live this past winter, went skiing, and I was down in Mexico at the time, and he stayed at a house around the corner from where I lived.
Oh, no.
And I was watching all of this unfold on the media of
Wow.
people who I knew, and the insanity and craziness of how far this has gone, and people trying to attack him, and you know, it's just been insane. But I'm curious about also, you know, thank you for sharing that with me. And is it the event that you have coming up in June? How many speakers are those your main speakers that you have? You said you have a 2-day event. Are you going to have what is that going to look like?
Sure. So this event is more of we call it a community event. And we will have 6 keynote speakers. So 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. And last year we brought in our good friend of ours, Kathy O'Brien, to speak on MK Ultra Mind Control. And then we had another good friend of ours, Joel Salatin, who was teaching us about regenerative farming. So we have a homestead here in Colorado. And what we're trying to do this year is focus a little bit more on farming and regenerative farming, because it ties right into, you know, the big attack on food right now. And so it ties right into health. And so what we do with that is, like this year, we'll have 3 speakers on Saturday, 3 keynotes on Sunday and they'll be in the afternoon. Starting in the morning, we're going to have local speakers. So what we do is we give local practitioners the chance to speak and tell our community what they do. And then we will have breakout rooms, and there'll be other speakers there doing some smaller presentations for people. And then we will have 55 vendors. So as people come into this event, they'll have to go through all the vendor area first and see who they are. And then they go back to the speaking area. Speaking area seats about 500 people. And then the new thing we're doing this year on Sunday is we're having a farmer's market, and we're going to have outside booths so we can try to bring more attention to who our food producers are in the local area. So we provide eggs and honey out of our homestead. And then we have some other friends that will do microgreens, and they grow microgreens in big warehouses and stuff. So we're trying to bring more attention on these local producers so people can kind of start shopping with them. And we're hoping to get more attention on even some of the raw milk things that we have going on here in Colorado. So that's what it's like. Speakers go pretty fast. So the breakout rooms, we are giving people to do yoga classes or sound baths or book signings or just different types of presentations. And then it's a community event. So tickets are $50 to get in for both days and see all those speakers and meet everybody. And we're going to have a dance party on Saturday. So we just want to bring people together so they know who to work with, and they know who to connect with in case we ever experience the kind of tyranny we did in 2020.
You know, as an event producer, I can tell you the $50 is not about making money at that point. You guys are just trying to recoup your expenses, obviously, because it takes a lot to put on an event, especially when it's in person. It's not just virtual. Are you doing it online as well? Will it be online with the speakers, or is it all local, their community, as you say?
We want, we're not live streaming it. And the reason why we'll record it and we'll put it out there after. So like people can go and buy the recordings for like $20 and see all the speakers from last year. And there was a fascinating talks actually. When Dr. Lee and Dr. Carey came here last year, on Friday night, we do a little thing at our homestead. So we all gathered together and kind of broke bread and talked a little bit. And they were so amazed by the community that we have that they actually changed their presentations. Lisa, Carrie changed her presentation on Saturday because they were preparing most of the events they go to. They can't really go all the way with their presentations. And our community is not like that. So they were amazed by that. So, yeah. So Scotty, it is a big event. It costs about $50,000 to put on every year. But we want people to connect. We want people to know who to work with. We want people to, I tell everybody, bring business cards and let's network and let's make sure that we're staying connected. So just in case, right? I mean, that's really the point of it.
It's interesting that you talk about food because it was interesting because when I saw Scotty in Puerto Vallarta in February, I had no idea. I ended up spending 3 months in Mexico. That was not my original plan. It kept extending. The divine brought me to places for a reason, and it was extraordinary for me. And one of the things that I noticed was when I was eating in Mexico, when you go to the local markets and you're buying directly from the farmers, and we have farmers markets too here in Vermont where I buy local, but I felt a lot better, a lot more energy. Everything felt different. And one of the things I spoke to Dr. Carrie Madej about was she had to live, she escaped to the Dominican Republic for a period of time because there were people who were after her when she started out this fight. They've tried to kill her a number of times. And I asked her, what was the hardest thing about landing back into the United States? And she said, it was the food, because the food is so toxic. She said, you probably are going to get sick because of all the spraying in the air. So nothing's really organic in the United States because of all the spraying. And so she said, that's the one thing you're really going to have to adjust to. And it really broke my heart to hear that. And I've only been back 3 days, but I've already started to feel different digestively and things, readjusting to the food back here. And I try to eat really clean.
Yeah, at least the food here, if nothing else, it's fresh. Like you go to a restaurant here and order a chicken, they go out and back and get the chicken.
Yeah.
Most of the restaurants, the chickens are out and back, right?
Yeah.
The fruits and vegetables are all fresh. They're not sprayed with anything. And on and on. I want to talk about, you each mentioned a person that's very relevant to this broadcast. Jason, you mentioned Kathy O'Brien. Lisa, you mentioned Kevin Hoyt. I want to connect some dots there. So Kathy O'Brien, I know her only through my show. I've had her on twice and interviewed her. And one time was in a very tumultuous environment at a Reawaken America tour. And it's hard to get a good interview at one of those events. But for those of you who don't know, she is born into a sex slave family, if you will. Is that a fair statement, Jason? She was born into a family that sold her at a very young age.
Yeah.
And she ended up being, I believe it was Gerald Ford's sex slave, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 30 years she lived, and then the love of her life, man she ended up marrying, saved her and brought her out of that world. Well, what does Kevin Hoyt have to do with that world? Well, let me tell you about Kevin Hoyt. Great guy, Vermont legend, in my opinion. And by the way, I am also a content creator for Grassroots Warrior Network, and I encourage people to check them out because it is what it says, grassroots. No fancy, no big shot people there. We're all salt of the earth, grassroots people. Yeah, I have a microphone on a radio network. So what? By the way, you mentioned they couldn't deliver their presentation. What platform was that, Jason, where they couldn't do their whole presentation? You had mentioned someone couldn't do their whole presentation at another venue.
Well, yeah, Dr. Lee Merritt and Dr. Carey both changed their presentations when they came to our event because what they were doing is they were kind of holding back at some. So if they go out and speak at some other events, they kind of hold back because they're not quite sure what the community is going to be like, what the audience is going to be like. And so after they had met and talked to our audience all day long, they literally changed it right before they had to go up, and they went deep down the rabbit hole with it because they knew that we are fully prepared and fully aware.
Gotcha. So it was Kathy O'Brien that caused the executives of the radio network I'm on to come to me and ask me to adjust my content. And I wouldn't do it. I reminded them, don't you remember the clause that I control the content and you cannot alter it? And yes, I can't swear because that's an FCC guideline. And if I do swear and don't beep it out, you can find me. I get it. But you otherwise cannot alter the content. And they asked me when they offered me a microphone to talk about the Federal Reserve and the pandemic, they said, what's the worst thing you're going to talk about? Because we know you're going to get edgy. I said, human trafficking, pedophilia, satanic rituals, and adrenochrome. Well, they laughed at satanic rituals. They said, that's nonsense. But okay, if you want to make a fool of yourself, and adrenochrome, what the hell is that? Well, Kathy O'Brien talks about all that stuff because she lived through it. I don't know if she talked much about adrenochrome, but I came face to face with it in Hollywood. It's real. I guarantee you it's real. I watched people use it at a party, and I got the name of their supplier and met with him. Very scary event. But Kathy O'Brien is the one that I got approached after the show, and they said, do you have to have people like Kathy on? I said, what do you want to hide? Do you want me to educate the world, which is why you gave me a microphone, about what's really going on? Kathy's the real deal. She lived and breathed it. It's not just second and third hand now. It's first hand. Likewise, Kevin Hoyt came on my show, talked about his daughter. He says it's okay to talk about it. Yeah. His daughter was kidnapped by the political cabal in Vermont. How old is she, Lisa, his daughter?
She's 4.
4. Kidnapped his 4-year-old daughter because he's a freedom fighter. They jail Tina Peters, Gold Star mom. They jail Brian Colfage, a triple amputee, and they kidnap Kevin Hoyt's daughter, and they use adrenochrome, and the parents of Kathy O'Brien sold her. Is there anything else we need to know about these people? And we're surprised they tried to jab the world. This is their modus operandi. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, well, when Kathy spoke, we were originally booked Del Bigtree because he's from Colorado, and it was going to be great to tie that in. And we were we came this close to getting RFK to speak. And my point was, Kathy did her presentation. You can hear a pin drop. She was such an incredible speaker, and a great friend of ours. The thing about Kathy, when people, I think there's a lot of new people to this situation, right? And because COVID, COVID was a curse, obviously, but a blessing, right? Because it was a blessing because it helped people understand what they could do. So then they opened their minds to everything else that they have done. And so back in the day when I started getting into it, I was plugging into Kathy O'Brien's, listening to her speak at the Granada Forum back in the 90s, and she was dropping all these names back then. And then I did more research, and it's because she had mentioned Paul Benassi. Now, if you don't know about the Franklin cover-up, that's a whole other situation. Kathy was just on Alex Jones the other day, and I called in to talk to her about it. Everybody's all up in arms about Epstein Island, right? Which they should be. But it was going on when Kathy was young in the 70s. Oh my gosh, I could take you down some amazing rabbit holes. But in the 70s, there was a situation going on in Michigan where Kathy was from. It was called North Fox Island, and it was actually a pedo island that they had going on in Michigan at the time. And it was a rich man that got away with it. He left the country, and they never were able to arrest him. And it was tying this whole ring together. So my point is that people, they want to say, oh, well, that's kind of ridiculous. Satanism is kind of ridiculous. But it all leads back to this cult behavior. Everything that we're experiencing right now leads back to this cult and what their agenda is. So
Amen. Amen,
the
Jason.
Federal
Yeah.
Reserve, everything, it's
Yeah.
all leading back to that. They created all of these processes and they created everything in order to be able to be corrupt and do things kind of behind the scenes. And we've been going through life for decades, just kind of believing what they're doing. Now, because COVID happened, it's totally opened everybody's eyes.
Indeed. You know, I've had moments on my show that absolutely put a big exclamation point after the satanic behavior. It's the way of their world. I spoke of this earlier today. Victor Avila, Customs and Border Agent behind enemy lines in Mexico, working with the cartels, infiltrating them, observed cartel members perform a satanic ritual on a child. Choked up, could barely get it out, and almost broke out in tears. Kathy O'Brien came on. She spoke about her experiences. And they want to say we're conspiracy theorists, and there is no satanic human being on earth except the occasional quack that puts on a mask and stands in public and reads satanic literature. No, it's way beyond that, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, the adrenochrome. Oh, let's not forget Patrick Byrne, successful businessman, built a $2 billion company, internationally acclaimed, and so the FBI approached him and made him an asset. They got him to bribe Hillary Clinton. Yeah, Patrick Byrne, just your average run-of-the-mill global entrepreneur, builds a $2 billion company, Overstock.com. And along the way of his travels, he makes a lot of connections, political and otherwise. So the FBI, I surmise, and I don't think he's ever used the word, he was blackmailed into doing this. He was blackmailed into blackmailing Hillary Clinton, set her up to take an $18 million bribe. And she took it, by the way. They never exposed it because it was right before the elections, and the FBI was worried if she won, and they thought 98% chance she was going to win. If she won, she would get retribution, seek out retribution on the FBI for busting her on a bribe. So this is the world we're living in. If all that doesn't scream Satan, I don't know what does. And for people to say, all of us, we all have an experience and a story around these matters, that we're just conspiracy theorists, I got news for everybody. It's only about 6 months now between a conspiracy theory and a real conspiracy. That's about all it takes to prove it out these days, is about 6 months. So, Lisa, you have countless stories on your show, too. You want to share any?
Well, one of the things that you mentioned, Kathy O'Brien, Senator Patrick Leahy from Vermont, they just named our airport after him. He actually raped her daughter, Kathy O'Brien's daughter, in front of her, and she testified to that, and nothing was ever done.
That's unbelievable.
And I don't know if you know, he's a good friend of mine, Norman Traversy, and he's in Canada. He lives up in Ottawa, and I've interviewed him several times, and he talks about the Pigton Pig Farm, which is another satanic place. They hid everything because they could have the carcasses and the blood and everything, but they had a lot of indigenous people who were brought in there. The children were missing, and Trudeau is connected to that. Justin Trudeau was connected to that as well. There's so many stories, you can't get around it. And as far as Kevin, Kevin has basically, he talks about something called EIN numbers, where you have a business number, and they found judges and politicians who have the same EIN numbers as nonprofits. So, which basically tells you that they're just taking the money out of these. These are just shell nonprofits, and he's shown the spotlight on them. And because of that, they want retribution on him. And so he has this little girl. I don't know how much I want to go into the story of it, but it's a bad situation, and they will not. He finally has some visiting that he's allowed to have on weekends, but this girl has been shuffled from place to place. He's been going to court back and forth. Kevin was arrested last year on something that really wasn't illegal. He was told that he couldn't say the name of someone who he was suing, and he did on social media, and they put a warrant out for his arrest. So they arrested him and they injected him with something at the jail. It was July 3rd of last year.
I remember him talking about getting injected. He fought him
Yes.
hard, but it's one thing to arrest a guy on bogus charges. It's another to kidnap his 4-year-old daughter, which
Yep.
puts you way up in another whole category. If you're capable of kidnapping a 4-year-old daughter to get even with a political opponent, that's just beyond the pale. So we've got to wrap this hour up. Betty, I'm going to let you go. And is there anything message you want to leave us with, Betty?
Lisa, repeat your website, your information.
Yeah, it's lisamindset.com.
Okay, thanks.
Or you can also get it through Lisa Schermerhorn Coaching, but Lisa Mindset's a lot easier. And you can, if people want to reach me through the website, they can do that. And I'd love to talk to people if they have any questions. The work that I do isn't just for people who are vaccinated. It's for other issues too. Also help people's pets, because that's a whole nother story. But the rabies vaccine makes our pets very sick as well. And so I've been working with people and their pets.
Awesome.
All right, Lisa, stick around a minute because I want you to say hello to our next guest. Freedom fighter, I almost said your name. See, if I were Cabal, I'd be blackmailing you right now. I know who you are, whistleblower. You better not cross me, lady. I'm going to get you. Of course, I'm kidding. What do you want to leave us with as a plaintiff and a freedom fighter that's in the trenches? And we sure do appreciate you. You've got blood, sweat, and tears into this. What say you before you go?
I do have to say that perfect love casts out all fear, so I don't live in fear. Thank God for that. So I really feel, as much as, like everybody was saying, this battle gets very tiresome and it can be a little hopeless when we see that nothing gets done. But as someone said before, the battle belongs to the Lord, and I'm just showing up. And I appreciate the fact that I'm not in the battle alone. But even if I was, I wouldn't be alone because of God. And He brought this to us. And all we have to do is just show up and stand strong and be not afraid, like He told Joshua. Do not be afraid and fight. I am with you. And that's what I really want to tell everybody. Don't worry about the outcome. Don't worry about how long it's been, how long we've been fighting. Most of us, of course, since 2020, we're in 2025. But as a reminder, God says that to Him, a day is like 1,000 years and 1,000 years like a day. He's not bound by time. And so I'm not going to focus on that either, and just fight the good fight.
Great stuff, huh? It was a 12-hour telethon. So we're already almost 8.5 hours into it when it would not allow me to record anymore. I maxed out, so I don't get to bring you the rest of the telethon. But you want to help, you want to get involved, freedomtochooseusa.com, freedomtochooseusa.com. You want to help them financially. Please support them. Throw $20 their way. Anything will help. $200, whatever you can do. I know these people, and they're doing it for the right reasons. They've got the right heart. I trust them. So I feel confident in saying that I hope you trust me to tell you that this is a worthy cause and a worthwhile effort. These people only recognize one thing, and that seems to be legal action. And I really am convinced that that's because, especially those holding public office, most Democrats, or like 95% of them, are attorneys. The only thing they're going to react to and respond to is legal action. The best way to donate to what they're doing directly and to actually be a part of it is givesendgo.com/ freedom to choose. GiveSendGo.com/freedom to choose. And you want to help this show, you want to help this ministry, you can find it all, including contacting me, keeping in touch at charliesimons.com. CHARLEESIMONS, charliesimons.com. May God bless you and keep you. May God bless America. But most importantly, America bless God.